क्या करें यार, अभी ये तो करना पड़ेगा। पाकिस्तान की शान इस वक्त मौजूद है ग्राउंड पे, ग्राउंड नहीं, अरीना पे। मैं तो नॉर्मली स्ट्रीम करता
अस्सलामुअलैकुम
हूँ
बॉयज,
क्रिकेट की।
हम भी आ चुके हैं एक बार फिर फर्स्ट टाइम PMWC के मैचेस लेके आपके लिए स्पेशल।
الله يحفظك. هلا عمو ابو عابد. هلا ابو عابد السلام. شلونكم عمو؟ الحمد لله والشكر. بس نتمنى نحقق الغايه من السفره.
अबे ये अरबी बोल
अच्छा, अरबी बोल रहे हैं ना, इसीलिए आवाज तो सही आ रही होगी ना।
हाँ जी,
मतलब बंदों को सही जा रही है कि नहीं जा रही, वो पता करना पड़ेगा।
हाँ वो आप देख लो,
अगर
दूसरे मोबाइल से देख लो आप।
मैं ठीक हूँ, कोशिश करता हूँ, देख लेंगे।
قلبي الله يساعدك.
अभी थोड़ी देर में कोचिंग स्टार्ट हो जाएगी, मैचेस वगैरह। वॉइस
مشتاق لك.
चलो, टीम कह रही वॉइस सही है।
हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं दी फ्रंटियर वाइस।
جهودهم كلها مشكوره. الله يخليك حبيبي.
लिंक आओ, शेयर कर।
خلنا نسلم على الفريق.
शेयरिंग अभी तो
خلنا نسلم على الفريق. خلنا نسلم على الفريق.
इंशाल्लाह।
حبيبي حبيبي.
फर्स्ट टाइम है ई-स्पोर्ट्स में कमेंट्री करने
هلا
का।
حبيبي. هلا حبيبي.
الحمد لله سلامة الحمد لله
मैं ज्यादातर
سلامة
में मैचेस
شلون
ही
يا
करता
الفيزا
हूँ।
احنا؟
شلونك طيب
شلونك؟
يا مرحبا حياك الله
बच्चे को भी साथ में मिला दिया।
شلون صحتك؟ زين ان شاء الله.
الحمد لله السلامة
بس قبل كل شيء انا الحقيقه
अच्छी
الانسان
बात
بلا
अगर
صحه
आप
ما
तेज कर
يسوق
लेते
شيء.
हैं
انا اريد اهم
बात।
شيء على حكايه
अच्छा,
المدرب
इस बंदे का
الصح.
नाम पता है?
انا دكتور
इसका
ये जो अभी हो
جايب له
ये जो
دواء
बैठा हुआ है, ये मोटा,
يخلص
नहीं।
من الحاشي باشي
इसका नाम है अलहाजी।
الشغلات اللي هذا.
बहुत जबरदस्त प्लेयर है, और ये इनके मेरे ख्याल में ये वालिद साहब हैं, क्योंकि ये काफी दफा ये आ चुके हैं।
اوجه رساله الى الاباء اللي عندهم
ये
ولد
इसका वालिद है।
مثلك لواعيب مال الأوبجي انه يفتحون المجال للهوايه. يعني ليس فقط هي الدراسه، مرات
कुछ
الدراسه
बोलो आप।
ما تواكب الهوايه. شوفوا يوصل الى مرحله
मैं आपकी आवाज तेज करना चाह रहा हूँ, यहाँ
ولكن
से तेज
تبقى
नहीं हो रही।
هوايته فلان شيء
हाँ से
فما
समझ ही नहीं
يتوفق
रहा।
بعمله الاختصاص.
वो ये इसकी बहुत ऊंची
ولكن
आवाज है,
عندما
लगे
يكون
5% पे रखी हुई है
اختصاص مع
मैंने।
الهوايه يكون هو الافضل وينجح.
ये यूट्यूब की।
انا اقول لابني الحجي ان انا فخور
अच्छा?
بيك
मेरी
وبلعبك
वाली में तेज आ रही है उसकी आवाज।
وامكانياتك
नहीं
واتمنى ان تتطور
मुझे इधर
أكثر.
अपनी वाली में तेज आ रही है बहुत ज्यादा।
يمكن كنت غلطان بان الشجاعه ليس فقط
तो डेस्कटॉप की
بالقوس
वॉइस कम कर लो
ولكن
ना,
بعدم
OBS
الاستسلام.
में।
ओहो समझे नहीं हो, मैं जो YouTube पे देख रहा हूँ ना वो 5% रखी हुई है, वो बहुत तेज आ रही है, उससे कम तो हो नहीं सकती। ये इधर ऑप्शन होता है
वेलकम
ना।
बैक खवातीन और हज़रात, फिर से खुशामदीद करेंगे सभी लोगों को। मैं वाला दीन मेरे साथ मौजूद है आदि, और जी हाँ, हमने एक डॉक्यूमेंट्री देखी और आदि डॉक्यूमेंट्री देखने के बाद टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट मैं इमोशनली अटैच फील कर रहा हूँ अपने आप को। वैसे तो अलहाजी मेरा पहले ही फेवरेट प्लेयर रहा है, जिस तरह से इस प्लेयर ने खेल कर बताया
कौन
है।
सा लगाया
आई
हुआ
थिंक
है?
बहुत सारे लोगों ने ये बात कही होगी, चैट
मैंने
में भी लोग हैं,
पाकिस्तानी
उनका
लगाया हुआ है।
अपना मीना
नहीं,
रीजन से एक
पाकिस्तानी
फेवरेट
ना
प्लेयर
लगाओ,
बना
जो
होगा।
ओरिजिनल
आई
है
मीन
ना,
जिस तरह की
EWC वाला वो
इनकी
लगा लो।
परफॉर्मेंस रहती है, साथ ही साथ जिस तरह से एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स निकालते हैं, ये
Okay.
ऑल इन ऑल एक परफेक्ट कॉम्बिनेशन
यहाँ पे
जरूर
आवाज
देखने को
mix
मिलता है।
होगी।
यही वजह है ये एक मेन प्लेयर बने हैं टीम पार के, कि टीम पार डोमिनेट करती हुई दिखाई देती है इनकी वजह से।
ओके ओके,
ऑब्वियसली यार दिन
ओरिजिनल लगाऊं?
Talk. I think I was expecting Thunder Talk to end up going to survival stage, just based on what we've seen out of this team in the past global events. They always come in with a lot of hype. They always come in with just everybody thinking that they're going to smash through the lobby, but that's not the case. But for this event, it seems like they might actually be bringing it.
Right. That could be happening. I mean, ever since Nova Esports, years ago with the PMGC Championship, we've never really seen a Chinese team dominate in these globals. And now looking at Weibo specifically, you have Suk, you have Order. They could be the ones to take it back over to China.
Yeah, they've got to step back up from former.
En az deneyimli olarak biz son maç aldığımız puanla zaten çıktığımızı biliyorduk. Olarak bitirdik. Yani öyle bayağı iyi hissetmiştik kendimizi. Bence Türkiye'lere çıktık. Türkiye'nin ve Avrupa'nın prestijini arttıracağını düşünüyorum.
For the four Fribes. Only a duo remains. Falak in position here. Al-Haji. We saw that lovely content piece setting up the day. Let's see if he's able to give us some of that energy. The excitement, the emotion that he brings to the lobby here in PUBG Mobile. Meanwhile, Rosemary as well, causing issues already there.
Rosemary was a name that we were looking to massively point out here in these finals. Al-Haji with the long range shots here from the DBS, not quite connecting. Noki's got to run off the positions. The Molotov comes through, backs them off the alley here, forced them into this building. It's good shepherding coming through from Power.
Vahidon up close, lots of damage onto Noki, leaves him relatively low. It's a DBS in hand, so even if he's low on health, he could still make a play, but easy setup in the back line. Didn't opt to throw out the nade, instead dashes in the molly, burns the stairway out, it's right on target, he's taken out a commission, and now this gets even harder for Falak. Already, this is a brutal start for them in the opening game.
Falak's got to stand tall here, try and go for something a little bit large. At least show them that hain is not free and open right now for Four Thrives. I think that they're just going to keep dropping this from day to day. I don't think either team wants to give up hain here.
आवाज आ रही है यार ये क्या किया यार पावर esports ने चली गई है वो थ्राइव्स के घर पे
in that group stage for Four Thrives.
क्या मतलब?
See how well he can step up to the
उन्होंने
plate here versus
लोकेशन ही चेंज कर ली अब पाकिस्तान के एक ही बंदा रह गया फलक.
They're not going to send
ये
in
क्यों?
like Lemmings.
पता नहीं ये
That's going to be
उनके
a
स्पॉट
very
पे चली
difficult
गई है.
task. S12K though gets a reload on it. They hear it.
ये तो
try
फिर
to
इसके
fake them
साथ
out
वो
here.
इन्होंने गलत किया. Oh nice.
First connection's good. That's how Haji down. Baited in.
Haji
See if he can get
down.
the follow-up tap off so he
Oh,
could
दूसरा भी.
literally remove it
Oh,
from
yeah.
the as
Oy.
well. Ooh, wow, that could have been real bad for Power.
Chills there, down. Yeah, that could be very, very bad.
उसको भी half
Great
HP
setup
कर दिया था,
though
देख रहे
on the doorway,
हाँ
right, one
जी.
either side. As soon as Al-Haji went down, they completely changed up the
तेरी बात
game
बहुत slow आ
plan.
रही है.
They sent in the hammer first, and it
Pretty
was
slow,
not
right?
enough, so they had to go for something a little bit more strategic. But that was
वैसे
good.
तेरी बात
From
बहुत
Falak,
slow आ
at
रही
अभी
है.
check
least that
करो.
puts a little bit of fear in Power. Now that Four
Hello,
Thrives
hello, hello,
understand
hello,
this is
testing,
likely
testing,
gonna
1, 2,
happen
3.
every game,
नहीं है.
they can be prepared for
नहीं?
this next one. But Sandhawk is a great map for putting up big points early on and getting that initial lead, especially at the start of any grand finals.
Oh yeah. Dream scenario.
चलो कोई नहीं पहला मैच है कोई
It
मसला
looked like
नहीं
it
है आ
wasn't
जाएगा आ
really
जाएगा
the true
कमबैक आ
test of
जाएगा
themselves
इनका.
in the group stage. But what we saw unleashed throughout survival stage, that's
कैमरा
where they
थोड़ी
thrived.
देर
What
के
we
लिए
saw
बंद
last
कर
year
दें.
as well. It feels like
हल्के
they
टाइम के
dial
लिए.
it up a little bit.
मैं
You know,
जरा
they assess the lobby and realize,
चाय
look,
पी
guys,
लूं.
just play to our strengths. So much of that carries on over here. It's a nice hard drop. Good result in the end, only losing one player in Ragnar. Could have gone bad, but you avoid that outcome, so they're going to be happy. For Four Fribes, that's an instant red mark, though. It's one of those games where you're thinking, okay, got to sit here, watch the flow of the action. Half an hour later, we'll be back. And you imagine they'll probably have something to say against Power throughout the course of playoffs now.
Yeah, it's a big blemish. Definitely
यहाँ
a
से
big
तो
blemish
बुल है
coming
मेरी
through
आवाज.
for the guys on Four Thrives, but we
अभी
know that they
हो
can
गई है
bounce
सही.
back. They had a little bit of a slip over towards their final matches. They still put
फलक
up
के
a
साथ
huge
बुरा हुआ है यार.
scoreline, right? And I think if it wasn't for Alter Ego just blasting out
उस बंदे
control,
का
they
clutch
would
miss हो
remain
गया.
in first place. So saying they had a slip is
ये देखो.
maybe a bit
Your
too bold
DRX.
from my camp, honestly.
क्या
Firefox,
बड़े
though,
scam
this is the
किया है
team
इन बंदों ने.
that did not slip up at all. They just kept on climbing. They were rung after rung on the ladder over in survival
अभी
stage. That's
कैंपर
where they looked
बोलती पब्लिक.
fabulous.
चलो एक kill मिल
And it
गया
wasn't
बस.
a case
ये
of
बस
like,
बहुत
they
है.
looked
अब
great
निकलो
because it
यहाँ
was
से.
weaker teams. I
बहुत
think
है.
for Fireflux, they had a
ये
real
check करो जरा
improvement
इनको.
over those 2 days.
Oh yeah, you think about the positioning, the way they were playing off one another. Similarly, so obviously what we were describing there and highlighting is a good setup from Power, right?
तुम्हारा
Those
चल रहा
close
है
quarters, crossfires,
हाँ
the
जी
way they're
अभी
playing off one
नेट
another.
2 बार रही
That's
किया
what
उसके बाद
Fireflux
चली
were
है.
doing very consistently, but the rotations were on point. It did feel like they were hitting a skill ceiling of there's a lot this team can give, and we were just seeing it.
It was super cool to me because I think in a lot of Fireflux's games in the past, it's usually either a case of you highlight Scarface or
मैं
you
तो
highlight
YouTube से
Ketch.
shift हो गया.
It's
अभी
never
Facebook पे
both
कर रहा हूँ
players
stream.
at the same time. I think here at PMWC it is
मगर
a
क्यों?
wonderful experience to be able to watch Fireflux and see that both Ketch and Scarface
यार
are
हमारे
both on their A game.
Facebook के viewers
at the
बड़े
same
active हैं.
time.
ये Facebook के
It's a
viewers.
rare
बहुत
scenario,
जबरदस्त viewers हैं यहाँ
but
पे.
they're bringing it out where it counts here on
अभी
the
खैर
main
अभी start हुआ है
stage.
तो अभी तक आए नहीं है.
Weibo
पर अभी आ जाएंगे इंशाल्लाह.
rotate through here. This is over towards the eastern side around Yangon Galacticos. Already some heavy hits been sent their way.
पावर के 4 किल, अल्टरिगो का 1.
If you're unfamiliar, of course, as well, opportunities for some
सबसे
let's say
ज्यादा उसी के
interesting
पावर के
gameplay
खेल हैं
from
बस
the, when
4
it comes to the weapon choices. But we'll
बाकी
see
दोनों
if they
के
decide to
ए
go
के
that
एफ
route.
एफ के
It's going to be a very important set of
सिर्फ
games
जाती
here.
है वहाँ पे 40.
Yeah, I'm trying to see for Sook, the bow, the
40
explosive
का
bow,
1v3 मिस हो गया.
it looked cool, right? I think that we didn't necessarily see the true power of it
वैसे
because a
बड़ा
lot of it was
जबरदस्त
zoning and
खेला है फलक
spacing
में यार.
for the team, as
तो
opposed to
साथ
finding
एक और
knocks
बंदा
where he
होता वो
did
ले
find the
जाते आराम
flashes of
से.
it. It was a wonderful moment, you know. We got to
No कितना
really
पर
get
वो
hype about
Molotov
that. But here in these
में जल गया
matches,
ना.
you wonder if he'll favor the DBS, which is much more meta here in PUBG Mobile. Over towards the northwest side, though,
Power
very
eSport
hard
का भी एक
shift. We
बंदा मर
pull
चुका
this
है.
one close to the northwest island, but not all the way over towards those confluence compounds.
तेरी आवाज
Alterigo's in
कभी-कभी
position to
दूर-दूर
snatch
से आ
that one up,
जाती है.
but Eda's weakened earlier after
मैंने तो
Roger was
माइक
able
ये
to have
बैकग्राउंड
a little
वॉइस तेरी
hello
बहुत
down
हाई
towards
आ
that
रही है.
south
मुझे
side. They
मतलब
send
तुम्हारी
one
तरफ से
player
भी
in,
आवाज
but
आ
can
रही है
they
उसकी.
withstand the weight of Alterigo as they move in from
मुझे
these?
खुद इतनी ज्यादा आ रही है इसकी ना. मैंने 5% पे रखी हुई है इसको 5 पे.
नहीं इस तरह करो.
A lot of respect for one another as well.
इस तरह
That
करो.
can go the extra.
उसमें जाओ स्पीकर में.
स्पीकर में
Foster,
गया.
स्पीकर
very
में
exciting to watch.
हाँ वहाँ पे
Fire
क्रोम की
Flux
आवाज हल्की
taking
कर
a
दो.
knock there as well.
ओके
That's over from horha.
Eda finding Moana though, which is a really, really good start for them. It depends
अभी यार
whether
6
Moana
घंटे
actually
के
goes
स्ट्रीम
down
है.
or not.
अकेले
So
बंदे का
reset
काम
this
नहीं
one,
है
but
ये.
it is Weibo bringing up the rear here as Yangon Galacticos opted for a
अभी
wild
सही है.
rotate over towards that northwest side, trying to gamble on this one, understanding that it's
हाँ अभी तुम्हारी तरफ से नहीं आ
extremely
रही.
packed down towards the south. They'd rather not play with that. Gamble on a northwest
वहाँ
shift.
पे पावर ओए रेगनम के कार्या के पीछे भी लग पड़ी है.
Al-Haji coming into contest as Regnum Karya made a big rotate over
Yangon
towards the
Galacticos भी
northwest
वहाँ पे
side
जा
as well
रही है.
on that bridge, and Power was comfortable just to wait that one out. And Regnum
Yangon
Karya
Galacticos भी ऊपर आ गई है.
dismantled as Power puts more points on the tables.
पावर करना क्या चाह रही है यार.
Up towards the top of the hill there.
पावर मुझे लग रहा है मर जाएगी इधर.
Arriving. Yangon
आरबी टीम है ना.
हाँ
जिस तरह से
ये
हम यहाँ पे कहते हैं कि ये वो उस तरफ नहीं है, उस तरफ नहीं है. इजी वो एपीजी भी गई.
पावर के 5 किल.
Horror from the sideline seems like Joker
ये
showing up
भी
once again for
कंफर्म हो
E-Arena.
जाएगा.
This is a horrible push for a lot of teams on the southeast side. Your E-Arena, Fireflux, Horror, APG and Team
Okay,
Super
FF
all
versus
banding
Horror.
around Painan at the moment.
horror के भी दो किल आ गए. ओके
There's
तीसरा
only
भी गया.
so long until that starts to
ओके एपीजी भी उधर ही है.
tension
ओके
snaps
ये भी
in
गई.
that
6
region
किल हो
of the
गए.
map.
पावर
Already
के.
losing
पावर के हो
all
गया
of
6
our
किल.
players, and that's Horror out. 3 teams.
आज ये बंदे क्या क्या हैं.
Fend off against Fireflux, and if they
सर्वाइवल
do that,
स्टेज
they can maybe move
में
down
ये
west,
टॉप
but
पे आए थे.
they were penned in.
मतलब टॉप पे नहीं टॉप 8 में थे. और ग्रुप स्टेजेस में यार इनकी
Horror
परफॉर्मेंस
story
इतनी खास नहीं
with
थी.
Easy walking away with another pick up on that one. 6
Group stages
kills
matches.
already for Power.
लगता है आज ये ज्यादा सोए.
These are the sort of games they thrive on as well. For this team, very easily goes once they get momentum. You know, they feed that hot hand, keep it building. It's nice to see for the Power fans out there.
इनके साथ सपोर्ट भी क्राउड का बहुत है ना.
Stage,
पावर
right?
के पास.
It's where they shine a lot of times. And he wouldn't really be a PMWC without Power making it through survival.
ओके आईडिया का बंदा भी है. ओपन में ना लेटो मेरी जान.
Finding a shot over towards
यार
Rita.
इस यहाँ की तुम स्पोर्टिंग देखोगे ना बाचा तो मजा आ जाएगा.
Thunder Talks here on the western side, yeah. So they do have good control. This is coming down from Camp Alpha earlier on. Ida, like we said before, did drop a player earlier on to Alterigo, who have moved across, as you see here on the map. We'll check out where this next circle goes. Yangon Galacticos hopes it goes to the northwest side. It's not meant to be, though, as we start to come back down onto the South Island. Some fantastic compounds to play around here. Pretty difficult to get out from where Falcons is playing as you wrap round.
बाचा अवेलेबल हो के निकल गए हो.
इधर ही इधर ही.
To get some of these compounds down towards the south
बस
side,
सही है.
potentially play some of the ridges, but you can see DRX has clear sight lines over to
सबसे नीचे DRX वाले बैठे हुए हैं.
And this is a similar early path as well.
और DRX बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम है. उनका कमबैक देखना. DRX आईडिया रेगनम कार्या. यार यहाँ तक जो टीमें आई है ना सब की सब जबरदस्त हैं. मतलब ये आईडिया जो है इंटेंस गेमिंग ये मतलब मैं कह रहा हूँ इन सब में हल्की टीम होगी. बाकी जो एनएस है, फाल्कन है, एपीजी
See the roam up from power again as
मतलब
well.
CSE की
Always
दोनों
on our
टीम गई,
screens at the minute.
होरा भी गई और
Thunder talks it
40 भी
again
गई.
inside the compound. You get
Okay,
one clean knock from
पावर को
Behtareen
पकड़ लिया.
already.
पावर ओहो पावर एक नॉक
Dropped.
फैदान
Thunder
गया.
Talks do have nades to play around with, so can send them this way. There's only so many places you can play around this coastal area. DRX is
TT
finding
Global ने
a huge
पकड़
amount
लिया.
of success from that
Nice
high ground.
nade.
They're playing towards the center of the circle at the moment. It's so hard to pass by.
आज ही
them.
गया
ये ओए
आज ही भी गया
गया. आज ही भी गया.
Towards ruins, hoping, praying that it moves
अब
over
इनका
towards
last
ruin
one है.
side on those central circles.
Okay, फैदान
King will
को
pick
ले
up
लिया.
the heater.
वो कंप्लीट हो गया.
Al-Haji is
इजी तो
down.
बहुत दूर है
Pehla's
इनसे.
run looks to start to come
आज ही
crashing
फिनिश हो जाएगा.
down easy.
हाँ ये फिनिश हो जाएगा. ये रिवाइव करने नहीं आएंगे क्योंकि यार इनको पता है कि चलो एक बंदा भी हो.
Inside that shot.
चलो यंग ऑन गैलेक्टिकस ने किल चोरी कर लिया.
Over the other side of the coast as well, actually.
इसको भी पड़ गई. उसको भी पड़
उसको
गई.
भी पड़ गई.
1 point away. But that just sets the alarm bells for Regnum Karya.
रेगनम कारिया. ये तुर्किश टीम है.
From up top of the hillside, they get vision,
रेगनम
take some bullets
कारिया
down
e-sport.
range and claim one back of their own.
यार मैं इतने टाइम से ये टूर्नामेंट्स देखता हूँ ना
It's a horrible
PUBG के.
approach from
बहुत टाइम से.
Karya. And they have
बस
to send it.
आज
Romeo
पहली
should
दफा
have heard
वॉच
that.
पार्टी कर रहा हूँ.
Loxy's going to send forward, so at least they have a player in the back line there.
ये कैंसर देगा इनको अब.
Romeo yet to take shots. Plenty of
मार
bullets to make it
रोमियो
happen as
मार.
well, and Regnum Karya is almost
नहीं
inviting
रहने दे अब.
those shots their way with
अब चले
lazily
गए.
rotating over that hillside.
ओके अल्टर ईगो ब्रिज कैंप पे लगी है और ये गए
दोनों गए दूसरा भी गया. बच
एक ही बुलेट का
बच गया.
किल कर रहा है. ओके अल्टर ईगो की टीम आ गई थी.
गया.
बस
ओहो.
गए. यार अल्टर ईगो ने जो परफॉर्मेंस ये एक दिन में इन्होंने 6 मैचेस में 74 के 76 पॉइंट्स निकाले थे.
Getting them across the shallows as well usually is fairly simple to do. I think they want to stop off over towards the bridge, but I think in that scenario,
इन्होंने
most teams have got
डोमिनेशन
these
थोड़ी
areas
थी ना
locked
ग्रुप
down. It's
स्टेजेस
not
में.
the easiest game to play out.
क्या है
We head
40 की
towards that northeast side,
40
so
टॉप पे
things
थी
get
ना.
a little bit more difficult.
ये लास्ट में आके इन्होंने 121 पॉइंट बना लिए थे. वो 112 पे थे. 111
on the north side of it can cut out a lot of teams that want to come through on that western edge. DRX is going to struggle as they wrap around that high
वो
ground.
तुम्हें पता है मिलेंगे कितने फर्स्ट टीम को विनर को?
नहीं 3 मिलियन मेरे ख्याल से. वो तेरी
वो तो प्राइस पूल है ना. डिवाइड होंगे. ऑलरेडी पाकिस्तानी टीम 77,000 निकाल चुकी है ग्रुप स्टेजेस से.
अभी
77,000 वो निकाल चुकी है.
अभी भी मैच है निकाल सकते हैं और भी.
हाँ 3 दिन है यार अभी. ये देखो सेनो किस तरह का मैच है ना यहाँ पे कि यहाँ पे कोई पता नहीं चलता. यहाँ तो टीम बिल्कुल नीचे चली जाती है या टॉप पे आ जाती है. पर सेनो उनका एरेंगल मजे का है. 40 का जो डोमिनेशन मैप है ना वो एरेंगल ही है. ग्रुप स्टेजेस में 3-4 मैचेस में वो सेकंड पे आए.
Scarface going down there, it's a bit rough. Ketch should be running into Reefers from APG soon. The rest of the team's a little bit further over towards the northeast, trying to hold out versus Team Secret. As well as the split wave.
Okay, Falcon भी गए.
Alpha और NSS. ओए और क्या नॉक निकाला है.
But it was a quick descent into disaster here for the Falcons.
Last one.
And this could go even worse quite quickly. They're attempting to pick up the pieces. Doxy goes down with Navallo
और
responding.
ये
How low he is.
क्या?
मुझे पता चलेगा क्यों.
Baiting out on the angle.
नहीं चल सकते ना बहुत यार. टीम्स हैं सारी.
Just trying to peek into it. Seeing if he can swing round. Dips behind.
वो हेल्थ कर जाएगा जब तक ये करेगा. कर गया हेल्थ.
नहीं देख रिस्क नहीं ले रहे ना. बंदे रिस्क नहीं ले रहे.
They've been waiting for that push for a long time there. Finally make it work. Now they can start thinking about their next moves.
Oh, nice लड़के.
What a
यार
performance so far from Narvalo. The rest of the team did not find the same kind of look, but
क्या किल फिनिश करूंगा.
कवर देख रहे हो.
Make a more aggressive push over
पीछे से कवर देख रहे हो.
towards Thunder Talks.
अच्छा ये भी एक ही रह गया.
ओह यस मर गए इसके भी दोनों तीनों.
इसके भी मर गए. फाल्कन के कितने हैं अभी? फाल्कन का भी मेरे ख्याल में एक ही रह गया.
हाँ ये भी एक ही है. सोलो ही है.
It's a little bit of a limp.
नारवालो रह गया. नारवालो.
Next circle pops over towards Weibo.
वैसे आप पॉइंट्स की तरफ जाएंगे. सर्वाइवल पॉइंट्स.
Who have all 4 players alive. Now,
APG
boys place them in.
यार इनका टॉप चला गया ना, टॉप नॉक फिनिश हो गया था।
AE के और EA के 4 बंदे जिंदा, चारों के चारों।
इसमें लास्ट तक बंदा बचे ना, आ जाता है। AE मेरे ख्याल में ये चिकन है भी AE का।
APG के भी अच्छे हैं के लोग हैं।
APG के पावर का मेरे ख्याल में इजी रहता था ना। फैदान भी चला गया था, अलहाजी भी चला गया था। हाँ, इजी रह गया था।
A lot more positives than really negatives to highlight whatsoever. Krypton here as well, even being able to snatch away the last man there. So Novalo
इस ज़योल वो गन चला रहा है जिसको हम कभी जिंदगी में ना चलाएं।
क्या? कौन सा?
QBZ।
ओके,
और ये गया।
ये
और क्या? आगे दिया इसने।
Couldn't get himself behind any hard cover, so he falls.
Over मिल रहा but need आ रहा।
APG, they couldn't send all their players down.
ये भी CSA की टीम है ना?
Sent in as almost a sacrificial lamb to try and get an opening.
Central
They couldn't afford to have all their team down there, just in case they had to pivot. They also don't know that.
ये पहले दो टीम्स हुआ करती थी, फोर मेडिकल वाइब्स और एक और थी।
ओह हो उतार गया उसको विज़ल को।
हाँ, ये भी गया। ये वीबो गेमिंग चाइना की टीम है। चाइना से बस ये एक ही टीम है। ज़योल भी गया, उनका बस एक ही रह गया।
पावर के 8 किल हैं।
भाई इजी है।
ओह शॉट ऑन नाइस।
ये नाइस शॉटगन। ओके, पावर गई, नो किल करके चली गई। नो किल निकाले भाई, नो पॉइंट्स ऑलरेडी उनके हो गए।
चिकन के कितने पॉइंट होते हैं?
10।
मतलब APG के चांस हैं अभी भी।
हाँ, अभी पॉइंट्स आएंगे ना। चिकन के 10 हैं, फिर उसके बाद 6, फिर 5, फिर 4, फिर 3, फिर 2, फिर नीचे वाले 4 टीम्स के एक पॉइंट्स होते हैं।
ये भी टॉप पे आ गया।
Storyline for us in the booth and the viewers at home as well, because that's something we've been trying to hammer home, right? How important Alv has been for this squad. And I think this is the sort of game.
अल्टर को राइट से पड़ेगी।
Just like Rosemary said, it's not just me, it's the entire squad. We play off each other very well, yes, but if things go wrong, we can still pivot. Crazy maneuvers from Easy there, just before he's taken out. Harassing both Riyadh and Thunder Talks. The push up onto Weibo. Finish that off. So E-Arena snatching away the odd point here and there. 4 players alive for that squad as well, Blank. Could be a big talking point later.
E-Arena had been a eye-opening.
ये कौन है? जाऊ कर।
eyes glued to.
ये जाओ।
ये अपने जोकर को बुलाना पड़ेगा। क्या नाम इस तरह रख लो।
They're a team that could challenge out for the first place spot, or they're a team that's
यार तुमने नहीं लग रहा।
because some plays are great.
उधर जाओ।
Not so much.
बल्कि हमने तो उस पे लगा दिया ना आप।
I would say pinpoint.
नहीं, नॉर्मली चेंज होता है ना। हम लगाते रहते हैं।
YouTube का मुझे पता है, FB का नहीं मुझे पता।
नहीं, FB तो हम करते हैं ना स्ट्रीम यहाँ पे।
The litmus test has been how Joker's playing as well. Feels like if he's on form, the rest of the squad really gets riled up. Ego still looking menacing.
और ये मरवन का नेट और बहुत पीछे फेंक दिया।
3 players alive. I mean, Krypton, it's a rough position here on the hillside.
It's a smart one though. You play in front of the rock because you're assuming they're going to be sending those nades over the top of it anyway because they think you're hiding behind there.
अच्छा, इनका भी चला गया, अल्टर ईगो का भी है, साकुरा भी नॉक है। बस इनमें से एक ही टीम लेके जाएगी।
अल्टर ओके। ओ नाइस।
यार साइड से नाइस यार, नाइस लड़के।
इनका लास्ट वाला नेट कर रहा है। नेट आया और ओ नाइस नेट।
वो भी गया, एक्सचेंज हो गया। वो रिवाइव उठा लेगा। ये भी लास्ट रहता है।
इसका भी नेट आ रहा है।
जुडो को देखो ना।
ये नेट आया और गया।
और ये गई। उन्होंने भी 9 निकाले और 5वें नंबर पे गए। किनी है अभी ये?
है जिंदा है। ए जिंदा है अभी।
हाँ, एक बंदा है। नहीं, एक गई। और DRX भी गई।
And I'm loving the fact that he kept the pressure on as well, whilst the team was
यार
trying to
आइडिया
reset
को देखो,
themselves from the
मैं
pickup
इस
and
टीम
the
को मैं
heel.
काउंट भी नहीं
He
कर
was
रहा.
harassing, so you're still a little bit more paranoid. You can't take the
वो
fight
third
too
तक आ
much.
चुकी है.
Ida have to stay tucked in for now. Rita's incredibly low as
Kills
well.
इनके पास कितने?
For Ida, their big opportunity here is the shack right in front of the hard cover in the rock. They can get over towards it. It's big news.
आ गया zone की तरफ आ गया है देखो.
Towards Darkin. Now Aaron moves up into position.
जा रहे नेट जा रहे.
They find
अंदर
a
बढ़ो.
decent nade over the
बच
back.
गया.
Quite a little bit short here.
मेरे ख्याल में एपीजी का बंदा जिंदा है ना लास्ट. हाँ एपीजी का.
And that reset
Dog
we
है
were
अभी.
talking about does hamper them. Yes, Krypton was in position. The rest of Alter Ego
उन्हें
weren't
पता है,
quite there to
position
take
पता है.
shots as Ida crossed, and that was the prime time to do it.
Trying to force out the last man.
हो
गया.
गया.
You find
Dog-
Doc. Okay,
dog गया.
remove him. Focus up on what's ahead of you then.
This is a good wrap now as well. It means they can play off the back of this hard cover. Again,
बड़े
approach this
सही
position
heavy
over
वाली
towards
rotation
Ida
दे रही है
is
बंदा.
not going to be
बहुत
easy,
जबरदस्त
especially
बहुत
with the
जबरदस्त
fact
रोटेशन दिया
that
इसने.
resources,
मैंने कहा था ना
utility,
ए या
extremely
फिर
low
अल्टर
on the
ईगो.
side of Alter Ego.
इनमें
But
से
what a
एक का
banger of the
होगा.
first game,
तो
10
ये गई.
eliminations, as well as a chance at a chicken dinner here.
क्रिप्टोन यहाँ पे भी है. एक हमारे पास क्रिप्टोन है.
For them.
हमारे पास सस्ते वाला नहीं है, महंगे वाला है.
Going from the
और
गया,
नेट
आया नेट.
Wasn't a fluke.
हाफ एचपी कर गया.
Damage there is going to be monumental as well.
हाफ से ज्यादा
आप
बल्कि.
क्या 25 से भी नहीं है 25 से भी.
हो
और उसके
गया.
पास कुछ है भी नहीं.
Goes down, there is one
बस
shot
गई
out,
गई.
and
अल्टर ईगो का है
very
ये
bold.
चिकन.
Krypton has to step back into cover.
यार इनकी डोमिनेशन तबाही है यार.
Foot. You're being
इनकी
pushed upon
डोमिनेशन
now.
नहीं है तबाही है.
The last man, timing is
एक
absolutely
रहता
everything
है.
on this.
उठा ले बंदा उठा लेगा.
He's got the DBS in hand, wants to close the gap.
Oh,
Looking to-
nice.
खत्म.
Oh, यार.
That's
अल्टर का
how
आ गया पहला
Alter
चिकन
Ego do it.
सेना का.
Straight
क्या
back,
लगी?
showing us that they've got the talent, they've got the communication, and they've also got themselves the opening chicken dinner.
It's a great game from Alter Ego.
तो
and a
पहला chicken
promising
dinner.
one at that as well. We have it at home there.
चिकन
saying
डिनर
yeah.
चिकन डिनर.
does not mean that this squad is not as fearsome as they come.
Alter
That was an
Ego.
incredible match. Yes, they missed the rotate over towards Ida as they were coming across the road, but it was smartly played. And 3v4 versus E Arena as well there, where it counted. Really good plays from Alter
यार
Ego
40 के साथ
all
बहुत
around.
गलत हुआ है.
But the
बहुत
rotates
गलत.
around the ramp, easy get himself into a late game.
पावर को ऐसा
position
नहीं
there.
करना चाहिए यार.
9 elims off the back of that one is a big result for them.
मतलब यहाँ पे टीम्स ना जो ड्रॉप लोकेशंस है ना सबकी वो सब अलग-अलग हैं.
Power head to head on the hot drop. Scary stuff, and already you can see the intensity. Join us
गलत
for
किया
PUBG
40 के
Mobile
साथ यार.
in a couple minutes time.
ये डॉग को देखो ना.
तो
अकेली
बड़ा-
पूरी टीम का आ गया.
बड़ा
अकेली
जबरदस्त
पूरी
खेला है.
टीम का आ गया.
अठा.
अच्छा लास्ट बंदा आईडीए वाले का आ गया उनका.
इन्हें नॉक बड़े मजे के दिए हैं दो जो थे ना.
बहुत जबरदस्त. असल में रोटेशन ये देखो खुशी चेक करो.
चलो जी 3 मिनट बाद.
Up next Erangel. एक हो गया 40 का एक जाया हो गया. एक पॉइंट मिला है. नहीं हो जाएगा यार. अभी 17 मैचेस बाकी हैं.
सत्रह मैचेस आज के हैं
नहीं
टोटल.
बंदों की जान लेनी है क्या?
और वो 17 मैचेस.
नहीं 6 मैचेस हैं. 18 मैचेस है टोटल.
6 आज हैं फिर 6 कब हैं?
6 कल है 6 परसों.
ओके कल हो गया. आप कल तो नहीं हो गए.
क्यों यार? अभी लैपटॉप है मेरे पास. मैं घर से भी कर सकता हूँ.
सही है कल आ जाना फिर मैं भी वेल ही होऊंगा.
हाँ नहीं कल तो मैं ऑफिस में ही हूँगा. कल तो मैं कर लूँगा इधर से.
सही है. मैं मुझे मैसेज कर देना मैं भी आ जाऊंगा. 4 बजे वैसे भी स्टार्ट होगी.
हाँ नेक्स्ट देखे 4.0 उसकी लीक्स देखी?
नहीं।
वो आ रहा है ना, क्या कहते हैं, स्केरी क्या है यार, जो उनका इवेंट है।
किसका?
यार मैं नाम भूल गया हूँ उस इवेंट का।
घोस्ट वाला?
होलोवीन।
अच्छा, होलोवीन।
होलोवीन आ रहा है।
पता नहीं, सुनने में आई है BMW की भी स्किन आ रही है।
BMW, वाओ।
BMW M5 आखिर लेवल स्किन है।
हम थोड़ी सी सेविंग कर लेते हैं, ये लोग ये निकाल देते हैं, सेविंग PUBG में बढ़ जाती है।
यही सीन है ना। ये वही है जो गुर्दे शुर्दे बेच के वही ले सकता है
अब UC भी महंगी हो गई है ना
बहुत ज्यादा।
वो कह रहे हैं डॉलर महंगा हो गया था, हमने नहीं की थी, अभी की है यार। जो भी हो बंदे अब भी लेंगे,
लेने वाले लेंगे।
क्रेज होता है गेम का। कुछ भी डाले ना तो ये वो 11,000 UC वाला जो पैक है, सॉरी 22,000 वाला, 22,000 रुपए का, वो तो लेगा बंदा एक।
उसमें कितने UC हैं?
उसमें तकरीबन 8,000 वो मिल जाते हैं, 8,100, और ऊपर से जो परचेज गिफ्ट में आ जाती हैं 1,500 से 3,000 मेरे ख्याल में, तकरीबन 10,000 11,000 UC मिल जाते हैं उससे।
Gua ada prediksi sebelum semuanya terjadi. Tekanan.
ये यार ये प्लेयर नहीं है, बहुत जबरदस्त है। रोजमेरी।
रोजमेरी मार लो। देखिए वो
हाँ वही थी ना, अच्छा था मेरे ख्याल में उसमें।
Alter Ego is operating on another level. Who is going to be able to stop them? It's only one game down in the final, but that's a terrifying statement to make from the word go here, Seven.
It is, and I mean, continuing on the performance that we saw out of them in group stages, being able to control a lot of the circle. Once they felt comfortable, they started doing a 1-1-1-1 split, and that ultimately gave them the lead when it came down to Regnum Karya trying to push in. They had every angle, and it was an easy fight for this squad.
I mean, when you look at Sanok in particular, Trifecta is just such a key transition point. They controlled it from like the early stages of the game until the very end, and it started with a hot drop against
अंशुरी को 23 पॉइंट्स, 13 किल निकाले यार।
वो तेरी हार, वो आखिर में बहुत अच्छा खेल गया था ना।
हाँ वो अल्फा को देखो, अल्फा को एक ही बंदा यार इतने पॉइंट्स निकाल चुका है।
नाइस। 40 का तो नामो निशान नहीं है।
नहीं वो तो सेकंड पेज पे आएगी, वो एक ही पॉइंट था उनका, एक ही किल मिला था।
Yeah, I mean, big fight happening in Painan versus, I believe it was Team Secret, able to get the squad wipe onto that one. And actually,
Power DRX के 8 हैं, E Arena 6, TT Global 6, Longshim Red Force के 5, NS.
Are we going to see them be at the bottom of the rankings? And
Vivo Gaming 3, Falcon.
I hope not, but it's
ये देखो जो टॉप की टीम्स है ना, जो मुझे पसंद है, रेगनम कैरिया, फोर्थ थ्राइव्स, होरा, फायरफ्लक्स, ये सब इधर ही हैं, सेकंड पेज पे। पर एक मैच से यार कुछ नहीं होता।
5 मैच पड़े हैं, देखते हैं क्या हिसाब किताब है।
आज 5 मैचेस हैं, अच्छा होगा, अच्छा होगा।
Do you know, there were so many favorite moments from this game. Do you know what my why are you already saying?
Don't.
Do you know what one of my favorite moments was from this game? Stop him. It was both of your guys' picks going out straight.
मुझे तुम्हारी तरफ से अभी भी आवाज आ रही है, मैंने अपनी बंद की, अभी भी सुन रहा हूँ तुम्हारी तरफ से आवाज।
आ रही है?
I blink.
Yeah.
हाँ ना।
40 का रखी हुई है मैंने।
That's all I have to say.
How about yourself, Seven, with 4 throws?
आप नहीं आ रही, बंद हो गई।
What happens when a team decides to hot drop in the grand finals on day 1 on the first match? 4 thrives. Come on, what are we doing? To be fair though, they said that after this they don't really have to worry about anything else. But I don't care. 4 thrives.
B20 पे कर दी।
Stop hot dropping.
ये देखो अभी भी ये 4 थ्राइव्स की बातें कर रहे हैं।
And who was my pick coming into the grand finals? What's wrong?
यार उन्होंने दिखा दिया है, तुम्हें पता है इस टीम के पास कुछ भी नहीं था, कोई स्पॉन्सरशिप नहीं थी, कोई स्पॉन्सरशिप नहीं थी। फिर शायद कोच वालों ने इनको दी है यार, शायद कोच सर्विसेज नहीं है, बसों वाले उन्होंने इनको दी है स्पॉन्सरशिप।
उन्होंने कहा मिली है तो भाईजान आप पूरा मौका दिखाएं हम।
यार उन्होंने परफॉर्म भी किया है ना यार, ग्रुप स्टेजेस में जब 24 टीमें थी उसमें इंडिया की टीम भी थी, इंडिया टीम उसमें तकरीबन 17वें नंबर पे थी, सही है, 17वें भी नहीं थी, नीचे थी।
Making sure that they do end up clearing everything. Rosemary, though, to be fair, Rosemary ended up getting caught off guard there by Power. And talking about Power, what an impressive match out of this team too, winning that hot drop.
Yeah, very important, all things considered. It might make 4 Thrives now think twice about that. They've still got 2 more Sandhogs to play here, Max, so maybe not coming back in those next 2 Sandhogs?
Look, you maybe don't want to ruin your Sandhogs when Ultra Ego already created a big lead.
Yeah, that's
you know what? Because it's not about you need to be top 8 to be in a good position. You need to win it all, and you're not going to do so by hot dropping on one map.
Yeah, the thing is if one member of Power isn't there, I think Ultra Ego wins this even harder. They've got Rosemary and Moana just waiting.
Shaba.
Talk, kind of rotate around on the left. What am I doing? I'm supposed to be the desk host. Go on, talk 7.
Good. I think what was it? It was like 13
ये देखो सब डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं मैनेजर के साथ, क्या करना है क्या नहीं करना,
which is just gain all of that control. They would have been willing to take those fights, and even at the end when we saw them having to just slow down and get a reset, it would have been a lot faster.
Yeah, I kind of want to steal a point that you were talking about
अभी तो नहीं आ रही
earlier
आवाज।
in the game. It's actually
नहीं आ रही।
of their position. Thunder Talk up northwest, they were trying to wrap around. They instantly understood, okay, this is our weak point. We are going to get wrapped around. They set up a little bit of a defense. Power, as we said, that one solo player that's kind of ruined it for them. They do lose Rosemary.
Yeah.
But Thunder Talk, if they don't take care of that main threat at that point, chances are they don't win that match. So they're very good at just understanding what is going to be the issue in matches when it comes to taking wins.
That said, I do have a lot of hope for our Korean overlords, as I normally do in these tournaments, boys. And take a look at the
जिगल चे ओ तेरी रिफ्लेक्स देखा उसका
बहुत जबरदस्त यार,
जिगल रिफ्लेक्स।
There was, I mean, you have Narvalo being able to clutch up for Team Falcons too. That was a pleasant surprise. Remember last time I was talking about him, he was just getting eliminated too early on for his team. So it's good to see it now, being able to see the evolution of Narvalo. But I gotta call out 3 teams, actually 2 teams. It has to be Nashim Red Force and Fireflux. Nashim Red Force, I'm gonna give you a bit of a slight one because you did have a lot of the area. You had a circle that was kind of blessing you, but these 2 teams just play a little bit too passive for what the lobby is currently showing us.
Let's check in with our teams coming into Erangel. Erangel is an unbelievably important battleground here, and 4 Thrives alongside Ultra Ego have been able to truly thrive on this battleground, Max, but who's going to be able to do it?
If you're able to get these
Top
point
5
averages we've seen
teams.
in the survival and the league stage, right, coming in from
ये देखो एरेंगल में देखो
like 6 elims, 7 elims average on every
ये पहले पे कौन सी टीम है?
6.5
battleground 3 times per
क्या
day.
पहले पे 40 है ना, 4 Thrives।
And the fact
अच्छा
that Ultra
40
Ego
है।
start with a win and they are our Erangel top fragger.
मुझे भी लोगों के हिसाब से नहीं ना पता कौन सी है।
With 50% of the maps being, of course,
वही है ना, तुम लोग सिर्फ गेम खेलते हो, गेम को एंजॉय करो।
4 Thrives, as I was saying. Okay, you know what? Let's get out of the way with Sandhog. You got that hot drop. Hopefully you'll be able to learn for tomorrow. But now going into Erangel, all their wins came in Erangel. Whenever we were in group stages, they ended up with, what was it, top 3-4 times out of 6 matches that we played this. So they need to make sure they take full advantage here of Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they'll be able to make it happen. Again, as you said, Kalaris, 50% of your matches are on this battleground, on the grassy pastures. You want to try and have some good time over there, and if any teams can be making it, all the top fraggers we just saw on that graphic could be the ones to make it happen.
Definitely. I expect we'll see a bounce back from 4 Thrives. They're not going to go lying down. But of course, over in-game right now, you guys can get your hands on the PUBG Mobile Airdrop Carnival, and it's now live. Don't miss the final 3 days this weekend. Log in to summon your airdrop surprise and collect 2025 airdrop vouchers from your chance to win official merch, smartphones, BD partner rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every participant is guaranteed to win rewards. Come and join the Airdrop Carnival and unbox your surprise. Any surprises
start
you
आने
may
लगा
think
गेम।
of here, 7 coming into Erangel.
That I can think of right away? No, none. I just want to see some of those teams that I ended up calling out being a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah.
Especially even if they do end up in position where they maybe are blessed by the circle, I want to see them being a little bit more proactive, try to get those points, try to get those eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, one team I'm going to be looking at, especially this game, is going to be Regnum Karya. They drop in Rozok. There's no contention. There's no hot drop happening over there. They did have a really rough circle this time around on Sanok, but Erangel is by far their best battleground. If there's any time Regnum Karya need to step up, it's right here, right now.
And for the Regnum Karya, it's going to have to come down to just being able to rotate a little bit faster. We were talking about it during that last match, Max. We're saying they're rotating way too slow. It's going to end up hurting them. Guess what? Alter Ego was already set up. And when you have teams playing like how Alter Ego is, being able to control such a big area, if you're going to end up rotating late and not being able to scout, you're just pretty much going to get eliminated.
Of course, you guys are over at home as well. Watching the stream that's going on here, but make sure to have
Falak
the
Saab
map
aa gaya,
feed
Falak Saab.
open to live because
भाई भी सब आएंगे
you huge information.
देखो पाकिस्तान की ओए विनेसिटी भी बैठा हुआ है
हाँ
मेरे ख्याल में वो भी गया है फारूक अहमद भी गया होगा
शायद
Coming from Military Island is not the easiest of things you have to do in this game, Maxpan. And sometimes it was by sometimes it's by cars across roads and things like that. So for them, there is
Room join kar liya
a challenge that you've got to deal with when coming from military.
I mean, especially because, let's keep in mind, unlike in the survival stage, 4 thrives are here. Western Bridge occupied.
यार 4 thrives की बातें हो रही हैं 4 thrives उतरती है फेरी पेयर
फेरी पेयर
और अगर जोन की कोलैबोरेशन हो गई ना मिलिट्री साइड पे तो जल्दी से गाड़ियां पकड़ के निकल जाते हैं बहुत अच्छी हॉट ड्रॉप है उनका
लेट्स सी देखते हैं हम क्या सीन होता है
We have seen Yango Galacticos realize that and be willing to just take some damage from the blue zone, go all the way around into the eastern bridge, and even if they end up rotating late, it works out for them.
It does work out, but I'm just scared not only of 4 thrives because we've seen that normally their hold on Western Bridge is quite passive. They allow teams to move in if it doesn't give them a big advantage in the circle early on. My main issue is going to be when APG and 4 thrives and Yangon Galacticos try to rotate at the same time. Have this big bottleneck situation. That is really what causes teams to
ये तो भाई वाला होगा ना भाई शेख
हाँ ये सब शेख है ये एक कुवैत का है ये जो है अपना एग्नार इसके जो राइट में बैठा हुआ है
वो बावी दिखा रही है उसका
यार देखो सपोर्टिंग होती है ना उनके पास सपोर्ट है
ये अपने अपने मोबाइल लाते हैं सारे
नहीं अभी यार मेरे ख्याल में ये इन्फिनिक्स की तरफ से है इन्फिनिक्स है कि टेक्नो है
गया नेट मेरा फिर अगेन नेट जाने लग गया
ना करो यार ना करो
मेरे रेड हो गई है
इनको फोन देते हैं ये आके सेंसिटिविटी 1-2 दिन पहले चेक करते हैं फिर सेटिंग करते हैं और जो नोकी था वो कह रहा है यार मुझे टेप लगाने नहीं दे रहे वो टेप लगाता है ना ऊपर हल्का सा
But yeah, we're heading over towards Erangel for the first time here over at playoffs. Starting over towards Quarry, heading up over towards Stauber. Very neat little playing path here for most teams, right? We'll be able to get out slightly early over towards Primos, very Pier, as well as Sosnovka, which gives you a little bit more
Okay, कहाँ से जा रहे हैं Query?
Movement's going to be from Sosnovka, which is
Query से लेकर Stalber तक
drop down there.
कहाँ बनेगा जोन तेरे ख्याल से?
Not confirmed. Cool पचिंकी वाली साइड पे
और मुझे लगता है ये मिलिट्री जाएगा या फिर स्टालबर की तरफ जाएगा ऊपर
You see how the standings are looking as well, of course, off the back of that opening game of the
Let us
playoffs.
see.
For power, it was
मुझे मिल्टा वाली साइड पे लग रहा मिल्टा का
one of the teams that everyone's had their eyes
मिल्टा जोर्जो ये साइड नहीं वो सॉरी मिल्टा पावर फार्म
Is there going to be a bit of back for blood game?
मेरे ख्याल में नहीं एपीजी जाएगी अपने ड्रॉप पे वो जाती है मिलिट्री वो इधर नहीं आएंगे
That's a squad that needs to build.
APG currently parachuting over the top of 4 thrives.
ये पीजी जा रही है ड्रॉप पे
यार ना जाओ इनके पास बस कर दो उधर पावर आ गई थी इधर ये आ गए
to at this point, especially now the fourth right.
हाँ मिलता हो रही पुचिंग की सब तेरे वाले आ गए.
Towards the eastern side of the map, Falcons in their beloved Pachinki, as well as Rozok being held by Regnum Kaya, as Maxman was talking about earlier on. Now, was a lot of indecision coming through from Regnum Kaya when it comes to Rozok. Teams often finding a better position in Rozok when the circle heads that way.
नहीं ये यहाँ पे उतरते हैं गाड़ियों के लिए ना.
I think that they got hit with a little bit of an unlucky stick, a few teams on that one.
सब रोटेशन कर रहे हैं अपने अपने ड्रॉप पे जाने के लिए. हम तो भाई जहाँ पे उतर जाए सही है. खैर मेरा भी ड्रॉप एक ही है ना. वो तुम्हें पता है कहाँ पे है.
बोर्ड में नहीं चाहिए
बस. उतरता हूँ. मेरा तो एक ही ड्रॉप है.
Keep it clean, Black. Paintwork on that. It's a nice cool blue. Matches the logo.
She works out very well.
आसिफ अलहमदुनी थैंक ब्रदर लाइक करने के लिए स्ट्रीम को.
Milta, which is free right now, so Thunder Talks can play that one out. Alter Ego sending far over towards the Povka right now, which is very much out of the way, but on this kind of circle.
इसमें ना एक नया एक नई चीज इन्होंने ऐड की है जो पहले वो CSA में भी थी अब इसमें भी है. स्मैश रूल. उसका भी तुम्हें पता नहीं होगा. इस तरह है कि दूसरे दिन जो टीम टॉप पे होती है ना टॉप पॉइंट्स पे, ठीक है, तो उनके पॉइंट्स के साथ 10 पॉइंट्स और ऐड कर लेते हैं. मतलब अगर 100 पॉइंट्स हैं पहली वाली टीम के तो स्मैश पॉइंट्स हो जाएगा 110. ठीक है, 110 हो गया. जिस टीम ने वो स्मैश पॉइंट्स टोटल अचीव कर लिया और उनका चिकन भी हो गया, बस वो टीम उधर से ही चैंपियन. बाकी मैचेस फिर नहीं होंगे.
ये भी सही है, लेकिन उसके लिए सही दबा के खेलना पड़ता होगा फिर तो. और वो टॉप 1 वाले इतने चंगे हैं नहीं कि उनको आगे आने दें.
ये CSA में हुआ था अभी.
They want to prime themselves here, and I think that's fair enough, especially in the first circle. They don't want to spend too much time in Rozok. They'd rather get a central position and then know that there is a chance to send back over towards Rozok later on. So we're not doing any of these shenanigans where we leave 2 players behind.
मेरा तो ओवरले लगा हुआ पूरा प्रॉपर.
If it means they have to kind of work their way
नहीं ओवरले मेरा भी वो मैचेस के लिए लगा हुआ है ना. इसके लिए हल्का फुल्का मैंने सेटिंग बना दी है.
a central position which they know they have priority on right now from the spot that they started.
नट तो बजी दे रहा है.
ये देखो आइडिया को देखो. एरन को देखो.
वो हवा ले रहे हैं.
गाइस स्ट्रीम को लाइक करो, शेयर करो. 8 बंदे देख रहे हैं. आज व्यूअरशिप नहीं आ रही मेरी जान, व्यूअरशिप नहीं आ रही.
हम वाकई ऊंचाइयों
असल में मैं ज्यादातर करता हूँ और क्रिकेट की ना कमेंट्री वगैरह इस चैनल पे, तो हमारे व्यूअर सारे उसी के हैं.
It's a completely alternate playing field, right? It's incomparable. Exactly. Stop that. You can.
Okay, Milta power.
Yeah, we can. Jinx padlock. Throw away the kick.
ये है जी ये स्नैप पुलियाना में.
You know what though? Glad we get a little bit of camera time with DRX here as well. Again, you know, they kind of had a rough early rotation where Fireflux were able to take down 1 player from that team, but they kept it developing. And again, I think there's so much talent for this squad. I'm curious
यार कल मैंने प्रॉपर कैमरा लगाना है.
have this day to look back on going into day 2, where they are in the standings.
अभी किस तरह कर रहे हो आप? वेबकैम लेके आए हो?
अभी तो वेबकैम से लैपटॉप से. अलेक्स स्क्रीन लगाई हुई है, वहाँ पे मैच देख रहा हूँ. पर मजा नहीं आ रहा. असल में सारी टीम गई हुई है डॉक्यूमेंट्रीज बनाने 14 अगस्त के लिए. ये आ गई जी IQ और फलक.
I will say the one thing that is annoying between Nongshim Red Force as well as
Pakistan की शान 4 tribes.
Zizzy. It's like, come on, guys. Let's get a slightly different naming convention going. Just for my sanity, at least.
Well, at least we've only got 1 alpha now.
That's true. Yeah. Fantastic result.
देखो अभी तक एक भी फाइट स्टार्ट नहीं हुई.
ये को मेरी तरह है.
Yeah,
Heavy driver.
Heavy driver.
Honestly, for Alpha 7, they claimed the name earlier, right? For Alpha Gaming, that felt more like BM, in my opinion.
Power
They have the
esports.
chance to do the funniest thing.
Oh, it's Alpha
ये
Gaming.
आईडीज भी इनकी अपनी होती हैं.
Wait a minute.
हाँ, IDs अपनी होती हैं.
The back-to-back. Oh no, hang on, it's a different team.
A different one. That would confuse the social media managers.
Oh yeah,
I'll tell you that now.
that'd throw you off guard. Roll the Alpha set.
मैं मोस्टली देख रहा हूँ सेम बैग है, सेम हेलमेट है सबके.
Pull the fast one on you.
Let's not twist the knife too much.
No more BM. Okay.
They've just come off a pretty saddening defeat.
सब रोटेशन कर रहे हैं देखो. आपने अपनी लूट कर ली है.
We are here live from
अब
Riyadh
निकल रहे
with
हैं.
a thumping, roaring crowd, which is great to see from all instances over the world. Which is
64 के 64 बंदे लाए हुए अभी तक.
everyone coming out to support their team of choice. It's been a slow game so far. We're just a lot.
वो भी कह रहे हैं slow game है.
I think we've lost 0 players. All teams still up and kicking as we head over towards Farmway. Most teams just looking for a more central position on the map. We are
good. तेरी
moving
चुप हो सही
more and
करके.
more away from
एक मिनट मुझे कॉल आ रही है.
a lot of teams putting a lot more stock here towards the center, which will change as time goes on, as more and more spots open up around the edge of the map. You'll see teams getting a lot of success off the back of that, and it's crazy.
live stream रहा
That is sort of the change we're going to see.
यार तो बल्ले की इसमें 4-5 घंटे खुश था.
Thing continues, and it really depends which team's going to be able to take
आओ
it.
जाओ.
Because a lot of times, in my opinion, it's teams that have very good sweeping.
ما خوي ما وزبوزقار مشكلة
Very
دوس.
well, alter ego.
Oh yeah, and we've seen that as well in their gameplay already.
बस
I think
देखो
it's
पोजीशन दे जी सब लोग.
just sort of hammers home that point of the fact that this team couldn't do it all. They could
Huh.
pass the baton amongst one another. It was very nicely played. Krypton with the setup, even when Rosemary goes down, the way they're building back into the game, walking away with chicken dinner. And there's a reason, you throw it out there saying, obviously, I think they could take a back-to-back chicken dinner. here
वादा
tonight.
पसर
But
हमने.
with the talent they've shown, I think they genuinely could. We'll keep our eye on it. See how it goes over the flow.
زي شو بزي او
Nice as
2
well
घंटों
when
के
you
साथ
bring it
उसका
up,
रोम में.
obviously, everyone in the crowd. We saw the highlight there on Al Haji's father. That segment
Oh.
of the crowd representing power. If they keep playing like they did, try and build into that, well, there they are in the Elim feed, taking fights to Thunder Talks. You know they're going to be getting loud.
How can
If
Allah
Isaac
will
Shoes
take
does go down straight away to Ragnar, which is a good opener. He does take a fair lick of
उसको तो
damage,
जरा
which
पासे
is
दे हम दकना शम.
to cover here. Just compound-based gameplay between
ना
both
करना ये आवाज़ है
teams
मोरता.
as the circle they push out towards the western side. And I think it's
World Cup
first
ना
time
दे.
this tournament really seen this area
the
of the map in full
the
over
esports
towards
वाला.
Potato Hill and the southern reaches
आखिर
of it.
रावण.
There's a lot of water. It's not as much as you might think, but
बस उम्दा का शांति
consider
बनी
that
नो.
edge down towards Sosnovka, the
तो कदा
Sully is also
उस लाये शोर शोर थे घंटे शोर था.
You'd be a bit mad to try and confirm down there.
जगुरु का ना
This
जे
one,
ओ 2 घंटों के था उस टाइम.
we are cutting around about 30%, I'd say, out of this map, so it's becoming a little bit more cramped, a little bit more crowded.
सही शो ओके था. वाह 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 ला वक्त ही ले.
Scary as
Okay,
well, watching this rotate in from Team Secret. Another
आपने
squad that
पाकिस्तानी
actually
लगाया हुआ
could
या
be
दूसरा
described
वो
as a very
ऑफिशियल
talented
लगाया हुआ?
massive setup.
नहीं
Well,
ऑफिशियल पाकिस्तानी भी ऑफिशियल है. पर मैंने वो लगाया हुआ वो जरा तेज है ना सबसे.
Let you get away cleanly. You had a spot in the back line there with Rosemary very quickly jumping.
गोल आ गई थी बीच में.
To set up in cover.
कोई मसला नहीं.
Fired out a few bullets to see if he can get a connection over, but they can still chase on this.
मैंने डिस्कॉर्ड पे तो बंद कर दिया था. उस पे स्ट्रीम लैब पे. तुम्हारी तरफ आ रही होगी आवाज.
हल्की हल्की आ रही थी.
Who's been able to swipe round, get in front of them. Ida as well as Fireflux are in front.
असल में शादी है ना इधर. तो वो अबू कह रहे हैं कि आ जाओ चलते हैं. मैंने कहा मैं तो फ्री नहीं हूँ.
Neither are Team Secret. There is potential though to just completely back off this angle. Make a very wide wrap over towards school side and play there. It is out of bounds in terms of where a lot of the high prior locations are, but it gives you a safe approach into the circle. Alva right now, the Hound on the team.
इनको कहाँ से पड़ रही है?
Looking to take a sniff over towards Shelter.
अच्छा 40 मार रही है इनको.
You can get a good read on this.
वो उनका एक बंदा मर भी गया टीटी वालों का.
हाँ एक किल मिल गया ना पावर को.
Inside of the blue is Alva. Jumps out of the vehicle for a second, quick bit of looting.
वो मैं कॉल पे था उस टाइम.
There as well. You see it established here on the map screen as we get that next zone coming in.
नेक्स्ट जोन किधर जा रहा है, किधर जा, बस 40 पे आ जाए मजा आ जाएगा। ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है, हल्का हल्का आ गया।
IQ जोन में हल्का हल्का।
हाँ IQ फलक दोनों जोन में। ओके ओके, ये ने रश कर दिया। ये अब निकलेंगे, वो नहीं आने वाले, बाकी खिलाड़ी दो उनके चले गए। एक और पड़ा हुआ है छत पे, जाके उसको फिनिश करो।
ओ छुरे और ये इधर FF वाला की भी फाइट हो गई।
FF वाले भी गए यार, वो चाइनीज टीम है, इन पे इस तरह अंधा पुश नहीं करना।
वो भाग गया FF, जो सोलो था
उसने भागना ही है।
और ये मर जाएगा।
ड्रेसिंग चेक करो, ड्रेसिंग चेक करो।
पता था ये उतर जाएगा।
इनके सामने गाड़ी में नहीं जाना, फिर बगी में।
गलती की है इसने बहुत बड़ी। ये वाला भी, ये भी जाएंगे अब ओपन आउट।
जॉकर इधर आ गया, जॉकर। मेरे ख्याल में ये एक की रह गया है। हाँ इसके 3 बंदे मार दिए थे ना उसने, रैग्नम कारिया ने।
Alpha charges further forward. Line of sight blocked from the smoke wall that's been deployed from the remaining members of Horha.
नेट जा रहा है, नेट जा रहा है।
Alpha's going to be looking for this one on target.
गलत नेट कर दिया है, गलत नेट कर दिया है।
To get that final shot off back towards Sleepy. An exchange of shrapnel. No fear, at least with a little bit of cover to play with. Slightly harder to get those nades in with the smoke shrouding it as well, but he bails now with his teammate falling further back to provide cover.
Yeah, you got to keep backing this one off now. It's a nice bit of high ground.
होरा को पड़ रही है दूसरी साइड टीटी की तरफ से।
Curious to see how Alter Ego want to play. So now
होरा के बंदे भी दो ही हैं
बस।
हाँ दो इनके चले गए ना, कहाँ गए हैं?
They are darted across the road, allowing them to get a lot of information going towards the future. Take a couple of pot shots here and there.
Abrar Ahmed, thanks for liking the stream.
I mean, they have just been taking names slowly but surely.
40 YG TS के बाद Falcon PAG, ये भी चुप करके बैठे हैं आराम से पीछे बैकग्राउंड।
हाँ सब जो जोन में देखो लास्ट में निकल आते हैं, ना निकले चलो चिकन डिनर के तो 10 पॉइंट्स आ जाएंगे ना।
Very nice take coming through from Regnum Kaya, and that might have just bumped their point scoring up by a fair bit. There is a slight issue with that compound where some of the angles are cut off to you. You don't have all the information in the world, but this is the sort of position that's going to keep you safe for a long, long time.
40 को देखो,
games we've seen from Regnum Kaya.
40 को देखो, ये कहाँ से आ रहा है?
Feels like sometimes they pull those punches and won't
40
fully
से
commit to
खाली
play.
है।
So it's nice to see, you know, you've committed to
वो
an idea
आगे से
that you can make it work.
जगह क्लियर कर रहे हैं ना।
Just need to keep that consistency, buying confidence good though.
Even that survival stage,
40 पकड़ सकती है ये, जो इनके आगे कौन सी टीम की पता नहीं। YG मेरे ख्याल से।
Even those spots where it felt like they didn't really have position to play, these are drive-by
ये देखो,
nades as well.
ड्राइव करते हुए नेट फेंक रहा है बंदा।
I'm surprised not even a single knock there. I think if they even found one more nade towards that position, it would have been an easy cleanup for them and an easier decision to roll out, cutting out a big threat on the north
इंग्लिश
side.
वाला देख रहा हूँ ना चैनल।
हाँ जी।
हाँ वो सही है, चलो इकट्ठे ही वही रहेगा। ओके अलहाजी का नेट टीटी के ऊपर गया।
Into it very easily cleaned up with such a sliver of HP between the four of them. They can reset with the supplies they have.
एनएस ने अच्छी जगह पकड़ी है, पर वही कि वो पिंच भी हो जाएंगे।
पावर
का किया, इजी किया, इजी किया।
Easy knockdown because of it. This is Thunder Talks. Is the last man in Zen.
ये इजी को फिनिश डालेगा पहले। नहीं कवर हो गया।
ओह
कवर में।
टीटी का गया।
Eliminating Thunder Talks. He's pointing to
TT eliminate.
Fishinga is just a case of it's close.
वो किस HP पे उसको बचाया है वो देखो।
Easy's in one of these
और है ना, ये हमारा वाला कवर नहीं है। इजी ऑल भी गया।
Oh, hang on a minute. You might
इजी ऑल गया बिल्कुल, रोजमेरी और रोजमेरी भी गया। रोजमेरी डोमिनेशन पे जब उसने 3 किल निकाल लिया हाँ उसको मिल जाएगा रिवाइव मिल जाएगा रिवाइव मिल गया
ये एलिमिनेट होगी पूरी
ये खत्म
with that explosive arrow, and it's something new, it's something different, and he finds success out of it. Like we said, it doesn't always pop up too often in the Elim feed, but the amount of space that Weibo gains off of Sook, wielding the bow and letting loose some absolute ringers.
Weaponizing the crowd there as well. You could see the excitement. We mentioned it, man. Would we be seeing it in playoffs?
Why Malik, thanks for liking the stream, brother. Share कर दो यार, share कर दो stream को share कर दो. Hasan Khan, thanks for following.
And like you said, this now presents more opportunities for other teams.
Falcon versus 40.
It's not the craziest point disparity in the mid portion there, but you're going to take that if they're not here.
फलक को घेर लिया बाहर
Priority compounds here inside this circle, which you can easily
बजी का एक टायर खत्म है
which is available over at PUBG Mobile Esports at YouTube.
वो जा रही उसकी टीम उस पे
गई
नाइस
गया
नाइस
यार अपने बंदे को भी निकाल लिया उधर नॉक भी करा एक और नॉक मेरे ख्याल में
और ये फलक के
नेट्स
और वन मोर ने
ये गया
बच गया लेफ्ट भाग गया
और 40 के 2 बंदे बच गए नॉक ही बचा हुआ है
Yeah, slashing swipe coming through here. In the meantime, Alter Ego have had one player knocked, but they are currently taking
half HP करा दिया
towards Potato Hill as the circle move far towards
और कोऑर्डिनेट
ये गया
sending nades out. Redox certainly
गया ओ नाइस वो भी गया
नाइस
it needs to be on target, but it's not meant to be. It's 4 thrives are able
4 किल आ गए गुड
Falcons will be brought low from the
सिर्फ फलक गया ना इनका हाँ बस आईक्यू को भी रिवाइव मिल जाएगा आराम से मिल जाएगा रिवाइव
Falcon all died
Falcon गई
फलक बहुत गलत खेल रहा है
फलक असल में आगे जाके खेलता है ना किल निकाल लेता है
हाँ ना बहुत फास्ट खेल रहा वो
आईक्यू के भी 2 बंदे नॉक हैं
YG वाले भी गए
YG हैं अभी 2 बंदे अलाइव हैं 1 नॉक है
ऊपर रोटेशन मार गया बड़ी जल्दी वाली
ओके रोज मेरी गया ये इनका की प्लेयर है क्रिप्टोन भी नॉक पड़ा हुआ है
अलवा बड़ी गंदी रोटेशन मार गया अगेन
बहुत वो लास्ट गेम में भी इसने मारा था ना रोटेशन पावर का भी एक नॉक पड़ा हुआ है वेबो का भी एक नॉक पड़ा हुआ है
just need to pick Krypton back up
वापस आ गया
technically he is
देखो ये वेट कर रहे थे कि यहाँ पे कोई आएगा हम मारेंगे तब नेट गया गए यार इसने कितना वेट किया है इसने कितना वेट किया उसका यार अभी एक रहता है इनका बस
massive spree coming through in this game from Alter Ego over towards Yangon Galacticos. It is the Galactic
वो निकल रहा है उसकी बगी का टायर भी पंचर है और जा रहा है वेबो के सामने
That's the go pistol to push up for them as well. And similarly for Moana, it's time to bail.
40 के 2 बंदे तीसरा कब गया
तीसरा नॉक पड़ा हुआ था हाफ 0 एचपी था वो मर गया होगा
आईक्यू था ना
वो नॉक था ना
गया
हो गया ने सही
परफेक्ट यार असल में ये और इसमें ना गन्स के वो आते हैं नोटिफिकेशन कुछ भी नहीं आते हैं ये सिर्फ साउंड से गेम खेलते हैं लाइक PUBG PC इसमें सब कुछ ऑफ होता है ओके T24 नॉक T24 फिनिश नॉक ही रहता है मेरे ख्याल में अभी बस अभी उसे सर्वाइवल निकालना है यार YG बड़े अच्छे स्पॉट पे है
रोमियो को ये अगर मिल गया ना किसी का भी एंगल ये ले जाएगा आराम से नॉक फिनिश
और ये जोन से बाहर DRX अच्छा ये DRX है 40 के पास जोन है मेरे ख्याल में नहीं है नाइस नेट ओहो गाड़ी का टायर पंचर गया ये गया instant smoke instant smoke
as well because either are just firing shots down Rage. You've instantly got to try and reset from this one, but there's further damage done. Knock behind the tree, quick bandage.
ये पावर करके आ रही है ये 5 किल उन्होंने किए हैं वेबो के 5 हैं
Clean connection back onto DRX.
But DRX trying to get through here. Nongshin Red Force wasn't going to let it
छोटी के बिकिल अच्छे निकला है वो बहुत जल्दी कर गई
ये इसी तरह ही होता है ये जब किल निकालने पे आ जाए ना ओए होए होए इजी गया इजी नॉक फिनिश DRX ने करा दिया ये भी गया और गाड़ी चढ़ा दी Ragnar भी गया First vehicle elimination.
Damage is good onto DRX, but they both go down because of it, resulting in a bit of a stalemate from the crash.
Power का सिर्फ एक ही रह गया यार 6 किल हैं उनके वेबो के पीछे हैं
Behind that smoke wall, and then of course Regnan Kario, the compound high ground position as well. The nice split, Silas set up further ahead. Yeah, this is going to get more and more intense.
AE को इस बार इन्होंने सही पहली मार दी है लेकिन 4 किल करके गई वो
The nice thing about Regnan Kario as well is that we mentioned it beforehand where there are proactive
जा जल्दी जा
allow themselves to be caught up in the moment and just sit around feet up watching telly inside these compounds. They are very much active on the outside.
छठा जोन है ना
They took shots over towards Alpha Gaming. They cut out over towards that south side. It's not a crazy amount of points able to find this game.
दो नेट्स
Elim's just a 3.
नहीं गलत
वो पीछे होगी बहुत ज़्यादा
On that southwest side. Weibo are in front of them, as you've mentioned. I'd like to see how they're going to handle this into the future because it's some weird.
अभी 4 बंदे जिनके जिंदा है वो NS वाले हैं REG वाले हैं
आईडीए को देखो रेगनम का कारिया के भी 4 के 4 बंदे लाए ये देखो ये कहां पे बैठे हुए हैं दो बंदे रेगनम का कारिया के
That's what you were talking about, of course. Obviously for Weibo, just a few steps ahead, just tucked in. A little bit of cover to work with. At least you've got the detonated vehicles, and it's actually for the last man left for powder. So he's just over by the tree line there. It's
गया
बहुत प्यारा स्प्रे
A bare chance
गया ये गया
immediately. This is what I mean from Regnan Kario.
किधर से बचोगे मेरी जान ये उसको रिवाइव देने भी नहीं जाएंगे
Going forwards, that next circle doesn't cut either out either. So now Regnan Kario has to go for something very quick. They know the exact location.
इधर होता है ना हमारा कोई बंदा सर्जन होता है रोल अप यार रिवाइव कर
नोकी गया नोकी को मार दिया
Towards that north side, I don't think it's going to.
8वें पे मिले अगर 8वें पे गए तो 1 पॉइंट मिल चुका होगा
4वें पे
Maybe the chance on towards these two players.
नहीं अभी ये देखो इसके पास क्या है एरो यार चाइनीज बहुत यूज करते हैं
And as we've seen, either have been able to do so much.
NS versus idea.
This might actually give them an opportunity.
Oh, दूर से मार गया भाई जी वालों का
Oh, pre-net check करो
close. Zizzy takes the brunt of the damage. Aaron priming another one as well. It's Doc C. He saw it. What's going on? Goes back in for a second look. Finally shuts down Rita.
That was crazy. Silas moving up top there. We'll find Silas. We'll finish him off there as well. I mean,
APG versus Regnum Karia. गए Regnum Karia. So instant eliminate.
Oh, nice net.
You knew about Alpha for so
long. बड़े गंदे नेट मारी.
Was presented from the commotion thrown between this fight on your screens. They go for it back.
नीचे IDA ऊपर है NS.
वो भी गया. ज़बरदस्त बिनी भी गया.
Not at all. I think Alpha Gaming played a bit of a blind on that one, but blinding powder of the Regnum Kario. It would seem. Doc C moves up over towards Ida, finding Dark.
बस इनका एक ही रह गया. APG भी गई मेरे ख्याल में. APG के 2 बंदे रह गए.
an explosion on the vehicle. They are just
एनएस वालों का भी एक नॉक है, आईडी वालों का भी एक नॉक है.
and once again
टीम सीक्रेट किल चुरा रही है.
to make it through. This team is bulletproof.
4 किल करके फ्री के. 2 यहाँ से चोरी कर गए. कोई एक और चोरी.
नहीं ये तो इनका अपना था. 1v1. Oh, nice DBS.
That's the peak up from Doxy. The DBS finally able to finish him off, but at what cost? One
5
player
kills.
left, just him.
Gives me Yang on Galacticos as well.
Top 5. Top 5 हैं अभी लोग.
Favorable positions
जो
going
वाई
टीम सीक्रेट के 3 है. YG के 3 है, वेबो के 3 है. NS वाली की HP देखो. नजर भी नहीं है.
ये चेक करो इसको देखो.
Just sending shots in, making life
क्या चीज़ है
extremely
यार.
difficult for Doxy. He is on the low ground.
फेंकी जा रहा है इस टाइम का.
उसकी हेल्थ भी जा रही है ना उधर. उसकी हेल्थ चेक करो, उसकी हेल्थ भी जा रही है.
मर जाएगा ये. ओह फुल हेल्थ कर गया.
ये देखो. ये चेक करो, ये चेक करो.
They're getting close. Just consistent bombardment. Doxy struggling. Now moving forward, Sook will see a nade come his way.
रुक नहीं रहा.
वेबो और वाईजी इनकी 6 किल हैं.
गया. बस गया. खत्म. वो खत्म हो गई NS. ये भी गया. गया. वेबो गई पूरी गई.
I want to call it teamwork between both teams, but it's an agreement, right? You both have an extremely strong position. Let's get rid of the teams that could cause problems for us later on before we
Can I think so मेरे ख्याल से इनका
Top 3.
नहीं लेकिन पीछे इनके बंदे हैं.
YG का है.
मुझे भी यही लग रहा है YG.
You what an aid यार.
Damage back over, slapping him there, forcing him into a bit of a rough spot. 3 squads going head to head, of course. And Alpha Gaming only have the one man left alive. That's
अल्फा के पास एक ही बंदा है. वो देखो. आधा जोन में आधा जोन से बाहर.
अल्फा जाएगा मरेगा.
He's going to make a break for
YG उधर ही खड़ी है.
Definitely saw him, was wondering why he went for that play. I don't think he had much choice in that situation. Mona had actually pushed off that.
पुश कर दिया टीम सीक्रेट ने.
या एक डाउन.
2v2.
ये भी जाएगा.
Okay.
दूसरा भी डाउन.
एक ही रह गया.
1v2. बंदा उठाएगा.
वो निभाया जा रहा है.
I mean, just make it as hard as possible. A 3v1. There's absolutely no way that Jackie should be able to get himself out of this one.
YG the winner.
YG का check.
हाँ ये इन्फिनिक्स है ना. नया जो आया अभी.
हाँ.
120 FPS वाला पता नहीं.
144. हार्ड्स हैं. 120 FPS ये कर लेता है. यार 8.1 जेन लगा हुआ एलीट प्रोसेसर. ये तो बड़ा उदास लग रहा है.
Nice solid slaps of the hands. Everyone congratulating one another. The arena starting to get excited as well with the way these games have been going. And yeah, they should be celebrating. They played some great games. Heads up maneuvers again as well.
अभी 4 मैच हो रहे हैं. 7:30 बजे तक हो गई. 7:30 8 बजे तक.
ये होगा.
The action keeps on going. Join us for more in a couple of minutes time.
वही उसकी फ्री फायर में आ गया. इसने ये बड़ा गलत किया था.
फिर 2.5 मिनट का ब्रेक.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists only on Spotify.
अब next कौन सा
The
है?
official audio streaming partner
मैं
अभी फिर से एरेंगल है।
ESPORTS World Cup.
देखो पहले होता है सेनॉक, फिर 3 एरेंगल, फिर 2 मेरा मार।
वो नीचे दे रहे हैं ना अभी। अब next एरेंगल, फिर एरेंगल, मेरा मार। मेरी शुरू में वाचिंग आई है, शुरू में नेट ही नहीं चला, अब वाचिंग ही नहीं आ रही। बस हाँ, मेरे साथ हमेशा ऐसी होती है, जब वाचिंग आती मेरा नेट ही करके दे।
वॉचिंग कितनी है यार? मेरी नहीं आ रही फेसबुक पे वॉचिंग।
मेरी अभी कोई भी नहीं है।
आज नहीं आ रही, मेरी 2 वॉचिंग आ रही है। नॉर्मली क्रिकेट मैच में अच्छी आती है।
ना आपकी वो पब्लिक वो वाली बनी हुई है, क्रिकेट वाली।
हाँ, क्रिकेट वाली बनी हुई है। अठारह लाइक्स और 51 शेयर्स।
Yangon Galacticos blasting off at the speed of light.
हाँ तो भाईजान लेटा हूँ पूरा।
Or prepare to fight. We have got ourselves 7 and Max Man here.
सीट पेयर पे वो दूसरी वाली है ना, ये करके वो सामने मजे से टेबल पे पाँव रखे हैं।
I think they're happy they had a very northern plane that was not good for them, because that allowed them to drop into Great St. George Bowl and actually get the northern rotate into the circle. And actually, there were very little teams going up in that northern position. We did have Ultrigo eventually try and clash on Potato Hill itself, but the nades from Cloud in particular were key to claim all of Potato Hill for themselves and take the win at the end.
One of the slowest teams to
चलो जी
rotate
बर्गर ऑर्डर करिए।
their sweet time. I think at one point it was circle 3. All the teams were just
कौन से वाला?
on that center area.
बस ध्यान रखो, बाकी तुम खुद समझदार हो।
I really enjoyed how they were able to surprise Alter Ego. Alter Ego
बस
was
बीफ
not
मत
expecting
करना।
to be able to come up from behind them.
नहीं, इधर चिकन वाला हमारे सामने बनता है।
They were waiting in Potato Hill. You were saying
बस
during
ठीक
the
है।
break too. Well, we were watching the game. They just waited for so long.
That's the scary thing about Potato Hill, right? Like you can have multiple teams exist up
जरूर
there,
यार इतना मजे का
also have
सालन बना हुआ है
decent
यार।
defensive positions as well. So
Really
they
ghost।
took that fight perfectly against Alter Ego, who was going to be a
Really
huge threat,
ghost।
and then
ताने?
T moves in later on here, Max.
I mean, actually,
नहीं जी, नहीं कहना।
had a really
क्यों?
good match this
नहीं
time
पसंद?
around. 11 points on the board again.
क्या?
करेले गोश्त।
करेला गोश्त? नहीं नहीं, करेला मुझे नहीं पसंद। बाकी सब ओके है।
मैं भेज नहीं सकता आपको, मैं भेजता आप खाओगे तो आप कहोगे यार दोबारा बना के भेज।
ओके, 4 ट्राइब्स के 5 पॉइंट्स है, सही है। तो 6 पॉइंट्स हो गए टोटल। यंगॉन के आगे 22, वेबो के 12, टीम सीक्रेट, अल्फा गेमिंग टॉप पे चली गई होगी, क्योंकि दोनों मैचेस में अच्छे पॉइंट्स निकाले उन्होंने। नहीं, अल्टर के पास भी 4 पॉइंट्स हैं। यार होरा को क्या हो गया यार? 2 मैचेस में कुछ नहीं किया।
Alpha Gaming once again being able to get into some of the later stages of this match here, Seven.
It came down to what they were able to do with the 4 vehicles. They had 4 vehicles being able to just create a big barrier. And on top of that, for this team, they kept getting blessed by the circle. They really didn't have to do much. They were able to just hold off a lot of people. And that's the scariest thing with this team. We know they have the fragging power. We know if they set themselves in a position where they actually have the full squad, they're going to be super scary. And they were able to showcase it perfectly in that scenario.
Yeah, I mean, if they're able to survive a little bit more like that every single match, now, what big chicken dinner could set them apart from the rest of the team?
It's Yangon wall to wall for our match report here. Not too much surprise considering the space that they were able to control. Say Cloud, as you were mentioning before, Max, looking fantastic in this game.
Yeah, I mean, almost 1.4k damage right there. He is very high in that one angle.
What did make a noise?
Yeah, do the noise.
Wow! There you go.
I missed that.
I mean, it's been actually worth it over a year since I've been able to make a noise. So there you go.
It's been so long.
I know.
Next is going to be a jingle. We got to figure out a jingle.
I'll figure out a jingle. Don't you worry. I don't know who for.
I thought it was going to be on the spot.
क्रिप्टो नहीं, क्रिप्टो गायब हो गया
Seen some
यार.
replays actually of the car 4.
क्या क्रिप्टो अभी फिर से फॉर्म में आ रहा है?
Have hovercraft. We've got hovercraft at
क्रिप्टो का ब्रश बड़ा मजेगा.
car fortress created on the edge of the
अभी वो पाकिस्तान में जो टूर्नामेंट्स हो रहे हैं ना वो चेक करो यार. बहुत तेज हो गई अभी. 2 टूर्नामेंट्स हुए, दोनों विन किए हैं.
चलो वो भी कर लेंगे. अभी ये 3 दिन ये करते हैं ना, फिर वो देखते हैं इसका क्या हिसाब है. भी कर लेंगे.
नहीं वो तो खत्म हो गया है अभी. रियल मी का था.
I was talking about how this team just tends to play so slow that they might not be used to just making those quick pushes, and I felt like it showcased perfectly in that scenario right there. And then on top of that, for Fireflux, they were also trying to do a crash on WBG. They seemed like they got ahead too. They ended up getting a knock, but they were just too slow to react and ends up backing away. For this teams, they got to be able to adjust on how aggressive the lobby is.
I think Nungshin was happy to gamble on that compound, right? Because if it does go to that compound, the circle, then it's so hard for these teams to push into that. So they were also thinking about where they were going to transition and how they were going to transition, Max. It's just, it gets dicey trying to go up to the Wizard Tower, trying to do something there and keep yourself going in the late stages.
You cannot say the Nongshim don't that specific circle, that compound with the 3 buildings is just
ये वेट बहुत खतरनाक है यार. इतना वेट कराते हैं दूसरे मैच में.
Oh no, इतना घंटा हो गया वेट करा रहे हैं.
Crash on those positions. I kind of want to pivot the conversation over to power.
Sure.
I think we're very indecisive. There are 2 options. Maybe fight Regnum Karya, maybe fight the side of Nongshim Red Force. They decide to send it in the center between those 2 teams, and
असल में मीटिंग होती है ना इन सब की.
at all in the later stage. I think at that point you pick a compound.
हाजी तो पापा जी के साथ जा रहे हैं.
अल हाजी का जो फादर है ना बहुत एक्टिव है यार.
As you mentioned it was kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation, Seven, right? Like, even if they choose another option that isn't that kind of road through the middle of those compounds, it's still going to be very difficult to make those crashes happen, but maybe it could have yielded more points.
It is. I feel like they would have just gone for the crash. At least you're not going to have so many teams looking at you. You're not going to be letting yourself open for so many third parties for this team. And the only thing is, like, we're able to kind of say this in hindsight, right? We're seeing everything that's going on, but for them, if they would have been able to make that crash with the firepower that they've been able to showcase in the previous stage, in survival stage, I feel like they might have been able to etch them out.
It's all you go for compound crash, or you're in between Regnum Karya, Nongshim Red Force, and Sook, where the explosive bow is going to keep you at bay. I would take my chances on a compound crash.
I have a bone to pick with Sook and the explosive bow, because you and I have been talking about this for the longest time. I really enjoy it. But one thing that Sook needs to be able to do is make sure that he doesn't get tunnel vision. And I feel like that's exactly what was happening there in that scenario. He was just super tunnel vision, and then whenever he actually decided to go away from the explosive bow, he lost the focus, and the Nongshim Red Force guy was able to knock him.
Yeah, there was only so much you can do with that explosive bow, right? Like, he was just saying, okay,
बचा तेरा कहाँ तक पहुँचा कंकर?
मेरा वही 5000 की रैंकिंग में अटका हुआ है. प्लस ही नहीं मिलता हर गेम. माइनस.
Problematic for sure.
I don't hate it. That's the thing. I don't hate it. I just wish that he wouldn't be so just
मिनिमम 700 प्लस चाहिए.
It was good suppression, but the team wasn't able to get angles on the guy because they just had so much smokes.
Oh, wait. Is that for today only?
3,000 damage from Al-Hajj?
Yeah.
There's no way.
3,000 damage.
I mean, they
Yeah.
drives on the first.
ये बंदा कर क्या रहा है?
And that survival time is very low. What is that?
We'll have to.
Anyway, moving on. Yeah, for sure. I mean, they could have tried to do something down towards the bottom. A little bit different. Not going to be the way for power here, though. Beyond all of that, though,
हॉकी टीम का भी ठीक ठाक डैमेज है ये
नहीं ये आज का नहीं होगा यार, ये आज का नहीं होगा।
For me, this game, they weren't indecisive. They actually made a really good call trying to surround Falcons on the western
क्योंकि इतने तो इनके kills नहीं हैं आज। ये अभी तक के सारे मैचेस के मेरे ख्याल में इनके हैं। सर्वाइवल ग्रुप स्टेज आ गए, लड़के वापस आ गए सब।
Maybe that's why they became so impatient, because they're trying to change that, and I'm hoping that they don't end up overdoing it.
फलक
हो जाओ तैयार। फलक IQ Noki and T24 अच्छा पावर इनके बगल में बैठी है।
And some interesting PUBG Mobile up to this point blank.
वो तो बंद करो अंकल।
Excited, rooting for their hometown heroes, seeing who's going to be able to walk away at the top of the
ये सही बोर होते होंगे यहाँ पर बैठ के।
अच्छा eSports World Cup के लिए इन्होंने अलग सिटी बनाई हुई है पूरे प्रॉपर।
Usage of the map and the terrain in general. Overall, I think it's a great point to pick up.
अगर $5 लाख दे सकते हैं तो उनके लिए सिटी क्या चीज़ है?
नहीं $5 लाख मतलब 3 मिलियन सिर्फ इनके हैं, पबजी के, टेकन के भी इतने हैं, मतलब इस पे डोटा भी है, फ्री फायर भी है, हर एक गेम ही है, हर एक गेम के टूर्नामेंट्स हो रहे हैं।
आप लगाओ ना।
तकरीबन टोटल 70 मिलियन है।
80 damage numbers coming up on the screen, but over 3 players. And that point, I think I would have liked for them to go for a bit more of a Hail Mary.
अब जोन कहाँ का बनेगा?
If they moved out for gaming, I think that their late game would have been very, very different.
ये अगर
देखते हैं अभी
जॉर्जियो की अगर पहाड़ी पे बन गया ना जोन, मजा आएगा। फिर मजा आएगा, मजा।
The difference, if you even cast your mind further back, the drive-by nade on the scout, all of them left on what, sub sort of 12 HP, really. You could have converted on that. One knock probably would have been the go pistol for them.
ये top players हैं।
But won't win you championships.
वो सबका दिखा रहे थे।
रोज़मेरी इजी से क्लाउड। रोज़मेरी फर्स्ट पे।
ये ग्रुप स्टेजेस में भी फर्स्ट पे था।
There were only 2, but I think that scenario is you just have to take a chance on it. I think for Regnum Kai,
तो थर्ड मैच चल रहा है अभी। मिलिट्री
very obvious to me right now.
40 वो लोग उधर ही हैं, ब्रिज के पास ही।
हाँ वो उधर ही उतरते हैं ना, पेरीफेयर साइड पे उतरते हैं। ये देखो जियोल को देखो, वो कहाँ पे उतरा है? ओके यहाँ पे हो गए TT वर्सेस YG।
शॉट के पास पिस्टल है, और भी शॉट गन मिल गई।
Out here up against Thunder Talks early on the drop. Bit of room to work with those. They could avoid the fight if they want to.
Thunder Talks का एक बंदा यहाँ पे पिंच हो गया है।
So a lot of teams will need to get a move on. Power already heading out over that bridge.
निकल भी सकता है वैसे बैक से।
पावर को देखो, रोटेशन मार ली है।
Contention at the moment. See how that fight does pan out between those two teams.
ये फुल टॉप पकड़ के बैठ जाएंगे मेरे ख्याल से।
A big high from that last game. We'll see if that momentum does bleed through. Power Esports going to send even higher to the heights from last game.
APG के किल निकलेंगे आज। अगर उन्होंने टाइम से ब्रिज कर लिया ना कैंप।
ओह नॉक, ओह नाइस TP किंग। एक
खत्म विदाउट एनी स्कोप, और किससे मारे? थॉमसन से।
First elimination.
Missed the shots. Maybe I need to fake him out a little bit. Instead, just made it extremely easy to line up that shot. Still impressive with the Tommy as well to hit at that distance. Origo aren't done yet either as they pick up an initial knock over towards Fireflux, which is one of their most difficult rotations.
FFB किया, रोज़मेरी ने भी किल कर लिया।
Origo need to come out from the Povka. I like that they send a player out early.
जी उधर गालियाँ देते होंगे वैसे। हॉल में बैठ के।
पता नहीं है उनका।
ये पाकिस्तानी तो रह नहीं सकते विदाउट गालियों के।
It's Krypton in fact that sent out first.
नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट इतने बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म पे गालियां कहां से देंगे?
That changes their rotation. It changes their plan on this entire map.
Scary as well for Fireflux as a roster overall, because I think that squad, you know, we were sort of talking about this idea of being able to build your confidence, feed the hot hand, keep
ये पकड़ेगा, हाँ ये टीटी पकड़ेगा एक में।
एचपी देखो बंदे की।
उतरेगा, ये उतरेगा, उतरेगा।
उतार लिया। बस गए उनके बंदे भाग गए। टीटी का एक बंदा ऊपर से जा रहा है।
That's a bit of a rough start considering you've just taken your opening chicken dinner.
Yeah, King living up to the name of the weapon used there. Putting a nasty mark over towards Yangon Galacticos with the sky.
ये देखो. Rosemary.
It was Rosemary. I wasn't wrong. Seeing things. But yes, a nice play.
YG का एक और भी गया.
Find the initial play.
Team secret क्या तो?
Fireflux, and as Yangon Galacticos tried to escape, it's no secret. That kind of rotation is not going to go unpunished.
Shoot का नो मजाक.
बस एक ही रहता है इनका.
Felt rough to watch that one. Kind of uncomfortable.
ये भी मरेगा.
आ रहे हैं इसके पीछे आ रहे हैं. रुक गया.
Zeros is going to send forward. It's a straight shot over towards.
दो साइड से पेंच है हाँ.
Galacticos after what was an incredible performance last
तो
okay, नीचे एक और टीम है. YG गई. Second स्पॉट्स खाली हो चुका है सबके लिए.
CS और TT के टॉप के हैं फिलहाल तो.
ये देखो, ये कहाँ पे पहुँच चुके हैं?
If you're one of these squads as well that are only a few points behind, your eyes are now going to light up. That's a prime opportunity, right, where you're thinking, okay, time with Alpha, both having 23 points. You get no elims from that, no placements. We can start to lap you. We can start to climb further up the ladder.
एक मैच था यहाँ पे एरेंगल का ना, उसमें 14 ने 12 किल निकाले थे. और जोन का पता नहीं था कि उस तरफ जाएगा कि इस तरफ. दो बंदे इनके मिलिट्री साइड बैठे हुए थे ब्रिज पे, दो बंदे उस तरफ बैठे हुए थे. ओए एपीजी पे जा रहे हैं.
डायरेक्ट पुश मार रहे हैं क्या साथ है इनका.
और एपीजी पे पुश नहीं मारना, निकलो.
Coming through from fourth rise because these last two games have felt hectic, and even now it feels like you could sense the pressure that is on fourth rise. They send away.
बच गया.
They might have wanted to challenge for it. They realize players are there, so they're going to look for something a bit more open for them.
Oh, यार क्या किल निकाला है इस बंदे ने.
He hit him on the barrel roll. I mean, that's still impressive to get it out there.
ये किल चेक किया?
That shot happened, but if he'd hit him on the barrel roll, that would have probably been the play of the year so far. But fourth rise, yeah, they're looking for a more open area on the map. They're going to head over towards airstrip to make that one work.
ये जा कहाँ पे रहे हैं?
This is an important game for them, in my opinion. Setting marker really high early on in the tournament, super important, because with Smash ruling, day 1, day 2 become
ये सिर्फ उनकी छोटी जगह पे आ गए.
to get towards that top side and at least get as close as possible to first place.
ब्रिज देखो कोई भी कैंप नहीं है.
To open up match point on day 3.
फाल्कन बैठी हुई है.
हो गया इनका.
Scenario for them. And I think
ये वो लॉल है प्रवा. नहीं
यार फजूल कैंप यार.
0 HP पे वो चला गया.
अब उनकी खैर नहीं है.
Trying to take some shots back, make it uneasy for them to just hold locked in position on these angles.
I'm surprised QZZ actually got through there.
Yeah.
अब ये निकलेंगे यहाँ से. इन्होंने ब्लेंडर मार दिया.
जीप किया ने ना इतना अच्छा खासा वो मुंह पे आ रहा था इसके. तो बंदा उतारने नहीं हुआ. ये लो ये तो पानी में गिर गए माशाल्लाह.
तो इन्हें तो नहीं पता ना वो सब निकल चुके हैं.
Playing around the beachhead. Only a couple of teams still yet to make their way in. It's Ida as well as Regnum Kaya. The upstart
Rozok में लड़ रही है अभी.
Titans.
और अभी जोन में.
Head to head here and Rozok both
Out of
teams
zone.
will need to leave soon as
जोन भी डैमेज देगा इनको.
a lot of squads already confirming over towards Sosnovka.
पावर वाले ये फिर रहे हैं.
Late aquatic rotate as well for Origo there, keeping themselves.
आइडिया का एक बंदा नॉक है.
Like you say, Regnum and Ida.
ओए अल्टर ईगो को देखो कहाँ से बोट में रोटेशन मार रहे हैं. मिल्टा पावर से
ये टीटी
बैक
के
साइड
पीछे
पे आ रहे
आएंगे
हैं।
टीटी वालों के
वही
बैक से
40 किलो का चेक करो, बिल्कुल स्प्लिट है सब।
Horror can just move across. Should be able to
40
move
to
across
40
pretty
फिर क्या
comfortably
कर
as well.
सकते
I don't think this is too treacherous of a path for them. No Indiana Jones style type of traps on that bridge right now as Scarface.
गलत खेल रही है 40 पता नहीं क्या ही कर रही है आज
Real easy rotate for
आज
नहीं,
them.
ये इसी तरह ही कर रही है, ये इसी तरह ही करते हैं।
Ease of
ये
access.
नजर आ गया
They
इसको
could head over towards
हाँ,
the
ये आ
coastal
गया,
side
ये
of
गई,
Erangel main island.
चाइनीज टीम
Swim
गई।
across or just send the vehicles in and try and play on that beachhead, which is definitely a possibility.
पावर का एक
Certainly
बंदा
start
उनके
to
सर
move
के
further
ऊपर
north
बैठा
in
हुआ
the
है,
circle.
एक यहाँ से बैठा हुआ है।
Could try for that one. DRX had. It's just a
HDR लगा यार HDR ओ नो
नहीं लगा सकते,
from the Falcons.
अलाउ नहीं
नहीं ना, फिर वो एलोव है पर बंदे नहीं लगाते।
on their rotate over. Meanwhile, you've seen in the E-League.
नोकी, oh good, good.
Took the fight straight to Team
नोकी के 2 किल आ गए।
out of position, but made it really uncomfortable here.
तीसरा भी आ गया,
ओ ये गया
तीसरा भी आ गया।
Handling them with ease, confirming onto those knocks as well, one by one. So stealing away a couple of elimination points, which for them could be
क्या
a good
फलक
start to
और टीम सीक्रेट पूरी गई मेरे ख्याल में। हाँ, टीम सीक्रेट
हाँ
गई।
TS गई
steal onto Team Secret coming out from Thunder Talks.
Yeah, Secret was struggling. Yeah, they really couldn't figure out anywhere to go there. Constantly bumping into teams left, right, and center, and it turns out their over-aggressive push down over towards Yangon Galacticos is the thing to force that final
फलक
nail
घुसेगा
in
फिर
their
अगेन
coffin.
फिर मरेगा
Power still hitting some nasty shots over towards Weibo, playing on that coastal side. I mean, that drops Weibo now.
अबे
down
लेफ्ट
to
है लेफ्ट है
just
प्रवल
two
हाँ
players.
ये
Don't
अब
think
उसने
they're
देख
getting
लिया
zoom back up again. Al-Haji is going to wait for this fish to resurface.
He knows he's got to come up for air at some point. He can sit pretty and wait to finish that man off. So Power looking to just take away points where
हो
possible.
गया
He'll just commit to it. Left in the blue, gone for good, down in the deep depths.
Magnum Kai's still in Rondo. Lost school now, actually. It's crazy on the indecision where they're happy to send straight out when it's around Rozok area. But when we get Sosnovka finished, they decide that they're going to stick on the northern side of the map for a long time. We'll see how they play this one.
सही रोटेशन दे रही है ये वाली
The play area is getting very limited now. Especially even over towards this north side of the map. Grandma's pretty much taken for Fireflux. The small compounds that are available on that side. Pretty much going to be playing around the tree line, but potentially over towards the western side, or using that ridge as cover, as we do confirm even further over towards the north here. I think we're on zone 3 now, so circle and the blue will start to tickle quite a bit before we head towards stage 4, where it's advisable not to still be in that blue for too long.
You do wonder if that'll be a bit of paralysis by analysis there for Regnum Karia, taking a very slow approach this one. A snail's pace that could come back to bite them in the bottom. We'll see.
40 और APG वाले आने सामने हैं बहुत अच्छे
On the periphery of the zone here.
इधर ही हो आवाज आ रही है
Slowly advancing further forward. You were fragmented.
हाँ आ रही है। तो मैंने माइक बंद कर दिया था यार, काफी देर से मैं बोल रहा हूँ।
Alpha Gaming coming over, 4-5's in position there
गुड
as
हो गया
well.
गुड हो गया भाई गुड हो गया
Feels like they've been really willing to take a good majority.
हमने माइक ही बंद कर दिया था।
Wouldn't be surprised if we see some sparks starting to fly, especially with
आइडिया वाले ने अच्छी रोटेशन मारी है।
Oh, Nongshin Red Force has a real glint in their eye during these games. An aggressive team, a hunger for team fights. And you're right in the sense that they're a scary team to come
ओ
up against.
FF वाले
You
गए
just never know when they're going
बच
to
गया
pull that
बंदा,
trigger.
बच गया बंदा। कवर फायर आ गया पीछे से।
You that faces the ire of Nongshin Red Force in the end. Falcons find themselves a nice central position on this circle though. We'll see what they can get done with it.
और
Usually Falcons can find themselves up towards a late game
बच
with
गया
4
again
players. Tend to do quite well. It's that
अभी बस 3 किल किन के हैं, 40 और TT के।
7, which is very shaky on the side of Falcons. There's some big nerves before they lock in.
ये पावर निकाल जाएगी अभी
हाँ
ये नेड और ये
Ragnar here priming the
निकल गए
परफेक्ट नेड
ओ गन से निकाला।
नाइस नेड
Oh, he's been eating nitro for
यार
breakfast. Them away.
That is
4 किल
crazy.
2 किल
Crazy of a nade.
यार क्या नेड मारा है बंदों को।
Well, dear me.
to see it. The Power fans are going to have their eyes light up at that one. Already 4 eliminations for the squad, topping the charts at the minute in the lobby. In a good position to keep building, especially with Yangon going out early as well. There's room for Power to ebb and flow their way through the standings. Horha turning their attention back round. That's Moana from
ये
URDU
वाला तो
takes
भाईजान
the knock.
कौन से जा रहे हैं बार-बार
They have to play all the way to the eastern side. A lot
तो
of
लास्ट
berries.
बंदा
यार
बचा
मेरे
है
ख्याल में मेरे स्ट्रीम में तुम्हारी आवाज नहीं आ रही।
But Rosemary's worried whether this
क्या हो
is
गया?
worth going for.
क्यों?
Rez on this.
पता नहीं।
Starts to back out. Allow Rosemary time to crawl back.
डिस्कॉर्ड वाली आवाज जाती है ना आपकी तो आ रही है मेरे पास
हाँ जाती है
Ship here for him. And Sleepy will
डेस्कटॉप साउंड भी मैंने हाई कर दिया है
put him back to sleep.
हेलो 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 हेलो
ओके ये जा रही है 40 के अखाड़े में
जौकर मरने लगा है जौकर
Punishment on that south
नेड
side.
उठा ली इसने तीन
अकेला ही है जोकर यार ये नेट
नेड बहुत प्यारा था
ये जबरदस्त नेट था
एंड
Start to turn it, and pretty much as
बहुत
they
मजे की
turn, the nade fumbles through the window.
आजाने हो रही है मैं थोड़ा सा ऑफ कर रहा हूँ
Very
यही तो
Maximus
होगी
on the nade.
मत कटाएं
Maxman's going to be loving that one. Thalak getting thrown into the
ये और
action
ले गया
here as
40 को
well. It's Alpha Gaming. that are
APG
taking some
वाला भी नॉक
serious damage. So 4 Fries continuing to attempt to build here. Get themselves into a
Domination,
position where they
Palak
feel
bhai.
ready with their steal. This was always going to be an issue for Rigo as well on the rotate. You had power.
पावर वाला ए पावर इजी गया
Kick off the engagement. It's the third party as well.
cover
Fireflux being able to find damage from the backline. So easy suffering there.
That was unreal. Steps out onto the side C. We'll find one. Rosemary gives his life for the rest of the team to get further into
Power
the
के 5
circle.
kill
And Fireflux will take the reins off the back of that fight versus Power. Now down to 3 players. But 5 elims. Not a bad start for them this game. Heading up towards 15 minutes into this
oh
one.
nice
Solus attempts
oh
to hit
nice
the shots, but
reflex
he's
यार
on
लोगे
target.
Yeah, bullets just whizzing by.
oh power on the fire भाई साहब
That opens an opportunity for the counterplay from Power, so instantly on target.
Power
They
on
respond
fire
back over and stop what could have been a hell of a scorer there from Fireflux. Instead, in reality, it's just catch. At least he's got
power के
some
साथ kill
heavy
हो जाएंगे
armor
अब
to work with diving inside the hovercraft, but he's got to piece out, got to give up the goose.
Let's leave it alone. That could have been a great third party. It could have been an amazing third
तो
party.
14 नौकी ने पकड़ लिया इसको
Roaming wall in the hovercraft being the biggest
okay one more
here
net
for
brother
him. Has to wander back, let it explode. This is not the most
ये
ideal
गया net
location for him to end up. There's these shots coming through from earlier. Falak with some
पलक ने बहुत प्यारे डाउन मारे हैं दो यहाँ पर
again, such a precise player. Never over-egging the pudding as well when it comes to those peaks. Really, really nice to watch when he's on his.
हेलो आ रही है आवाज
आ रही और
The angle perfectly, like you say, it's the peaks. Really nicely played.
पलक
ओके लेकिन हाँ हाँ वो देखें दोनों देखें
पलक ने एक और नेट से नॉक डाला अभी oh nice nice
Asif thanks for liking the stream brother
Before it got out of hand.
thank you आने के लिए
Able to find even more damage there. Suddenly you're thinking, ooh, this is
APG का एक ही रह गया है ना हाँ एक ही रह गया
And again, actually, it's interesting to see.
पावर वाले से ही खेल रहे हैं इस टाइम 7 किल
40 के भी 6 किल हैं
वो फलक ने अभी 3 से 4 किल फलक ने निकालने हैं अकेले में
हाँ दो उसने निकाले हैं
अभी एक नेट से भी नॉक
दो
किया
ये तीसरा भी हाँ वही 3 निकले
Good elim count though so far, 7, highest in the lobby. Fourth drive just 1 elim.
अलहाजी ने इतना प्यारा उसको मतलब वो किया रिफ्लेक्स मारा है
अलहाजी गाड़ी के नीचे उसका डब्बा बन गया
Wrapped up in burnt rubber. Thunderhawk sent back over towards the rest of the team. Another shift on the circle.
ये पावर वाले अलग ही नशे में हैं आज
They were laying the brickwork on the south side for a better match here, but it is
अब इनको चाहिए सरवाइव खेलने सर्वाइवल वाला सीन
असल में होम टीम भी है ना
very fun circle to end up on. A lot of
सर्वाइवल वाला सीन करें आप
नेट आ रहा है
ओए 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 थोड़ा
फैदान को पड़ा है बहुत गंदा नेट
Just slightly off target. The problem is you've got a few establishing shots that have been fired in from the back as well, with Falcons taking a bit of a scout onto it, trying to spread themselves thinner to keep the pressure on.
पीछे से उसकी टीम आ गई और अब ये मरेगा, फैल्कन आ गया पीछे से।
Plays a duo still and work off one another.
ओह रैग्नार ले गया।
ओह रैग्नार दोनों को फैदान ने भी एक ले लिया।
Very, very impressive. They had that number for such a long time.
Power no kill.
Mobiles there and left in the dust.
थर्ड पे आ गई है।
कारिया भी जा रही है लेफ्ट से अब फुल रोटेशन देते हुए।
Consistently take tumbles against one another.
Keselvizi, thanks for following.
They're going to send far over towards Alter Ego. Alva as well as Krypton.
Oh! Alter Ego गई। Alter Ego पूरी गई।
पीछे बैग में भी देख लिया उसने। ओके अल्टर ईगो को पड़ गई।
ये फंस गई है सीएम। ये फंस गई सीएम। ये देखो गाड़ियाँ कहाँ पे लगा दी हैं।
पावर और पावर क्या कर रही है?
वो डोमिनेशन पे हर एक बंदे जा रहे हैं। 10 किलो हो गए हैं।
4 points total with just the 3 elims on this game. They desperately need a big one here if they want to stay in the conversation over towards the top side of the lobby.
ये फाल्कन भी आरबी टीम है। चलो 40 के सामने भाई पावर की फिर नहीं चलनी। नहीं चलनी।
40 का
ये भी क्या?
ये पावर गया ओए
बच गया।
नहीं ओए नेट
फलक के नेट से कैसे बचोगे?
और ये नेट नाइस
8 किलो गए ना? हाँ 8 किलो गए।
लेकिन पावर खेली बहुत अच्छा खेली है।
हाँ बिल्कुल फास्ट पेस के लिए। 25 पॉइंट्स हो गए उनके टोटल।
अब 40 का मैच देखने का जरा मजा आ रहा है।
हाँ अभी देखो कहता अभी बहुत मैचेस बाकी हैं। ओ फलक ओ ले लिया
भाई फलक अब कहता है बस करना। 2 मैच तुम्हें छूट दी है, बस करो।
नोकी का नेट जाएगा अभी। ये तो स्ट्रीम स्टक हो गई। तुम्हारे पास भी हुई है?
होगी ठीक होगी। और ये नेट नोकी का 1 मोर और ये गए दोनों।
गए
अबे वो नॉक नहीं हुआ।
खत्म 10 किल्स। वो फलक के 6 किल चेक करो।
भाई फलक आज टॉप।
फलक है ही टॉप है मेरी जान। फाल्कन का एक ही रह गया।
लेकिन ये फिलहाल आउट ऑफ जोन है। तो टीआरएक्स वाली पूरी टीम जिंदा है।
टीआरएक्स नीचे ऊपर देखो तो सिर्फ आईडीए इनके सामने एक बड़ा थ्रेट है। होरा के भी 4 बंदे लाए हुए हैं। होरा को कैसे भूल सकते हैं हम?
एनएसपी है 40 के भी 4 लाए हुए हैं अभी फिलहाल।
हाँ
आईडीए
पर असल में उनके पास एडवांटेज ये है ना 40 के पास वो हाइट पे है।
लेकिन आउट ऑफ जोन है वो भी फिलहाल।
आउट ऑफ जोन है होरा वर्सेस डीआरएक्स।
तो ये
नहीं ओके ऊपर से कोई इसको मार रहा है। हमारे आईडी है 40 को पड़ गई। यार डॉक्सी ने बचा लिया है, वैसे बचा लिया वरना उसको पड़ रही थी।
From that northern edge, T24 immediately passes that information back, and Noki will stand at the forefront as the vanguard versus Horror. IQ playing far back down towards the southeast, trying to gather some information towards Regnum Karya.
Horror आ गई है।
All the while,
Falak
Ocean Red Force has been living it large inside
Falak right से जा रहा है।
almost.
रोटेशन उनकी बहुत स्ट्रांग है होरा की। ये जो गया नेट बच गए।
ये फलक का नेट और
फाल्कन ले स्काई होरा को ले ले।
ओहो फलक गया। यार प्लस नॉक है फिलहाल
एक गया
नाइस ये जोन से डैमेज हो गया बहुत ज्यादा नेड आएगा
हर तरफ से फंस गए ले लिया कौन है
डीआरएक्स भी गया 40 का लास्ट बंदा अभी स्टिल है ये भी गया
नौकी रह गया हाँ गया ठीक है गुड सही है भाई सही है
और अभी
10 kills प्लस 2 पॉइंट्स मिल जाएंगे मतलब 12 पॉइंट्स मिल जाएंगे इस मैच से 6 और 12 18 मतलब ये छठे नंबर पे आ जाएगी आराम से नेक्स्ट मैच मतलब अभी इस मैच के कैलकुलेशन के बाद
होरा फंस गए
होरा फंसा है रेगनम घर के पास लोकेशन अच्छी है वो भी जोन में है वो भी जोन में है अभी पर एनएस के पास बहुत जबरदस्त लोकेशन है बिल्कुल सेंटर और ओए एनएस के सारे बंदे जोन में बाकी कोई बंदा भी जोन में नहीं है
उनके बंदे भी चारों जिंदे हैं एनएस वालों की
हाँ चारों डीआरएक्स वर्सेस एनएस इनका मैच होगा प्रॉपर और दोनों कोरियन टीम्स हैं
Gotta say, I mean, props to Regnum Kari, a very proactive heads-up gameplay right now with the fights that they've been willing to take.
बहुत ही बड़ा जबरदस्त खेल रही
They have not stopped since they
ये नेड आया ये होरा पे नहीं
and then DRX ushered further forward, slowly advancing, looking to play off one another with cover. Sleepy in the vehicle makes a move.
वो तो जोन से गया रीटा आईडीए
really could not move at all here. Regnum Kai is trying to
निकल गया यार
thinking they're looking for that second place here. They know they need to get the placement as well as the elims. It's tough for them. It's difficult. Aaron start
ये मरेगा
wanders through onto that western
मैं जरा री कर रहा हूँ इसको स्ट्रीम को
on the northwest side.
ओए सही नेड था इसका
of horror. Regnum Kai has got a different prey on them.
आईडिया का भी लास्ट बंदा रहता है आईडिया देखो पॉइंट्स निकाल रही है सिर्फ प्लेसमेंट के किल्स के नहीं निकाल रही
Aaron can just keep his nose clean as well. He's got some hard cover to work with the airdrops that are close by.
हो रहा गई बिल्कुल स्लीपी गया
रैग्नम के 6 किल हो
पूरा भी
गए
करा दिया लगता है
रैग्नम कारिया और पूरी टीम भी जिंदा है अभी फिलहाल
बच गई ये देखो उसको पड़ी है ना उस तरफ डायरेक्टली उसने स्मोक फेंका है
हेड गया
ये हो रहा के लास्ट खिलाड़ी के पीछे है ये बैक स्टेप देगा ये बंदा बैक स्टेप देगा
Wild's got 3 nades, I think Silas had 6, but they don't want to expend too many here.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely have some that are expendable.
Wild leg.
They need them if they want to push over. But it's
yeah, survival stage का
8 kill.
Dominator.
Regnum Karia.
मैंने कहा था ना आइडिया वाला बंदा देगा बैक स्टेप दे दिया एक
That's what I was saying. He tucked himself into an angle to actually make it kind
उसको भी पीछे से डर है पीछे पूरी टीम है
पीछे एनएस बैठी हुई है ना ये गया बिल्कुल
हो गया आईडीए बचा गया उन्हें
और सामने 2 बंदे नॉक हैं पुश कर दो कर रहे हैं ले लिया एक और को
is not central.
Doxy knock, finish, TZB knock.
But Toshbek sends him first and managed to get
Regnum का खरिया को देखो उन्होंने जगह छोड़ी है ये आ गए पीछे से
They see red. They move out of the building.
हो गया
इन्होंने रेगनम कारियो को चिकन डिनर दे दिया, आराम से दे दिया, फ्री फंड में दे दिया।
हाइट भी है ना इनके पास।
ये गया, ये गया, इस पे जितने नेट जा रहे हैं, ओए हर नेट से बच रहा है।
अब मर जा, अब
25% पे आ गया है। 25% पे आ गया है।
उसका नेट चेक करो, उसने नेट वो देखो 2 बंदे डाउन मार दिए। वो मर जा।
10 points on the game and plenty more eliminations to be found
Oh,
here.
अभी गया,
Finally.
finally.
They've been holding on to these.
साइलस गया, हाँ मैंने कहा था ये जाएगा।
Silas goes down, but not before a nade sent through. Sizzy goes out, and it will be Regnum Kaya looking for the big finish here versus DRX Jackie.
They just need that final knock. Convert this one, close it.
3 versus 1, बस खत्म।
Oh,
रेगनम कारियो
Regnum Kaya।
गुड यार, बेस्ट।
सही कमबैक किया इन्होंने।
हाँ, असल में देखो आज पहला दिन है ना, बस टॉप 5 में आना चाहिए यार, आज के दिन खत्म करना चाहिए इनको 40 को।
So this will bump Regnum Kaya back up towards that top side of the tables. But for Nongshim Red Force, like we said, that force from them builds
Korean
quite a
bacha.
bit. The rage needs to be contained. They can't always be looking for these massively aggressive plays. They could have sit still for a little bit longer, but that leg was jiggling and they wanted to get a moving.
Yeah, baited out by the last man from Ida. Aaron just behind the box causes problems against the RX.
ये बहुत ही दास लग रहा है।
We could just clean up on this one, take it all home, but it was not a spilled drink.
लगेगा भी।
Clean it easy, and it presented opportunities for this team on.
एनएस ने खुद चिकन थ्रो किया है।
Regnum Kaya make it messy towards the end zone. We're going to clean up right now, and we'll take you to
इसको बहुत नेट पड़े हैं यार, ये बंदा
बहुत नेट आया है। ये देखो, तो ये तीसरा भी आ रहा है, लास्ट में जाके ये खत्म हुआ है। ये चेक करो, ये नेट
ये हेडफोन भी पहने हुए हैं और वो भी पहने हुए हैं, एंट्री ये कैसा किताब है।
असल में इनके सामने एक डिवाइस रखी हुई है ना, वो ब्लैक सी, ठीक है, इससे बाहर का साउंड तो बाहर हेडफोन से बाहर का बंद हो जाता है ना, और हैंड फ्री से आप अपना गेम का और टीममेट्स का ये साउंड आप नीचे कर सकते हो। गेम के अंदर सेटिंग करने की जरूरत नहीं है, बस बाहर डिवाइस से ही कर लो।
ये भी ठीक है वैसे।
आवाज तेरी स्लो हो गई है।
हेलो,
हाँ सही है।
चलो 2 मिनट का ब्रेक है।
कल कैमरे का कुछ कर लो ना।
कैमरे में जरूरत नहीं है ना, वो फिर फेस कैम हो जाएगा, फिर वो समझ रहे हो 10-20 हज़ार पे करेंगे ना, 10-20 हज़ार पे जाके करेंगे।
छोड़ो यार, छोड़ो इस चीज को।
कैमरा लाना पड़ेगा ना, तो इसकी सारी सेटिंग करनी।
मोबाइल से कर लो ना, मोबाइल तो है ना।
मोबाइल है,
हाँ तो मोबाइल का यूज कर लो कैमरा, इतनी बड़ी कोई चीज तो नहीं है, एक सॉफ्टवेयर है वो कर लो, खुद ही हो जाएगा। कमबैक आ गया फाइनली 40 का।
40 बड़े जबरदस्त किल निकाली है।
12 पॉइंट्स आए हैं मेरे ख्याल में, 10 किल्स और 2 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स।
Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or
मैं जरा आया,
मैं भी आ रहा हूँ, तब तक 1-2 मिनट में लेता हूँ।
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR. And Jet Reaver Glider with special animations. Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new guild set now.
Regnum Carrier capitalizes on the entire nation of South Korea and is able to wrestle away, barely wrestle away, that compound there from Nongshim Red Force to get themselves the victory. Joining me, Neptura, as well as Seven, to talk about this one. Neptura, this raised some questions, but Regnum Carrier looking strong.
They are looking strong. After a confusing start, for me personally, they are looking very, very strong indeed. I'm not sure what was happening in the early game. They were still in Roshawk in phase 2, still in the blue, still out there in phase 3 even, but I actually really liked their wide wrap around, and that really set them off for the rest of the game.
I mean, you got to give credit to Regnum Carrier. Even though they did end up rotating late, I really enjoyed the crashes that they were able to do. This team was just really confident. They were able to crash on 2 players from APG. After that, they made sure that they made Fourth Thrive's actually back off, and that's what's ultimately a bit of Fourth Thrive's demise there, because they don't want to take over Regnum Carrier. But looking at the overall the match ranking here, DRX still being able to put up some points.
Yeah, very impressive by them on the north side. They were fighting. I think it's fair to say. Okay, let's just instantly address it.
Yes.
Nongshim Red Force.
Great team.
It's 7 points from that here, Seven. It's a bit of a disaster considering what you should have been able to get from this game.
Yeah, you're an evil person.
I'm old now.
You would send it to me too, because man, I was fuming as soon as I saw this team leave the compound after not doing absolutely a damn thing throughout the whole match, saying this is why this team is so passive. You were saying it perfectly too, Cal. You thought that this team was going to end up maybe a little bit scared of getting sandwiched, but even then, just try to use that utility. There was already so many smokes there on that compound, and you decide to give the high ground to Regnum Carrier of all teams?
Okay, यार, sorry, miss कर दिया, देखते हैं.
What are you doing? I mean, if you want to go for a harebrained push like that, at least just use 2. If you're going to go, we've got some opening knocks onto DRX. No, I don't agree with it at all. But I would agree with it better than sending all 4 off of those houses. It shouldn't have been done in the first place. But
Okay, Regnum Carrier 21, DRX 14, Fourth Thrives 12,
as soon as they saw, hang on
Power
a second,
10.
they've made a massive blunder. We can take advantage of this.
यार, होरा ने भी अच्छे point निकाले हैं 7.
Really, really nicely played from them. I do want to go very quickly back to Regnum, though, because that initial south rotation early on in the game, it actually was a really good play for them because they were able to come up behind Fourth Thrives, behind APG as well. And as those teams moved up and got fought on that hillside, they were actually able to come up and sandwich behind them. So it was actually really well set up from them as well. So coming in through that and then getting all that momentum, third-partying everything they could find up against a Nongshim who hasn't done anything all game except sit in a compound and then make a mistake. I mean, it was a very easy win for them.
Yeah, for Regnum Carrier, it just came down to that aggression that they were showing throughout the match. But let's go back to Nongshim Red Force. You were talking about maybe sending 2. Don't send in anybody.
No.
What are you doing? What are you doing giving your high ground to another team? And if they were going to be wanting to do anything, we were actually talking about this, maybe try to set up a player on the roof of that compound, because you already have utility. You didn't have to do anything throughout the match. You can use that utility to defend yourself from DRX and be ready for any type of push that Regnum Carrier was going to have to do on you.
If anything, it would have yielded more limbs. Never mind like a potential win or something like that. But anyway, that's by the by. Other teams that we want to focus on as well. Good old Four Thrives. The team that Mr. Seven did pick do well. Talk to me.
I mean, it was just amazing play out of this team, being able to rotate early on to the southwest of the military island. After that, they were able to spot that APG had moved on, and I think this is one thing that Max and I were talking about throughout the match.
Yeah, check
we were expecting APG to actually be in military apartments. They gave that up, and Fourth Thrives was able to take full advantage of it. You can see exactly why, as Falak was able to get 6 eliminations, and I actually enjoyed what Falak was doing. He still overextended a little bit there towards the end. The team was a bit too split, and Horha ended up just capitalizing on that. But before that, they were just being proactive. They were showing the aggression that we have seen out of this team in group stage.
Yeah, I mean, for example, I really liked Falak's nade over onto Power, right? Was it Ragnar, the last player? He actually, with that nade, not only got rid of a team, but he opened up a position for his own team, right? So they were able to push on top of that. So he, even though he does overextend just a little bit, he's doing so much for his team as an entry point.
Well, if you want to extend on that too, this team kept on sweeping. That's what I enjoyed, wanting to gain control. And if we talk about sweeping, one team that was able to do that great was Power.
Yeah, they were looking good. They were looking good for it. But I'm getting word that we are ready to head over to Barney, who is actually with Suk from Weibo after their couple of games here for the grand final.
Welcome back to the main stage where I've got Sook here from Weibo Gaming. We are 3 maps into day 1 of the Grand Finals and things are starting to heat up already. Sook, the first thing I want to ask you, it's the Grand Finals. You guys are performing pretty well straight off the bat. I want to ask you how you feel like your games are going so far, what can be improved on and what's going well.
首先就是你们现在已经到了总决赛嘛，然后在总决赛当中，你们今天一开始的时候感觉状态还是挺好的，就是打的成绩也不错。就想问你个人来讲的话，你觉得你今天发挥怎么样呢？哪里有什么要进步的，以及要调整的吗？
还好，只不过我们
在
舞台好像有一些困难需要去克服，就比如说对手他的一些不按套路出牌，然后他们。
हेलो आवाज आ रही है
भाई ने जाना था जरा उसको पेज बूस्ट किया भाई हम
ऑडियो एंड वीडियो मैं देखता हूँ यार तुम्हारी आवाज नहीं आ रही मेरे उस पे स्ट्रीम पे मेरे ख्याल में होना नहीं चाहिए यार इस तरह मैंने डिस्प्ले कैप्चर लगाया हुआ है
डिस्प्ले कैप्चर
we are noticing that some of the other teams are obviously doing or at least
तो window capture लगा हुआ
around us. Like for example in the last map in Angel, when we landed at the airport,
अभी मुझे फिर जाना पड़ेगा 6:30 बजे
they are a team that usually lands in like an MCD or something, and then they actually came over to airport with us, and they kind of targeted us. So we kind of need to adapt around that. We need to make sure that we are more on our toes and be able to counter whatever strategies that our opponents have prepared for us.
You sound like you know what's going on. I think that something I need to mention as well, something that's been really amazing to see here in the Qiddiya Esports Arena, is how many Chinese fans that we have in the crowd cheering you on. It's been so amazing to see. How does it feel having this kind of national support here at the Esports World Cup? And is there anything you'd like to say to them?
就现在你到这个主舞台上面呢，也有来了很多中国粉丝到现场来支持你们。你有什么话想跟就是你现在感觉怎么样？有这些粉丝在这边在现场能支持你，以及有什么话想跟他们说的吗？
मैं भी डिस्प्ले कैप्चर ही पे लगाता हूँ।
无需多言 I love you
window capture window
I understood that one. That's awesome. Thank you so much for joining us in this interview, Sir. You're doing
मेरा window
well so
capture
far,
लगा
but
हुआ
obviously we've got 3 more maps today and of course the rest of the weekend to see if you guys can
window capture लगा हुआ है वो तो मेरा भी लगा हुआ है
let's head back to you guys.
Well, there is Sook giving us some info about what's going on in Weibo at the moment here, but let's talk about some of the other teams from these Erangels, of course. Horror. They were able to put themselves in a better position, I feel, compared to the previous games.
I have to agree. I think they actually did a really, really good job of not only positioning themselves correctly, but also being more aggressive with these things, you know? We saw some really great pushes, some really good timing, some really good third parties, and I want to predict that they will win a game today. That's how they're looking.
Yeah, we'll go back on Horror in a bit. I'm actually impressed at just first place to 8th place, currently only being separated by 8 points.
Whoa.
This might be the closest first 3 games we have ever had at an international.
Before we even move on, I want you to take a look at Power. Power's all points are just coming.
आ रही है बहुत हल्की है पर आ रही है
especially for a team that's in top 4.
Well, it's consistent with their brand, right?
I know,
Because
it's
like
मैं
in the I think it was in the group stage of survival, I think it was like 40 elims compared to about 10 or 15 placement points. So we know that they can frag out, and usually Neptura, as we take a look through at 9th and 16th,
9th position पे है
when a team
अभी इस
is
वक्त
able to frag out like that,
तो इससे पहले वाले कितने
eventually
पे हैं
placement points
थोड़ा
will
सा
come,
पीछे
so
करते
maybe this
हैं
is a
स्ट्रीम
good
को
omen for Power.
I should hope
Okay,
so. I've really
20,
enjoyed how they played so far.
नहीं
today.
कर
I
सकते
do
हैं
agree that
कोई
I
मसला
think we
नहीं
are going to
है
see
ये
a
easy
lot
है
more placements coming their way because we've seen it from them before as well, haven't we? Certainly in the
लास्ट वाली अगर इनकी परफॉर्मेंस रही ना तो आराम सुकून से आ सकते हैं टॉप 5 में
and getting a win a lot.
ये आ जाएंगे आज
It's
आज गेम खत्म होने से पहले ये होंगे इंशाल्लाह टॉप 5
That's what
में
was impressive to me in that last match. The way that they were able to spread out, they were showing us exactly how they were able to play in survival stage, making sure they had those big splits, get a big area on the zone, and going to Horror, they're pretty much doing the same thing too. They were having 1-2-1 splits that worked out wonders for them, and at the end took the fight to 4 drives and actually won it until they got third party.
I've been impressed by their glow up from group stage,
हाँ जी जी
survival stage, and now
सही को बिठाता है इन्होंने क्या चवल बिठाई
continue it as well. But also we have
भाईजान वो टॉप के एनालिस्ट हैं।
Because starting from August the 1st, that's today, we have the PDP Global
हाँ उसी बात कर रहा हूँ, केवल बिठाई हुई साथ है।
cool thing about this competition is it accepts both in-game
उसी की मैं भी बात कर रहा हूँ, वो टॉप एनालिस्ट है।
as well as people participating by showcasing their real life outfits for you guys to wear at home in real
सोनी
life.
शोनी बिठाता है बंदा।
Use your sense of fashion to influence
बस ये
and the total prize
सोने वाला सीन नहीं है ना, बंदे को समझ भी आ जानी चाहिए। अब मैं यहाँ पे कोई किसी और को बैठा दूँ, उसे समझ ही नहीं है गेम की, वो करेगी क्या? अभी जो रियलमी का चल रहा था ना टूर्नामेंट पाकिस्तान का, मैं इस तरह से एक बिठाई हुई थी, उसे पता ही नहीं था क्या बंदा नॉक हो रहा है क्या फिनिश हो रहा है।
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Qiddiya Esports Arena, where we are halfway through day one of the Grand Finals, and things are really starting to heat up. The spectacle is growing. We've had some amazing performances so far, and it's starting to heat up veracity.
It certainly is, Barney. I'm super
ये लो
excited
एक
for
और
the
ले लो।
first day of our Grand Finals here in the Qiddiya
अरे
Esports
मुझे नहीं अंग्रेज अच्छे लगते।
We've had some fantastic games so far.
We have, haven't we? I'm buzzing. So, map number 1, Power started extremely strong. 6 eliminations on the board, but only 1 player remained, and it was
वो कहते हैं ना वो जो
easy.
कशिश होती है ना वो नहीं होती
3
है
eliminations,
अंग्रेजों
bringing
में।
their total to 9, but the final
अच्छा
was between Alter Ego
ये बात है।
and Alter Ego Ares, in fact, let's get it right, and Ida Esports. Alter Ego managing to secure the winner chicken dinner.
पाकिस्तानियों में कशिश है।
Points on the board.
You know what?
ये तो है भाई।
We saw an incredibly defensive team Falcons coming on through.
इसको ऊपर उठा दिया है।
Performance of top 3 players
बंदे को देखो ऊपर उठा दिया।
during the survival stage. However, our final fight saw Yangon Galacticos and Team Secret going head to head, with Yangon Galacticos walking away victorious in that one with 12 eliminations under their belt. You get up there, Barney?
Yeah, you know what? I'm actually starting to like it. Not bothered.
All right, in which case we'll go ahead and leave you up there. Match 3, however, with Yangon
ये
Galacticos
स्टैंड
having
देखो
a
यार
giant
नीचे।
target on their back. They were understandably the very first team to get eliminated during that one. It was grenades galore all throughout the match. However, for Four Thrives and Power Esports, each of those teams had 10 eliminations each. But unfortunately, neither of them were able to make it to the final stages of the match. Instead, however, we saw Regnum Karia walking away with a winner chicken dinner. How about that one?
You know that this isn't over. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get ready for map number 4 of day 1 of the Grand Finals.
There it is, map number 4 coming your way, our final Erangel of the day before we head into back-to-back mirror
start
moments.
भी हो
It's
गया।
been a lot of fun watching the
हाँ हो
front
गया।
ends of the matches.
और इसके पास बस 2 मेरा मार है।
And see if some of our teams towards the bottom who might be on the struggle bus.
कोटी को यहाँ पे पॉइंट्स निकालने हैं क्योंकि मेरा मार में वो नहीं निकाल सकते।
I'm Taylor Reflections, and we're joined by John. And John, I'm excited to get this one started, brother, because last game was nutty. We had, of course, that military end zone. Super sad I wasn't a part of it. I love military zones. Hoping we get one here, but did see a bit of some fumbles. I don't know, maybe some grand final nerves starting to come out.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that Nongshim Red Force's decisions were at best questionable in those final moments. They were having a bit of a nightmare in that final scenario. Very quiet all game. They were timid and hiding behind the curtains of their buildings, but in the end, they made that wrong call. They pushed out and Regnum Kai able to sweep them under the rug. It has been quite a different story in each of our matches. That's what's led to the
T24 को देखो वो तम ग्लव भी नहीं पहना।
very close towards the top side. There is no clear front runner right
पाकिस्तानी है
now.
ना?
Even if we've got a team
हाँ तम ग्लव भी नहीं पहना।
as much as it's nice to be there, it is not a secure place. So, with another Erangel to play today, we are going to be kicking things off for one more grassy pastures. I can see they've gotten rid of Barney off that stage. His square has descended and he's allowed back to the green room. He can have a drink of water, get refreshed because it is about to get messy.
Let's get it going. Game number 4, back to Erangel, and time to see who's ready to perform and who is ready, well, to drop the ball. It's going to be a fun one without question. Fourth Rise been looking for them to step it up. They're not doing too bad necessarily. 18 points, 9th place, but first place after all with Alter Ego is just at
अगर इस मैच में 40 ने 10-15 पॉइंट भी निकाल लिया ना टॉप पे आ जाएगी।
Maybe we'll start some tomorrow when we get
into
अभी 9 पे 18 पॉइंट्स के साथ और पहले नंबर पे जो है वो उनके 28 पॉइंट्स हैं.
they currently are at 13. I really think that's a roster that performed very, very well throughout the group stages, obviously throughout the survival stages. But today, been falling a bit flat. And the same could be said for Team Falcons, who obviously the home team going for that club championship race. That's a roster that needs a top 8 finish.
Team Falcon बहुत नीचे है.
Just one spot away from the bottom.
टीम फाल्कन होम टीम है, इनका अलग से यहाँ पे बना हुआ है. वो देखो मोस्ट एलिमिनेशन फलक टॉप पे आ गया.
So a little bit more leeway on these slightly lower than expectations performances.
60 डैमेज अलहाजी का ज्यादा है, हाईएस्ट डैमेज में.
Players do slide on past our eyeballs. You can see Al Haji with the support from his father.
वो जोन फिर से उस तरफ का बन गया.
And we're heading out
मिल्टा पावर साइड.
side of Erangel.
Love this zone. I think it's going to be a bit spicy for the military's zone players. Well, they get a little bit.
ग्रेनेड एलिमिनेशन फलक के दो.
At least for two teams.
एरन के दो हैं.
Consistently land down over at military.
और रेगनार के दो. रेगनार के वो जो दो खेलते हैं ना गाड़ी वाले. ओके एक बंदा नॉक फिनिश. कौन हुआ है?
Fireflux and horha both will come into contact.
Fireflux e-sport वालों को हुआ है. होरा वालों को भी एक नॉक हुआ है.
होरा का भी एक नॉक है, फायरफ्लक्स का एक फिनिश है.
Fireflux playing on his 3 as they have had a player confirmed down and
पावर भी उधर ही है.
not good news to kick things off.
रेगनम कारियम भी रोजोक में है.
Yeah, without a doubt, and for Fireflux especially being all the way at the bottom, I feel they have had some shy.
होरा ने अपना बंदा छोड़ दिया उधर.
But today, they've fallen very flat and already losing a player is going to put their backs even further.
नहीं रिवाइव मिल रहा है, रिवाइव मिल रहा है.
Looks to be getting their teammate back up into the fight, so that's going to be good news for them. A team again that performed very well throughout the previous days, looking to step it up here. Sleepy is going to be
जाएंगे सीधा यस्नाया.
for him. He's going to be just fine. Nobody looking to contest. We do have Power and Ragnum Karya relatively close. Now, we did notice one of the interesting things about Power is no placement points, but they're still up there in the top 4 because of the eliminations.
Ooh, maybe another elim for Ida, but no, not quite able to connect. Yeah, absolutely correct. The death was highlighting it as well.
बच गया बस निकल गया.
Able to get into the placement.
अब नहीं मरना इसने.
But still being in the top 5 is insane. Right, and they are right on the doorstep of potentially doing a little bit more.
Yeah, he's still top there. BP still.
Game scraps are much more heavy elimination. You know, taking inspiration from the likes of IHC a couple of years back.
पर वो मार्जिन उतना नहीं है.
4 पॉइंट का.
They can get into these late games.
ये
4 पॉइंट का उनसे टॉप 10 से भी 11 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस है. एक मैच में ये निकल आते हैं.
As we hop on board with the Falcons though up towards Pachinki. They don't have any contest here, but it has not been a nice
tough competition इनका second, third और fourth है. Fifth का भी है.
In the arena.
सबका है यार. 5-5 6-6 पॉइंट्स का है.
2 points average on the games they played. That's not good.
But we gotta appreciate having
तो ना इसके अल्टर ईगो के पहले मैच में 23 पॉइंट्स निकले थे.
ये मर गई
मैचेस में 5 पॉइंट्स निकाले. 5 पॉइंट्स निकाले. सनोक में इनके 23 पॉइंट्स थे.
And well, for TRX, they're going to leave one player out and maybe be the scout for the roster. See how that ends up unfolding. For Power's sake, though, they continue to move central zone. Well, Ragnum Karya are currently at Fireflux and Nogsham Red Force not far behind. Could get a little bit spicy as a lot of vehicles are moving, teams are traveling, and they're starting to lock in those hardcover POIs.
Power Esports drawing up in the garage there. They will be playing all 3 of them stopping off on the building. They are sending another further on out. So we get
अच्छा होरा का यहाँ पे. Oh, Sleepy ने उसको चाकू से मारा है.
And in the end, Sky was able to tag him for 1, and then Sleepy chefed him up something awful over in the garage there. Only the pistol to defend, and that's not good news.
Could have been scary. Rosemary opposite of AJ from Thunder Talk. I'll pop out. That was a great placement, and in fact, it's going to end up in a drop. AJ putting in work early on, full health, mind you. He could truly do a lot of damage to this Alter Egos roster up ahead.
Thunder Talk bolstering their position as well, with King sidling on forwards. Alter Ego trying to pull Rosemary back to his feet there. And they are going to put a lot of investment into it, but Moana, goes for the nade and flashes his own teammate out. That is not a good start for Alter Ego to try and defend this top spot on the table. And now it's Thunder Talk looking to keep this pace going. All four of them now in situ, and they can play on a numbers advantage. A little bit split for Alter Ego. Alva under a lot of pressure there. The reload needs to come through. Can he connect with the auto shotty?
He stays in the
इसका
corner.
तो भाईजान
Dodging those jump shots.
हवाई हुए में
Retreat and is
अल्टर ईगो का एक गया ना, रोजमेरियन का गया.
Reposition, fight the duo of Thunder Talk. That fight still going to be well underway, and he's going to continue to distance himself. Maybe get an off angle onto AJ. It pays off.
Oh,
The down
nice
is
knock.
in, but the two members from Thunder Talk are hot.
दूसरा भी knock.
Still on the outside of the wall though, and with King
TT का एक और भी knock. Finish check.
nobody is forward for Thunder Talk.
तेरा भी finish हो जाएगा
On
अब.
the outside, out in the cold. But Thunder Talk are getting rinsed right now.
अब ये नेट कराएगा टीटी पे.
जिंक को देखो, जिंक कहाँ पे खड़ा हुआ है.
Play this very, very carefully. Even if Thunder Talk wins this
निकल
fight,
रहे हैं.
like you said, they are in dire straits, and I really do think that's a huge oversight.
उबैदुल्लाह बंगश, thanks for liking the stream, brother. आ जाओ डिस्कॉर्ड पे आ जाओ यार, गपशप लगाते हैं, आ जाओ.
Obviously your duo ends up falling, and now you're leaving. You gain 0 value. The 10-minute fights do not work out if you want to be a champion.
I mean, much like the Omni Droid from The Incredibles, right? The only thing tough enough to take down Alter Ego.
वालेकुम अस्सलाम, उबैद क्या हाल
The
है?
only thing that has taken one of them down fully is that team nade. And that's not the sort of coordination that you want to
ये
see.
टीम में है कहाँ है?
Going on through, especially
ये समझ
नहीं,
नहीं आया.
चैट में आया, चैट में आया.
So important to have everybody alive in a central location in these early circles, right? You want to transition in towards the late game.
ठीक है, नमाज पढ़ के आ जाना.
And they will be okay for the time being and playing on a 3. Not the end of the world.
Not the end of the world, but
ये गया, ये गया. ये गया सी.
ओए कौन से बचा है
बच
यार?
के क्या बचा है?
get away. Team Secret applying the pressure. Yangon Galacticus, Team Secret rotating maybe up north, then dropping down south through Naya. Team Secret could get a drop on them if they continue to progress forward, which could be great for playing a gatekeeper role. For now, just trying to heal up and just really recover. For Team Secret, though, unfortunately, I think they're going to lose at least one into blue, if I'm not mistaken. For Barnett, though, he's moving up.
So are the rest of the team. At least several of them are trying to go in pursuit here, hopping out, going for the spray. Zerus has to divert, send back behind the headland. Is there an off-angle hop out? No. But the blue zone will do a little bit more damage here. We're only at stage 1, so this is very, very survivable on these rotates. It's not really going to do much more to them, and those sims already on the bar there for Zerus mean that he's got to stay very, very healthy here unless a couple more shots connect, which it doesn't look like they're going to. Sending over the north side of the Yaz Lake. I imagine that Yangon Galacticos are going to divert. Not too keen to go in behind them, but we'll have to wait and see. The plane path. Sorry, the
40 को देखो अलग-अलग. 1 2 3 4. कहाँ पे लेटे हुए हैं? अच्छा जोन है उनके पास. फाल्कन आ रही है.
Behind Team Secret. Meanwhile, the other 3 are in fact going to go in succession down low, and St. Cloud does deviate away, maybe wanting to stay in Team Secret's mindsets, but getting tightly contested in the southern portion. And E-Arena versus Falcons, a team that's been on the struggle bus, or E-Arena. I love the way that they've been playing. Granted, today, they've been falling flat, so this fight critical for both rosters.
E-Arena disengaged from that one. They had the numbers advantage. Perhaps they were reading too much into the circle. They thought if we can't conclude this fight immediately, there's a third party potential. But they had a massive advantage in that fight. Only 2 of the Falcons.
APG का भी गया.
I'm not too sure about the decision to disengage it, but we'll see how they can play on from here. Meantime, Power looking to rack up even more elims. They're now up to 1 on the tables, and that's going to put them up on 26 with no placement points.
Taking down Noxian Red Force would be huge for them, mind you. I really feel, based off of that last play in the last map where Noxian Red Force had center zone, had the hardcover POI and pushed out, I feel that was a massive oversight, potentially starting to get into their own heads. So for Power, pushing this fight could be big.
ये अभी ड्राइवर है.
We got more wills. Well, they decided to use 2.
ये अभी भी इस तरफ हैं.
Maintain course.
इस तरफ कर क्या रहे थे?
Weibo out west for a wide wrap from Weibo to go out on that west side bridge. APG, they're ahead. Alpha Gaming will send over that east side bridge, fairly uncontested now, and they are sending up north. Yeah, this is just the continuing long road
57 remaining.
to go out to all the way on that west side. They're getting across the bridge.
ये भी सही लगा आगे बैठे हैं PG.
और वो उस तरफ से चले गए.
for a long time for APG. Well, you saw what
इनका एक किल ले लिया ना उन्होंने, तो उन्हें पता चल गया है कि APG यहाँ से रोटेट कर रही है, वो दूसरी साइड से निकल गए.
And that was to take the western side bridge for APG. We don't see any Weibo members. Okay, we move on out, start to progress towards Milta, maybe towards Power. Meanwhile, though, we do have Regnum Karya potentially setting up a trap on Horha, who's going to be up just ahead. A team that played so well through the early stages, now struggling today.
I mean, they're sequestered right up into the cliffs over prison. It does severely limit their sight lines here for Regnum Karya. They're going to have to try... just gather that info from the sound. They have got that outpost Silas, a little bit disparate from them. Will be rotating around, feeding back a little bit more info. But for the time being, they are a little bit crunched in here. Horha, a little bit less so. They've got a little bit more leeway on the side of that prison cliff face. Teams trying to get central. Nobody really getting too aggy with it just now. It's only Thundertalk who have lost 2 players, and a couple of those earlier elims coming on through as well.
See DRX off in the distance. They've got a couple of teams in their line of sights. Like you said, nobody getting out.
सही है zone.
North for the majority of teams, they're already pretty much sequestered where they currently are. For the rosters like Power, APG, Thunder Talk, the duo.
40 Power Easy के पीछे है. वो पीछे है 40 के.
बस 40 जगह पकड़ लेना.
40
वो जहाँ पे जा रहे हैं वहाँ पे E अरीना है. वहाँ पे E अरीना है.
I'm hoping Regnum Karya does not crash into him, and it looks like they're not going to. Even Silas taking
40 के अखाड़े में जा रहे हैं. 40 के अखाड़े में जा रहे हैं. गया. IQ गया. फलक भी गया. नोकी भी गया. सब गए.
The team from Pakistan is going to be eliminated.
गई. सारी टीम गई.
Drives get melted off the map. That dominated throughout group stage.
ऊपर गिराज पे रुक जाते हैं आराम से. एक और टीम आई. IDA और पीछे से पावर भी आ गई.
But Power's also rotating in. Ragnar taking a ton of damage. We got Wild also falling. Ragnar now down. How Haji getting active.
Haji. Oh, 2 बंदे down. खेलते चाहिए ना. हाजी. ये नेट गया इसका IDA का. और ये
जाएगा फैजान जाएगा.
हो गया.
गई. ऊपर अलहाजी रहते हैं खाली.
वो भी गया. नेट गया इसका. ओए अब हाजी का नेट आया. हाजी का नेट आया. परफेक्ट नेट. ओए आ गया.
हाजी है. ओह हाजी पीछे से गया. हाजी पीछे से गया. खत्म. वहाँ पे 3 टीमें आई. तीनों खत्म.
Okay, EA versus TS. Oh, Krypton. Oh, nice, लड़के.
1v3. एक अपना क्रिप्टोन है.
हाँ, वो बोर्ड से मर जाता है.
वो जब फाइट होती है वो भाग जाता है.
4 teams went into that dip and none of them got out of it. It was insane. Wow. It was being held.
Okay, DRX versus FF.
By 4 Thrives. Yes. Then both Regnum Karya and Ida crashed in at the same time, and then Power lapped in.
FF का बंदा इधर अकेला है इनके सामने.
Okay, this is ridiculous, guys. You need to chill out.
पर वो घरों में है ना.
And it's going to maintain Power's record.
2 बंदे हैं सामने.
नहीं ये इस पे.
शेल्टर पे.
Because Al Haji is the last one standing. He's the champion of the team fights.
हाजी के साथ बुरा हुआ यार.
And then Fireflux says, "Hey, good job, buddy. I got you. Take some right down." Either way, like you said, 5 elims. You got to be happy with that for alter egos at 5 themselves. And of course, another zone shift going to be taking place. But yeah, that was probably one of the craziest fights.
कहाँ जाएगा? YG के पास. ओए, ये shift देखो. South shift.
Teams like DRX, like Falcons, if they can hold their nerve out in the open. A lot of open ground, right? We saw how difficult it is to approach this Falcons position. When it gets closer and closer on the
YG की position अब बहुत गंदी हो गई है.
Fewer and fewer positions that sit around them that can take those third-party shots. There's fewer teams that are potentially going to third-party on towards you. So Falcons, their strength is really good right now in terms of position, but that will start to
AE के 5 kill.
around them start to get involved, start to get dropped. But I'm expecting to see them into this one deep, potentially up to stage 6.
Yeah.
We see
See a replay coming in. This is the team secret fight versus alter ego.
बहुत प्यारा बनी थी ये इसमें यहाँ पर
able to even up the odds, silence team secret, and send them packing to the next
हो
game.
गया वेबो वर्सेस टीटी हो गया
Well, not for long, as one is taken down immediately.
थंडर टॉक का एक बंदा दूर है
And Thunder Talk.
वो भाग गया भाग गया
Done and dusted. 3 players alive for Weibo and 1 for Thunder Talk.
ये गिरफ्तार है
Full team, but there's no cooperation here. It's sending off into the horizon.
टीम मरती है भाग इधर
Shing is gone. Thunder Talk's been in survival mode since the early goings of this game. 2 eliminations.
FF के भी अच्छे खेल हैं 4 खेल हैं
With that, maybe some placement points
हां
will help you.
इसको देखो ना कहां बैठा हुआ है
Great angle. Maybe surprise some members from
DRX के लिए अच्छा मौका है DRX YG APG टॉप पे आने के लिए
Doc is a guy that's sneaky, and if he sees you, he's taking you down.
लेकिन ए इज इन दैट फिलहाल
Red Force, they've got 2 players alive further back. Let's hope that they can do a little bit better, although with only 2 players right on the edge here, it's going to be difficult. Shelter position can keep them alive for quite a while. Ching takes a couple of shots over towards
TT का एक बंदा रहता है बाकी सब 3 or 4 हैं APG क्या कर रही है APG को मार पड़ रही है कहीं से
एपीजी को यही मार रहा था ना टीटी मार रहा था लेकिन निकल गया अभी इनको फिर बैक से भी पड़ने लगी एनएस मार रही बैक से वेलकम बॉयज वेलकम जो स्ट्रीम पे आ रहा वेलकम
And so this Doc will stay where he's currently at to overlook everybody who's going to be up. You got DRX still up in the distance. So DRX in a pretty precarious spot, if I had to say so, because Noxium Red Force is over there. They have a presence. And then you
कौन से बच्चा है टीटी गया क्या बोलेगी
अभी नहीं बचेगा
उसके ऊपर गाड़ी गुजारी है
उसके
हल्का सा हो गया
गिराई है पर
And in their wake, this rotate will be pursued down by Horha, who are going to move out now to this southeast side. All 4 of their players are alive, and they're looking for a good
Horha
game here. Having performed so far in the first 3 matches, they're going to try and take on so PEL representatives as
ये जाएगा मिराडो वाला ये डाउन होगा
नहीं वो सिर्फ घुमा रहे हैं कि आसपास कोई बंदा है कि नहीं है
क्रिप्टोन वो वहां पर ले गया
क्रिप्टोन ने होरा को ले लिया और निकल गया टोटल फिनिश
ये वाले बड़े अच्छा खेल रहे हैं
वरना उनका की प्लेयर सबसे पहले ही नॉक फिनिश हो गया था
क्रिप्टोन इनका बड़ा अच्छा खेल रहा है
इनका जो रोजमेरी है ना बहुत जबरदस्त है
वो एक किल करके मार गया बेचारा नहीं बल्कि उसका 0 है
नहीं उसका 0 है वो तो स्टार्ट में ही वो मर गया था
आउट ऑफ जोन है ए वाले
do have the disadvantage. They're on the outskirts as well. Their options fairly limited. I wouldn't be too surprised to see them try and sweep up north with Horha pushing into the tower.
ये अगर चिकन निकाल के ना ए वाले तो बहुत आगे निकल जाएंगे ये
बहुत आगे निकल जाएंगे पर मुश्किल है उनके लिए उनके 2 बंदे हैं वो आउटसाइड द जोन है
नहीं गलत कर गया बहुत थोड़ा ओपन में आने देता और ये मरेगा
ये क्या
हलवा गया हलवा गया उसको पीछे से आ गई थी
क्रिप्टोन के ऊपर आ गई वेबो
हिला ही नहीं इतनी जगह से
I would not want to be them making that decision. If I'm Weibo,
उसकी गाड़ी लेके जा रहे हैं
वो चुप करके बैठ गया ना
I think so ऑर्डर ने देख लिया उसको
नहीं इन्हें पता है कि यहाँ से फायर पड़ा था ना उस तरफ
You don't need to put this much pressure on. This is overexposing potentially to the Horha position. And Order's getting a little bit froggy.
Yeah, he definitely is.
वो जी स्माइली ले गया उसको वो आगे आने का चांस भी नहीं ना लेंगे यहाँ से होरा भी मारेगी इनको
ये नेट कर ले अब क्रिप्टोन के ऊपर जाएगा
अब इसको बैक से भी पड़ेगी अभी मुझे पता है बैक वाला
ऑर्डर के नेट से गया
It was no fear along with Order who takes him down. Order getting the elimination. Now
पिंच हो गया था बहुत ज़्यादा
eggs in one basket and
अब YG वालों के पास चांस है YG वालों के पास बहुत ज़्यादा ये टीम्स इन है उनकी
a couple of players in tow. They've got that outpost down to the southwest side in 33Z, who's been scouting, who's been gathering that information. Order, they've been locked into this fight for a while. Looking at the rest of the circle, meanwhile, Falcons, they've been chilling in their building for a long time.
ये भी full team है
They have managed to rack up.
ये नजर ही नहीं आ रही
Actually make that maybe a couple more.
असल में वहाँ पे फाइट नहीं हो रही ना और ये देखो फाल्कन का एक गया DRX ने ले लिया DRX के 4 बंदे हैं
FF वालों को
They'll be safe for now. DRX have been holding out on
ये
this
नेड आएगा इस पे
for a nice while as well, but Yangon Galacticos going to be putting pressure on.
असल में वहाँ DRX और YG भी चल रही है ना
yeah, absolutely going to be the next fight.
होरा गया होरा ले गया
Fireflux over here in the shed. They took a little bit of damage from DRX. In fact, Redox is going to fall once again.
Order गया DRX
Getting some shots. Saycloud onto Quiz. You mentioned it. Yangon Galactica starting to push up, but they've also taken some damage. A downed player, so they're going to have to go at it 3 strong. So we have an immense amount of fights. Falcons versus Fireflux. Yangon Galactica.
वो ये लेफ्ट से आ रही है
बंदा उठा लिया ये ने बहुत जबरदस्त पोजीशन पकड़ लिया
It's going to be really difficult to move as Falcons when Yangon Galacticos or DRX are able to claim this one, but so far nobody is dead on that southwest border. All the teams there have 4 players alive, both of them maintaining the entire roster. Alpha could potentially have an impact here with Top and
वेबो का दूसरा बंदा किधर है
but I imagine they're going to be thinking more about going east.
टॉप की भी पोजीशन अच्छी है APG की और जियोल ऊपर से आ रहा है जियोल बुरी पोजीशन में क्योंकि यहाँ से भी पड़ेगी उनको शेल्टर से
They can chill out for a little bit longer with the circle.
APG can be truly punishing to DRX. The only thing stopping them from shooting, I believe, are the smokes. They just can't get the line of sight.
दूसरा बंदा वो किधर ऊपर बैठा हुआ
In fact, he's going to get active. So there's going to be top on one full finish on one DRX.
APG ने एक और बंदा डाउन मार दिया
हाँ DRX का ही मारा है
हाँ वेबो APG जोल गया ओह
सब वेबो पूरी गई
Nobody is safe, and Weibo on the outskirts of
बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है टीम YG वाली
हाँ YG 5 पे आ गई है
4 पे
इनके पास लोकेशन अच्छी नहीं थी हाँ 4 पे आ गई है उठ जा बे
ये लेवी के कैंसर है
चल मार ले
ये लेवी के कैंसर है
Yangon Galacticos have a beautiful spot where they are at.
ये मेरे ख्याल से किल उठाएगा इसका ये वाला का
They are going to be set up very nicely.
ओके यार सोललेस भी गया
Of course, depending on what DRX and APG decide to do from their current position. For Falcons, they refuse to move, but now they have to start going a little bit more.
Okay, blast करके एक को नॉक किया FF वालों का.
Much ready for them, but the good news
APG
is
top
was taken down just a little bit ago. He's down.
Okay, last one. Okay, APG finish.
ये अरीना का एक और भी गया. APG गई और यहाँ पे इनकी खैर नहीं है.
जोकर EA जोकर जोकर भाई अगर स्ट्रीम देख रहे हो तो अपना नाम ये रखो जोकर
and the Falcons may have all the leverage they need to try and leapfrog south, but you can see how flat and open it is, which gives Yangon Galacticos so much
पीछे से भी कवर मिल रहा है
sidelines over towards E Arena,
FF Soulless
is laying down the law from the high ground there. DRX wants the challenge.
FF Soul उसकी HP चेक करो FF Soulless की
with that 3 players moving on in, but no,
ओए
doing a lot of work, but Hyunbin still has a little bit more gas left in the tank.
और के पास अच्छी पोजीशन है अब ये सब लड़ रहे हैं ना होरा आराम से आ सकती है जोन में
ये जोकर भी गया ये सुकोरा भी गया ओके फुल एलिमिनेटेड हो गया ये वाले भी
होरा को चेक करो आराम से बैठी हुई है
YG वाली सेकंड नंबर पे आ गई है
हाँ नहीं अभी 23 और 6 ये आगे टॉप पे है नेक्स्ट मैच में देखना ये टॉप पे होगी अभी ये पॉइंट्स कैलकुलेट होंगे ना
9 किल कर गए हैं 19 पॉइंट सीधा सीधा अगर मतलब चिकन कर लेते हैं ये 9 पॉइंट और
हाँ अभी और भी खिलाने बाकी हैं
हाइट है ना ऐसे में बड़ी मजे की जगह इनके पास
होरा को देखो होरा के स्लीपी को देखो को
commit to this, they'd have to expend a lot of smokes. In the meantime, Yangon Galacticos,
TRX
they are
फंसा हुआ
going
है.
to have to make a move.
Yes, they got to push forward, and there's a lot of open space. They've been hanging out next to this cave.
ओ यार मैच मुकाओ जल्दी करो जाओ दूध लेके आइए.
The time to get active is in.
पहले मुक गए खत्म हो जाए.
Who's been doing such a great job from a distance, being
हाँ ना
detrimental
ब्रेक
to
भी
each
लंबा
and
होता
every
है इनका.
roster he's come across. So he's
इतनी
going
देर
to
में
be
मैं लेके आता हूँ.
हाँ
for the Horda roster, at least when
15 मिनट का ब्रेक होता है.
rotate over for the
फिर
solo
मोबाइल भी
DRX.
करने.
I don't know if he's going to be able to survive this. I really don't. But for him, all
क्या
eyes
करना
on
है?
YG.
मोबाइल.
Now start to move forward. This
मोबाइल
is going to
मोबाइल
answer
मोबाइल
the
मोबाइल
question of who takes
बॉयल
this
बॉयल.
game.
अच्छा
If Yangon
बॉयल
Galacticos get mowed down now
तूने
by
खुद करना है?
Falcons, it is going to
नहीं
be
करूँगा
all
ना.
Falcons for the victory.
With Ralph moving out to the west side to go
अच्छा
for res onto Redox.
मुझे लगा घर में है कोई
नहीं घर वाले गए हैं
कोई
सारे.
करना है.
So Yangon Galacticos
अच्छा
अकेले ही.
the wrong time to go for this one.
बस फिर इस तरह करो चूल्हे पे चढ़ा के आ जाओ.
Nigh on ultra
हाँ पता लगे गिरा हो बाहर.
on this rotate and play on the south side.
और इसका आता भी यही है. ये गया
ये
था.
देखो ये भाई भाई होरा ने जो चीज पकड़ी है ना जबरदस्त.
ओह P90 आ गई चलो भाई.
ये P92 डाली P92 डाली.
We're getting deep into it. Only 4 more teams remain, and really one of them is inconsequential. It's only a solo
ये
ओ
गया
गया भाई
वो
जी वाले.
इधर वाले की एचपी नहीं थी ना ये
ओ
गया.
एक और गया.
एक और गया.
भाई जी वाले अच्छा खासा टॉप पे आते आते.
and it's Falcons from Koa taking them out.
A little ridgeline to play around.
ऊपर DRX वाले बंदे को देखो आराम से कब से बैठा हुआ है. आप जाएगा.
ओ गया.
गया जोन से गया.
भाई जी
नहीं
वाले.
फाल्कन वाले ने मार दिया. दिल वाले ने मार दिया.
ये होरा ने मारा है इसको. भाई जी वाले.
अच्छा YG वालों को हाँ मैं DRX की बात कर रहा था. 3v4 है 3v4 है.
And out over towards Narvalo, Koa finds that retreat and things simmer down.
No fear has been the guy, the linchpin.
नो फेयर की लोकेशन का नहीं पता उनको. ये पीछे से बैक स्टेप दे सकता है आराम से.
हाउ स्लिपी तो दे गया.
दोनों गए.
हो गए. पेलिकन का बिना हो गया.
वो
ओके दे गया. नो फेयर. लेकिन ओए होए होए पेलिकन.
नाइस यार जबरदस्त.
चल खेलिए.
First rotation on in to the mansion to play on that location. They held ground, and on the north side, nobody challenged them. I felt like Horror maybe were able to slip the noose there. But
चलो अभी इनका वक्त है मैं आता हूँ YouTube लेके.
that is a beautiful way
ठीक है
to close down. A nice chunk of elims as well added on to the Falcons' count. But not only that, Yangon Galacticos, they're pulling down numbers in that final, sir.
Without a doubt, and you're going to also give their flowers over to Horda. Horda needed some points. They were down in 13th place at the start of the game. Getting that second is going to be massive. And while the same thing could be said for Fireflux surviving as long as they did, yes, it's not going to be a tremendous amount, but it's at least a start. It's something. It gives you new life.
It's only game number 4. 2 more to go today, and therefore a big chance to rise up the ranks. There it is. Our final area go has concluded. Team Falcons on top. 2 Miramars coming your way after the break.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tomb glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Feed set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
Falcons flying high for the last Erangel of the day for day number 1 of the Grand Finals and looking to be one step closer towards that trophy. Joining me, Neptura, as well as Seven to talk about this game. Neptura, Falcons had a good compound and they were able to play it out nicely in the end.
Finally, it's about time we see something from the Falcons. Dare I say I want to see a little bit more. I wasn't entirely pleased with how that game went, but they got the win. That's what they needed to do. Fair enough, right? I did like how they played some of those things. I want to start off by saying that initial push onto Fireflux, rather, was the wrong play, and I thought that. I was like, no, you need to be looking at E-Arena. They did in the end on the circle shift. They were able to take them out completely. That frees up the north side of the zone, really able to then do what they want. I will say, Seven, horha really tried their best. Some really nice controlling angles that they got there, but I think Narvalo in particular, able to have that off angle, really helped. For me, the Falcons, I think that they should have done a little bit more. Still played a little bit too defensively. But in the end, they started to split off a little bit. It was much better.
Well, here's the head-to-head brought to you by the Saudi National Bank. Team Falcons versus horha from this previous game. horha doing quite a bit of work, doing quite a lot of damage here, 7 overall, but not quite able to keep up with Team Falcons, mainly thanks to that circle shift towards the end.
Yeah, Team Falcons having that circle shift that definitely helped them big time. And I think one of the main worries that I had looking at Team Falcons was that they just weren't spreading enough. They weren't gaining enough control of that circle. And meanwhile, horha was being able to do that. But due to the fact that horha has just been fighting so many teams that whole match, and they had already lost a player, it became almost near impossible. As soon as Sky went down trying to get that off angle, it was set and done for Falcons to be able to get the win. But I got to give compliments to horha. I have been enjoying those splits that this team has been doing. They have gone from 1-2-1 splits, 3-1, and then they end up mixing it up to everybody just going solo. They're making sure that they just get a lot of the zone, and they were able to do that perfectly at one point. They had full control of the southeast.
But Falcons will walk away with 22 points there with the 12 eliminations, thanks to Narvalo, the Frenchman. We love the French being able to hold on to that position towards the top there. Neptura is able to overlook exactly what was going on and hold their opponents at bay.
You know what's so interesting about the overalls being so close as well? Is Falcons were at the bottom of the leaderboard with 22 points. They are now looking at the top 8. Which is a really nice setup for the last 2 games of the day. Going into tomorrow as well, this is exactly, I think, the right timing for them to get a win, because now that mindset should be super refreshed.
Did Power get A lot of eliminations and no placement points against Evan.
Power's like placement points. What are those? We're just going to go with, you know what? Let's continue to be aggressive. Yeah, they ended up with 5 eliminations. No surprise there out of that team. DRX, I was actually really surprised at the push that DRX ended up doing on Young Galacticos. They thought that maybe they were going to be able to just win that engagement, but little did they know horha was looking to third party that fight, and it kind of opened later the area of just for horha to try to gain more control of the circles.
Yeah, that's kind of the important thing when you get a shift like that, right, Neptura? The fact that those teams down in the south, they're very likely to not win out that game. So focus on those eliminations down to the south with the Yangon and the horha situation going on. And horha was able to do that brilliantly, I think, in those final moments.
They were. I mean, I think Yangon did the only thing they could do. It's so open. It's such a wide area to use. They did what they could. Horha were very, very proactive. I love this new horha that we're seeing, that they're able to not only control and be passive, but also be super aggressive and take those fights.
Yeah, and for Yangon, I got to give him some props because, as you mentioned, they did exactly what they needed to do, which was making sure that they were proactive and backing people up. They made DRX back off early on. DRX ultimately wanted to take that fight. It didn't end up working out. And for Young Galacticos, looking at E-Arena, they were making sure that they made the rotations hard. They were just trying to get any point possible getting those eliminations. I wish they would have made a sooner decision on just making a full push towards where Team Falcons was. That would have been the winning play for that squad.
Potentially. And now, though, with Erangel done, we move on to Miramar and see how it's going to play out for the last 2 games here of the day. Let's take a look at the breakdown of the numbers, see who's able to perform. And you've got teams in there like horha. I think Weibo as well still needs to do a little bit more here, Neptura overall. Alter Ego, strong in that first game of the day, but so far beyond that, been a bit more quiet, I think.
They have. It's almost like they're waiting for something, which makes me nervous because last time they just kind of held their peace and waited a little while. We saw a very strong day from them, so we'll see about that. I am interested as well, though. I'm kind of surprised that APG are not here. Alpha Gaming, not on this list. Historically, a team that's very, very good on Miramar, just not making those numbers.
Yeah, one of the teams that I'm going to be looking at that was there towards the top is going to be none other than Regnum Karya. This team has been so aggressive. I feel like going into Miramar, I'm hoping that we get to see a little bit more tactical play out of this squad, being able to actually take their time, Scott, because right now it's just full go, go, go whenever they do end up pushing. And you can see Young Galacticos with that play doing just enough, being in first place.
Just 11 points between number 1 and 8th. But yes, as you say, Yangon Galacticos being able to wrestle away number 1 from Alter Ego is definitely a big move. What are you laughing at? What's wrong?
I just find it insane that we are in the grand finals of PMWC at EWC 25, and Power Esports somehow has managed to find themselves 4th place, 0 placement points, 30 eliminations.
30 elimination है पावर स्पोर्ट्स के और कोई भी प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट नहीं है.
They could rocket up the leaderboards with also the elimination power that they're showing. And this isn't the power that I saw in the group stage. I was like, okay, they're sitting pretty, they're waiting, they're sitting in Milta, they're moving out and getting themselves a win, a slow win as it were. But they're just all guns blazing at the moment, Neptura. It's crazy.
They really are. I think it goes to show again that sometimes going to survival stage is incredibly beneficial. They've had those 2 extra days to really get their stride, get that momentum going, and now look at them.
Definitely impressive stuff. We'll see if this can continue. Imagine if they finished it with just like no placement points, like 90 limbs.
Please do that. That's what I want. That'll be me unboxing a surprise.
You'd be very excited. Now let's all unbox together because the PUBG Mobile Airdrop Carnival is now live. Don't miss out the final 3 days this weekend. Log in to summon your supply airdrop and collect 2025 airdrop vouchers for your chance to win official merch, smartphones, BD partner rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every participate is guaranteed rewards. So come and get those unboxings done. All these players, they can't unbox right now because they're ready to...
आ रहे बंदे आ रहे 5वां मैच स्टार्ट होने वाला है.
Thank you very much, guys. It is time to head over to the Dusty Dunes. It's Miramar. Let's get it for the penultimate game of the day.
Falcons are able to rise again with a chicken dinner in match number 4 on the day, but they need to keep pace now. Goodness me, try not to swallow the water next time. But either way, they are going to have to try and keep pace with the top page because they have managed to breach there. But, you know, in Power, currently, no placement points, still ahead of them, right? There's a little bit more to do. And if you want to keep track of exactly what every single one of our players is doing during the PMWC, you can on our official map feed on the PUBG Mobile eSports channel. You can see where everybody's rotating all the time, all day. It is useful if you want to break things down, if you want to get a little insight as to what teams are doing at every step of the match.
That's it, isn't it? Well, hey, we're getting into it, Miramar, and you mentioned Falcons, but I love what the desk said about power. It's insane how high up the standings they are, purely based off of eliminations, and you do raise the question, they start getting placement points, I think they're going to be the champions. I really do, at least based off of their performance over the 4 games that we have witnessed. It is spectacular, and I think a rarity, really, to see how well Power is doing. And well, you gotta appreciate it. You gotta love it. Falcons jump up the standings. Power still doing very, very well. Yangon Galacticus taking over first place for the Alter Ego Eris team, who was there for the longest time. Things are shifting about, and the most important thing, right, is to make sure you are the team going into day 3 setting the threshold.
With 6 matches to play today, getting anything over 50 points will be great news. I mean, the biggest games that we've seen, or days rather, that we've seen for teams like Nongshin Red Force, I think, they were able to get over 60 points in a single day.
That's right.
So getting up there would be phenomenal. But the fact is, this table is looking really flat. You can guarantee that there's going to be a little bit more volatility towards the top side of these tables with how close things are. I mean, from first place down towards, getting on towards 8th, right? There's an 11-point difference. That's really closable, especially in these stages of the tournament where teams are able to take those risks. That's one big game, and all of a sudden, you're on the top of the pile.
Well, to put in perspective, what Falcons, I believe, was in 14th or so place going into that last game. They end up getting the winner chicken dinner, 12 eliminations, putting them all the way up in top 6. And mind you, they are only just 3 points away from breaking into top 3. That's how close it is. So a lot of volatility. Things are going to continue to shift within our top 5. And, well, with Alpha 7 not being here, the championship is wide open. Anybody can take it. The question is, who wants it the most? The players themselves are the ones that control their destiny. Map number 5, we're heading into Miramar. Where are we going?
Playing path on the south side this time around, from Valle de Mar over towards Impala. So north entrance a little bit difficult, also potentially tricky to get towards. Of course, now uncontested because Alpha 7 did so badly that they weren't able to make it into this stage of the tournament. Falcons would be alone on there, but they have to get there first. And the question is, do they want to get out there? It's about 3 kilometers away from this plane path, maybe a little bit more actually. So it could be difficult to get up towards. But that western path rotate can be nice and friendly. It's a question of getting those vehicles on side though, as we head on in. Our plane now just crossing Chumasera.
Don't think we're going to have any hot drops, at least based off of where I believe these teams are going to be landing for our first Miramar in Grand Finals of Day 1. But there is always a chance, right? Things get spicy. Even though people put their landing zones out there, doesn't mean they're not willing to change it up and take a team by surprise. And, well, that could very well happen. I believe going even back to the survival stage, we had a bit of a hot drop over in El Pozo. That was an area that we were watching very, very closely. So maybe we see a repeat of that. Falcons over on the left-hand side by Horha. That's going to be an interesting one if they decide to land next to each other. Very curious where this next zone, or first zone, I should say, is going to pop up, because that's going to tell the true story of what we can expect.
I'm looking at Picardo right now. There's a lot of teams in the air over it right now. Could be difficult. Power definitely looking to try and drop there. I think Ida are going to go a little bit longer, as are Nongshin Red Force. Regnum Kaya disengaging from it as well. Down towards Puerto Paraíso. A little bit close by for DRX and Weibo, but they will chill out. So nobody getting too aggy right now. West Coast, though, could be Falcons getting spotted.
Yeah, I'm thinking so. Falcons, Horha, well, they're relatively close to each other. Obviously trying to land on those vehicles so they can have them for rotates. Maybe even we're taking high ground a little bit later on, but they do separate themselves. I always gets concerned when I start to see some split drops, and at least coming into this, I was expecting at least 3 split drops, which we do get a couple of them. The Falcons by far taking the cake with Ralph all the way in the south, forced to go up north to join Narvalo and Koa, which he's going to be doing exactly that. Horha, though, not far behind necessarily. I'm curious if they decide to challenge the solo of Ralph. if they choose to get spicy.
I don't think this is a good idea. If horha want to head up towards the north, I wouldn't be surprised to see them send all the way to a place like Cobraria, currently unoccupied. I think chasing down the solo, if they can get the shots, sure, but if Ralph can get over towards El Pozzo as soon as he goes in, I don't think if you're horha, you want to commit here, right? And the fact is that there's about 600, 700 meters between these two teams. I don't think that they're going to be able to catch this one. But I think heading up to La Cobraria on a circle like this is potentially a little bit better of a decision to make, right? In this scenario, you'll be up on that north side. You know not too many teams are going to be there. You'll be out early over towards that north side on a circle like this, and they're going to be able to find it. Okay, hang on a minute. Maybe they are going to try and clip the back of Falcons, but yeah, I don't rate the decision to chase this one down.
Right.
You don't want hot drops, right? Sure, you might be able to pick up a point early.
Oh, they're close.
Vallo actually, who's already had some looting time, might actually take some shots out.
He should.
This is why you don't want to pursue too far.
Oh, gets a little bit of damage onto Jiggle, but not enough to drop him. If horha was wanting to pursue Falcons, I believe those shots ringing out is going to change their minds, and they'll continue to go up north. And for Falcons, they'll continue to distance themselves, go towards El Pozo, and loot up. So this fight most likely not going to happen anymore. Maybe horha was thinking about it, but the shots were enough to deter them. Now we start to look more into the stage, and Noxium Red Force, great spot central. We also have Alter Egos, who are set up quite nicely. They've got the 2-2 split, plenty of loot between them. And I think Alter Egos are due for a pretty decent game. I'm kind of feeling, I don't know, my senses are telling me Alter Egos, this is their game to take.
Now what's going to happen is Power are going to get a chicken dinner with 0 elims.
Oh, show 0 elims?
Yeah, then anyone looking at the table would be like, oh, that's a normal amount. But no, it'd be the weirdest 10 to 30 split you've ever seen in your life.
That's right, that's right.
Goodness me. No, I'm not entirely sure, of course. There's still 16 teams, 64 players who are in this one. However, Power are in a very central location on this, just out to the east of Hacienda del Patron, with Thunder Talk out to their further east as well. They're in a nice little compound and they can chill out for the time being. We're up to about 5 minutes now, which means looting phase should be over for a lot of the teams that hit ground early. So teams like Power, who dropped Ricardo, they should be done and dusted. However, teams like horha and Falcons, they're going to be out and looting for a little bit longer, maybe up to minute 6, 7 potentially, if horha actually don't settle down.
Yeah, horha they are moving and grooving. The good thing for them, the entire northern zone of this stage is wide open, including those hilltops that they can take over if they so decide. I do start to look towards Fireflux, however. Regnum Caria, E Arena, Team Secret, relatively close, and DRX is getting very close to E Arena, mind you. They are pushing straight in. You notice on your screen top left, there will be an E Arena member. If DRX keep their head on a swivel, they might start taking some shots, taking some damage.
Looks like they're going to keep things nice and linear. A nice spread out train. Good spacing for DRX on their rotate. Keep on the southeast flank. And of course, we always advise against all rotating in the same vehicle, especially early and especially on Miramar. Getting spotted out can be disastrous. So taking this 4-player convoy is exactly how you want to be operating. If you guys are home and trying to pick up some tips, that's a good one. Early on, playing split, you're very, very mobile. You're a little bit more flexible. And that's what DRX are looking for as they head to the east of Minas Generalis, up towards potentially where Alter Ego and Team Secret are playing.
And also for Fourth Rives in the same path as Ida as they continue to move up north. So we take a look at Yangon Galacticus, a team that has been performing incredibly well, currently first place. Off the back of a third place game, number 4. They've been highly consistent, been waiting for this roster to truly show what they're made of. I think today has been the shining example of what we can expect Yangon Galacticus to truly be. They'll be rotating up north kind of in the same fashion that horha did a little bit earlier, opposite of Falcons, probably most likely going above where Falcons are at. But I do have some concern if that is going to be the case, because there's not going to be a lot of areas they can truly park the bus, because Falcons and horha are controlling that area, and there is an opportunity for Yangon Galacticus if they go a little bit too far north to get pincered between both of those rosters, so they have to play this carefully.
Four Thrives taking up position on the high ground. Fireflux, they've caught the arena, and that's 2 of them going down very, very quickly, and that's a 3rd as well. Oh no, this is nasty news for the team at the bottom of the tables as well. Oh dear, that's 2 players now remain for them. And this crash is Going quite well for Fireflux to regroup on this spot. Turney K, Joker, that's another one sent on in, and Scarface handles business. This is what we've been waiting to see from Fireflux today. They were highly performant in the survival stages, and that is what we've been looking out for.
And Solus with the M249 shooting the bodies. Fireflux has awoken from their slumber. 13th place no longer. They want to be up in the top 5 off the back of our last 2 games. Nice to see them finally getting active for E-Arena. Well, a team that was truly the shining examples throughout the survival stage, struggling tremendously, and even surprising the fact that they get their compound taken over, because one of the shining examples about E-Arena that I truly started becoming a much more fan of was their ability to hold down hardcover POIs. You could not break in. It didn't matter if there was 2 or 3 teams challenging their house. They were going to hold it down. In this case, though, they don't, and they fully get wiped, and Fireflux stays up nice and strong, and they've got a great spot in the current zone. Let's see what the next one holds.
Hey, you know what? E-Arena still have the moves. Have you seen those walkouts
I
at the
have,
start of the day?
absolutely.
I saw the moonwalk today, hitting them with the MJ.
Was it good?
Yeah, the mic was well. It was acceptable. It was certainly identifiable. Circle over to the east side here for phase 2. A lot of open ground to the east side of San Martin and Hacienda del Patron. Currently, the center of the circle still occupied by Alter Ego and quite a big spread. I imagine they're going to want to look to get back together here with DRX on the south flank, with Thunder Talk as well on a bit of a split, but a lot closer together. About 600 meters sits between both of their outposts here for Thunder Talk.
Well, same narrative for me for Yang on Galacticos. I was concerned maybe they would pincer themselves in between Falcons and Horha, but they do decide to stay on the outskirts of the zone. But even so, they're still going to have to deal with Falcons or Horha most likely once they start to come in. And now you add in 4 Thrives. You got 4 teams who could be contesting each other on the northern zone of the current stage. That's going to be a fight to watch out for without question. But for Power, the high ground is in. Fireflux is very aware of this, but you got to appreciate the current power position from Power Esports.
Easy with the high ground over towards Ketch. I think they're both aware of each other's position here and just biding their time. Of course, these positions on these plateaus always look so powerful. The difficulty is as soon as you get knocked, or as soon as you take a challenge and maybe you get a little bit too bold, you go down. It's a massive mission to try and get you back up, right? You have to either send another player up there, or you have to drop down when you've already been knocked and someone has to rotate out towards you. It takes a lot of time, a lot of investment on that, so you do need to be very careful with those high ground positions.
Fireflux going to be opposite of them. Falcons continue to move up. Managed to stay alive for quite some time. The only shots, the only activity we see from them so far was firing on Sleepy.
Rotate around, try and slip this one. Around the edge there they go, and actually Doc Shook could be Resable here. Close to Fireflux though, and that will be in a lot of danger for this res. Will be very difficult to make it work. In the meantime, Team Secret actually getting handled across the way from Fireflux themselves. Shots overhead.
Fireflux been performing well. They're trying to go up the standings. This is their game to take. They started off hot and heavy. They currently sit at 6 eliminations. All 4 members still alive. Now Ketch, I hope he's not spreading himself a bit too thin, separating himself from the additional rosters, everybody else in a vehicle. So that'll be my concern. But for No Fear and Rosemary, well, No Fear tried to stay up as long as he could, but the shed, unfortunately, will be his demise.
Sook actually using the explosive arrows there, taking one of those knocks over towards Horha. He's going to be happy with that one, but Weibo currently out on that east side, have a little bit further to go here. That east side approach is really weird and finicky. They've got that long channel of road for Weibo to roll along on that northern side of the current circle. It spits you out with very little info, which means that they kind of need to head down south and try and put pressure on that way to approach towards Alter Ego, but that's really difficult in its own right? You've got Alter Ego who've been holding. We've seen how effective they are in that location. I don't think that Weibo are going to be able to get too much further here.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And mind you, Falcons has also kind of got into their vicinity. Falcons have been the outskirt team, consistently gunning down players, not overcommitting, but at least having a presence, keeping them in the back of their minds are their enemies. And well, we see Suki, as you said, from Sleepy from a distance. Wait, and I know Seven is loving that one.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I wonder if it was that the straight shot or the explosion that got him though. I have to double check. We'll get the analysts on that one, breaking down the clip. That was kind of nuts though. You'd love to see it. Sook seems to be you know, this proponent of
Legolas.
Of the bow and arrow. He loves it.
Yeah,
he loves it.
You know, it's funny, when I was doing my research coming into this, Seven specifically brought him up and said explosive arrows. Watch him with the bow. Let's watch Order now as they go for the challenge onto Falcons. Rosemary has him pinned in between, and Rosemary is a guy I do not want on my backside. He is truly devastating. We've witnessed it just a little bit earlier on Horha Esports. Now he can do it on Falcons, but Order cooking the nade, throws it out. Is it good? Well, a little bit of damage on Narvalo. Redux will answer back with his own, but it doesn't have an area effect. And Redux is very weak. Order is taking on two members from Falcons and doing it in sensational fashion.
They have that back flank as well from Rosemary. Anita is feet, and Ralph and Redux both fall, one after the other. The forward position and the middle spot for the Falcons both going down, and it looks like Weibo are actually going to be able to break through this one with Narvalo falling. There's only one player now standing, and Suka's on the hunt.
And I wonder if APG starts to get active.
Falcon last one. दो बंदे knock.
Dangerously close. There's Order from a distance, trying to take down Avila, but can't do it. He backs away for the meantime. Still a chance Falcons can maybe recover with the duo in this moment, but the
Okay, Falcon दो बंदे.
Koa, the tip of the spear, to try maybe get a couple of shots on the Order. Again, you can't really go back because you got alter egos who's going to be just behind you.
Okay, Weibo trying to. Oh yeah, bro. Oh nice, लड़के.
It's Narvalo up against them. He can clutch these. We've seen it before. And Weibo low. It's just Sook. And around the edge with a scar goes for the spray down, but the heel is there.
Oh,
Narvalo now at a disadvantage.
oh, प्यारा Falcon. Heavy.
Narvalo survives out in the edge of the zone, eliminating Weibo.
जो 40 फलक is.
Can he get his teammate back into the
40 फलक knock है.
Where is his downs mates? Is it just behind him? You'd have to think so. There it is. That's going to be Koa. Getting Koa back in this fight would be huge.
Okay, Falcon वाले को ले गए हैं. AE वाले ले गए हैं. 40 के दो बंदे हैं.
The entirety of another roster. This time, a 1v4. Reefus with that off.
40 12 पे आ गई
I
है.
think this is probably going to be the end. Plus, you got Alpha, who's going to be looking dead at you. Narvalo in dire straits. If he can somehow, some way survive and get into zone, it would be miraculous.
Spray down, Narvalo
Okay.
slams into reverse, trying to pull
Alva knock. Oh
chase
nice.
right there, but actually it's
Cover.
APG who might have given him a lifeline. He's actually down and into the road gully.
And he's dipping, he's dodging, he's swerving and moving. He's going up top to get that member of Avila.
Oh.
Can't get the finish, and that's going to be okay. A valiant effort of the Falcons from the start to the finish. Never really truly had a home, never truly had a legitimate route to stay safe. They were putting a lot of pressure on teams, but they were never able to establish themselves in a specific area and play for late game. That's just the way it goes. Miraculously though, Yangon Galacticus is doing quite well. I expected them to be eliminated a little bit earlier on, but for APG, Alter Egos, let's see how this fight ends up unfolding. Alter Egos got to do it as a duo.
Moana and Krypton will have to play off one another. The circle kind of shifted away from them right now. DRX are in the center. They're by that roadside. They've got a lot of pressure outwards. Not too many threats to be sent their way. Fireflux, they're kind of on a linear approach from the south side. Whilst they have all 4 players alive, they've managed to rack up 7 elims, sure, but they are right with their backs to the blue zone, and Power marauding around them as well.
Jeez. Yo, Top, go off, my boy. That's 2 down from Thunder Talk. Outputting the damage tremendously. I say 2 down, 1 manages to get out with his life, but just with a sliver of hell. Jing down low. I don't know if it's going to happen. Reefus, this might be a nice nade. It's cooked well. It's thrown out. Doc just below, and he'll take off a sliver of health. Not much, but keeps the pressure on Zing. You know he doesn't feel comfortable in this
APG
moment. For APG, on a tear. They're only on 4 eliminations, but at this rate, I don't know where they're going to end up.
A little bit more damage sent over to him, but the first aid was already ticking up. He will be healed. This is the
APG.
group coming on through. A nice drop on the
Mar,
smoke
mar,
there.
mar, mar,
Let's
mar,
go
mar.
for the weapon swap.
Nice.
Ammo's already low, but they get it.
TT Sting उतर गया. दूसरा King भी अब
And now
होगा.
Singh continues to be under pressure. However, they can't breach this high ground just yet. With Ida over the way, there's so much going on in this northeast quadrant.
APG holding on tight. Mind you, still
Okay,
4 strong.
APG is all
You mentioned Ida,
patient
they're
दे
gonna
गया.
be just up ahead, and they look to be progressing forward just a bit more. So for APG, it's imperative that
Okay,
they focus the
APG is
fights
all going.
correctly. And Aaron Most likely going to be the first one targeted. Zero starts to move up towards that rock. Reefus down low, still trying to keep Thunder Talk in check on the low ground. I love where APG is currently at, and I have to favor them in this fight. But again, if they don't do this properly, Ida is going to eat them alive.
Darkin with the nade pulled over.
Darkin का nade
Thinks better of it.
और APG का भी nade.
So all 4 players alive on the northeast side. They continue their march here for Alpha Gaming. We have been hoping for more from this roster. The nade have some prestige, and Reefus
nice try, but
pick up the pace here, but backed off the angle.
okay, 40 T to 4. Okay. Finish. 40 का 1 player remaining.
They're going to lose it. Yangon Galacticus most likely has already passed them up. Scarface on your screen. Now Fireflux, again, a tremendous game. Nearly double digits already. 4 members still
Okay, इस टाइम YG अच्छा खेल रही है. बट उनके किल कम है. APG के किल 4 हैं. FF के 8 किल. FF का एक बंदा नॉक. FF का प्यारा नेट.
A nade over towards Zol's position, and top is the trade-off here. Scarface forwards.
Scarface knock. Finish.
Gonna get flushed as well, almost certainly there.
FF की तक रह गया है. और दूसरा इनका soulless रह गया.
All the way out on the flank. I think that res is coming through though.
To see catch the distance, trying to keep APG at bay. Meanwhile, Ida has been there, but not really. You know, could they have taken advantage of this third party? Maybe, but they're well within zone. So the question is, really, can Thunder Talk even start to break in? APG, once this fight does end up concluding, if it does against Fireflux, who have managed to recover, you mentioned those revives. Well, now they're going to be a 4-man unit. And I like their chances a lot better in the moment APG starts to regroup.
Like Fireflux might be able to keep all 4 of their players alive as well. So 2 full force squads on the eastern side. Something also monumental could be happening.
Okay, अभी FF वाली टीम 4 बंदे जिंदा हैं और टॉप की टीम है इस टाइम FF वाली. FF के 8 किल, APG के 5 किल, NS के 3 किल. अलहाजी पे कन्वर्ट हो गए. अलहाजी रोटेशन देते हुए पावर फैदिंग ने एक नॉक किया. फिनिश. हो गया FF स्कारफेस पुश करते हुए. ओह नाइस लड़के. ओ प्यारा. ओह बट ओके APG वालों को पीछे से फिनिश पड़ गया. APG ऑल डेड. FF वाले अगेन बच गए. एक फिनिश, 2 नॉक. हो गया IDA वाले. रीटा मर गई.
Darkin throws a beautiful nade, gets 3 from Fireflux and takes them out instantaneously. And now you got Power, who have been setting up quite nicely to gatekeep the winner from that engagement. In this case, happens to be Ida.
IDA Darkin का नेड. क्या ये फटेगा? नहीं फटेगा. Okay. Darkin को प्यारा नेड.
King steps a little bit too close to the fire and
TT King के पिछवाड़े पे माली लगते हुए और IDA Darkin knock by TT King. Okay, knocky knock. 40 knocky finish. 40 की team eliminate.
Thought about it. Do I go for the res? Do I go for the challenge? Well, Jing throws a nay. This could be
Okay, प्यारा नेड. Oh, nice but
another one starts to go in, but it's going to be a little bit too far. And now for Aaron, really the last hope for Ida. Potentially another one to, I don't know, output some damage, but all eyes on Aaron at the moment. It is amazing. Thunder Talk has put up this much of a fight. They're towards the bottom. They desperately need points to elevate themselves towards the top 5 running, but 4 eliminations, their best game we have seen so far, and it could get even better.
IDA का लास्ट बंदा फतिंग ने पीछे से कमबैक कर दिया. Okay, TT King बहुत ज़बरदस्त खेल रही है. YG वालों का last बंदा.
Gets taken away from this, and Easy on the forefront will need a little bit of a rescue mission from the rest of the team. Not going to be easy, and actually
Okay, Power Ragnar knock finish.
so Easy able to find that shot, and DRX now
Power वालों के
starting to come alive here.
एक बंदा knock है, 2 हैं. अलहाजी ने एक knock दिया TT वालों का. Finish भी हो गया.
Yes, he is. For Ragnar's sake, though, I think he tried to get a little bit
Okay.
too fancy on the off angle and
TT
ended up in his
eliminate.
undoing, and well, he loses his life in the meantime. For
Power Easy
though,
knock.
they look great. DRX is the only team though who is left
Sorry,
alive
finish हो गया
with
Power
4
Easy.
members, but Power's
Bedtareen और
positioning is
अलहाजी रह
great.
गए.
They're hitting wonderful shots, but you gotta
Okay,
appreciate
DRX versus Power.
able to utilize this low ground, this little divot. They're going to be devastating. Power, it's going to be hard to knock DRX off of this spot.
Yangon Galacticos as well on that northern side. Going to be difficult to navigate there. You've got solos
DRX
on
और
every
Power
single
आमने
side of the
सामने.
circle, and right now the most dangerous one is probably Loxy.
ये Power पर दी knock है एक. Okay, अलहाजी भी गया. अलहाजी भी गया. Power वाली eliminate. Net के चक्कर में Power वाली भी गई. Okay, DRX versus IDA versus YG. Okay.
To stay alive, but DRX takes them out without any drama whatsoever. We're now down to our top
IDA
three.
eliminates. 2 team remaining.
DRX right now. They've been able to hold this compound
YG, DRX.
solos. And neither of the
Okay,
solos are in this next
Egyptian.
circle. They've got control of the hillside. They're in overexposed
Okay,
positions.
nice.
So Easy goes down.
Take
That's gonna be
Cloud,
a nice pickup.
nice.
Actually, hang on a minute.
Very nice.
I said there should be a free win. Hang on a minute. We're just getting word that I lied. I lied to you.
Well, let's see what ends up happening. The pickup might be able to come through. We mentioned Loxy as well, right? Ragnum Karya. He's going to be potentially devastating. And both players, right, from Yangon Galacticus as well as Loxy from Ragnum Karya, they're going to be
Okay, Ragnum पे नेट गया.
roster.
और
Beautiful nade. I believe it does connect just a little bit. Here comes DRX now. I don't want them
Ragnum पे एक और नेट. But back चला गया. Damage हुआ.
Overexposing yourself to say Cloud might be a reason why these
ये
solos
YG अब इसको मारेगा.
Cover has a brilliant sideswipe here, right? You can see that ridge line that rolls down the hill away from Hyunbin. That is what Cloud is playing on. So Hyunbin flexing down this way. I really like this idea. Loxy should be taken care of by the blue
Ragnum
zone.
full
Just
panic
sort of conclude
situation.
itself here. And Cloud, sure, he might have the sideline swipe.
Ragnum
but
eliminate.
The center of the circle is still under control for DRX.
1v4 है.
Keep things together, right?
और
If
ये
it's not gonna
नेट.
get too spicy out here in the
Okay.
open, and he will fall
Okay,
down.
RDX win.
A little bit quiet on that one, but
Nice try. Nice try. Nice try, YG.
take those 10 placements, add them to their tally, and they'll be up there with the rest of them at the top of the table.
Without a doubt, DRX, just like Power's been eliminating, right, getting all their elimination points, basically securing top 5 just off of that. DRX has done a phenomenal job in the placings. 4th place in game number 1, 10th place in 2nd. They fall down a little bit, but 2nd place in 3rd, or the 4th game, I should say, and then 3rd place in the 5th, and then of course 1st place coming out right before your eyes. Beautiful job from DRX, highly consistent in the podium category. That's going to be incredibly valuable when we get to Smash Point on day number 3. DRX, so strong, so powerful, and finally able to get a win.
That was 4th in the 1st, 3rd in the 3rd, 2nd in the 4th, and a 1st in the 5th there for coming through from DRX. Hope you guys are following that. We certainly were here in the booth, but we are going to head to a quick break whilst we get ready for our final Miramar of the day. Don't go anywhere.
get.
Dear PUBG Mobile fans, we are delighted to invite you to the 2025 PUBG Mobile World Cup at the ESPORTS World Cup in Riyadh, KSA. This exciting event will take place from July 25th to August 3rd at the Boulevard City. We've prepared tons of event perks, such as the PMWC avatar frame, ESPORTS Passion Set, ESPORTS Passion Parachute, and tons more items. Let's check out how you can get all these rewards. During the tournament, go to the Pandora event page via Lobby, Event Center, Esports to join the event. Mormon from SEA, Top from CSA, Pedrinho from the Americas, Silas from the EU, and Prestige from MENA will guide you through the 5 major parts of the event. They consist of tournament celebration, prediction rewards, esports shop, themed outfit, and champion challenge. Join these activities to earn rewards and collect esports tokens to redeem even more gifts in the esports shop. The more esports tokens you collect, the better rewards you'll get. You can get up to 2,870 esports tokens from the prediction event. It takes place from July 23rd to August 5th and consists of 3 stages that coincide with the tournament: group stage, survival stage, and grand finals. During the group stage, get 20 esports tokens by predicting the 8 teams you think will advance directly to the grand finals. Each correct prediction will grant you an additional 60 tokens. Make a total of 3, 6, and 8 correct predictions to get 300, 680, and 720 tokens, respectively. You'll get another chance during the survival stage to guess the other 8 teams that will make it to the grand finals. The rewards are the same as the group stage. During the grand finals, you must try and predict the ultimate champion. Just predicting will grant 30 tokens, and a correct prediction will grant 400 tokens. If you're unsure about your predictions, you can let your friends' predictions guide you. Find someone reliable, copy their predictions, and wait to be rewarded. The 3 prediction rounds take place on July 27th, July 30th, and August 3rd at 10:45 UTC 0. Rewards are issued the second day after each stage ends at 4 a.m. UTC 0. You'll receive esports tokens based on your prediction results. Note, esports tokens don't expire and can be used in future esports events. Who do you think will be the ultimate champion? Join the 2025 PMWC event and share your predictions. Invite your friends to join the predictions and watch the tournament unfold.
دمجني ضربني. هدي هدي حاول ترجع. حاول اطول ينزل. هاي اطول يفنن. دمجت
Last guy. Come back. From the right, coming close. I have no bullets. Behind the buggy. I'm low. I have no bullets. He wants my feet. Put him behind. Nice!
Player 456 would be proud because our South Korean overlords are back for a win. Yes! DRX holding down a compound. It was quite easy for them, actually. Joining me, we have Neptura as well as Maxman to talk about this one. Kind of came their way. They kind of did well. Hooray.
They had compound. It was in circle. They outlive every team, they get the win. What an impressive chicken dinner. Wow. No, it was a pretty streamlined win, okay, coming in from DRX. Unlike Nongshim Red Force, though, they don't throw the match, which I can appreciate. No, there's actually a few things they did do really well this game. They were using the southern and eastern ridges very efficiently, and because off the back of that, they were able to actually hold teams away. Though, yes, Kalash, they didn't get a lot of limbs because they're just staying hidden in the middle, just like, don't fight us, please.
You know why they were able to keep teams away so long, though, Matt? How? I will tell you. Because of the quality of the angles that they took. And what I mean by that is that they took angles that had the most amount of information against other teams with the least amount of risk from those same teams. So they were able to hold on to their full squad very effectively while not necessarily getting the eliminations like we see here, only 5, right? but they were just able to hold those teams off onto the edge, let everybody else get eliminated, and take the win.
But Fireflux taking a little bit of inspiration from Power. It's 0 placement points and 11 eliminations this match. That's going to be able to catch up a little bit in the leaderboards. Going on to the second page. Quite a few bubbles from horha. Okay, I shouldn't have looked down there.
You've caused problems, Max.
I turned off my phone.
It's weird. I wonder why. But yes, I mean, at the same time, when you look at the elims coming in from all of these teams, right, it's a very technically open area, especially if you account for the fact that there is that big cliffside north of that road as well. So kind of a lot of these positions, Neptune, are kind of covering each other on the middle side because you're expecting all of these teams to kind of fight over you. And that's what we saw a lot of in this game. And you can kind of exist within the middle.
Yeah, it's a big thing that happens in a lot of games. If you can find that dip, it's super risky because the minute a team actually comes up over that ridge, you are gone. But as long as there's a couple of teams all around you, you are able to survive a lot.
Hey, Alpha Gaming able to get himself over 2,000 damage this game, 6 eliminations going into Fireflux. We already looked at their 11 eliminations, so a very good presence from these teams. One team I'm not seeing here that could have been here is Alter Ego. We talked a little bit actually during this game here while it was happening in the green room, how they had a really good position early on and they tried to just overextend their control on the map. They had not just a 2-2 split, it was a 4-man split. Everyone was like around 100 to 150 meters away from each other, meaning that if the team gets remotely close to you, you're going to lose that player.
Very reminiscent of the split that they had on Sandhawk, but hey, guess what? Sandhawk and Miramar are very different maps, Neptune, right? So it's difficult to maintain this when everybody can kind of see you on the cliffsides elsewhere.
Yeah, a big split on Sandhawk and a big split on Miramar are two very different things. Just because it's such a vast area that you have on Miramar, you did have that one player. Which one was it, Max? There was a really...
Alva at the north?
Alva, yeah, yes. It was Alva up on that
There was a valley between him and his team.
There was a whole valley, and you understand why. It's like, oh, that's an awesome off angle onto all the chaos that was happening with Thunder Talk and everybody, but it didn't work.
They seem like they're having fun still, though, here for PMWC GrandFinals, which, okay, cool, sure, but you've still got to be able to have your foot on the pedal here, Max, if you're them. Getting together a little bit quicker, you feel like that's probably the play to deal with some of this?
I think so. It was so weird because you had two teams getting really close to their position. You had Ida and you had Fireflux, and it's not just they're walking around in dips being very silent. They have cars, and even then, Alter Ego made the active decision that no, we are going to remain split. We don't want to regroup. We just want to keep control. Unfortunately, to have control, you need to have the numbers, and in this case, Alter Ego did not have the numbers to take those fights.
Definitely so, definitely so. All right, well, before we get into our last game, it's time for everybody's favorite segment of the day.
Max Man's Grenade of the Day.
You know it. You love it. It's Maxman's Grenade of the Day. Back at it once again. And this time around, we're going back on over to Erangel. It's Military Island with actually a very good nade coming on through onto Thunder Talk, right onto the driving car. There are two passengers. He knew observation hack. He unlocked just like in One Piece. And he knew where they were going to be and gets a nice double elimination. Really good play here from Power Esports.
What did you say?
One Piece.
What? Yeah, but you said something about before that about One Piece.
Observation hacky. It's like you can read into the future.
Right. Is that... Anyway.
I literally got your coffee because you said you liked the French earlier, Colin.
Oh, you did? Well, they've not shown you on screen.
Oh,
so
that was unfortunate. It's on the desk, okay? I promise. It's there.
Thanks. I needed that. Also, you picked a serious nade. I'm impressed. Well done. Thanks for that. That was great.
Yeah, Maxman's nade of the day can be all good or bad. It can be the two extremes.
You never know.
Whoa.
It's a mystery. What will happen tomorrow? Find out tomorrow. But it is time to go to the casters for the final game of the day. It's Miramar.
Thank you very much, guys, over on the desk. Of course, we're going to be shifting into, what is it, like Gear 5 or something? I don't know. That's
10,
a One Piece
baby.
reference.
We're going to 10.
That's a One Piece reference for Maxman specifically. I don't know what I'm saying, but I'm sure he enjoyed it greatly. As we are going to be heading on into the last match today. It is match number 6. It is Miramar. It's the desert. It's getting hot. It's getting spicy. Hopefully our teams can keep up and keep the sweat off their brow, because they are going to need to remain cool, calm, and
collected. Let's get it going. Game number 6, the final game of day number 1. The final chance to elevate yourself up into the top 5 to truly contest for the final championship run. Who's it gonna be? Well, we're gonna find out on day number 3. Now, last This Miramar was exciting. A lot of great rotations, and honestly, even the solos playing towards the end, in my opinion, were putting up a wonderful fight that could have very well dismantled the team of DRX. Shingon Galacticus, a team that's been performing highly well today. The fact that they made it through into top 2 is great because I believe they were a duo for the longest time. So good on them. Shingon Galacticus performing so well, but DRX taking the cake when it comes to, I believe, our most consistent team podium in I believe, what, 3 out of the 5 games we've had so far.
It's a pretty difficult record to beat. DRX, I mean, getting that chicken dinner in the 5th match, it's kind of nutty. That's why they're on the top of the pile right now, maintaining that consistency. Not as loud as other teams, looking at you, Power. But either way, they have managed to keep up that record. And 46 points on 5 matches is a very solid result, right? It's 4 points shy of that 10-point average that we always talk about when it comes to teams in that first place spot. If you're above 10 points, if you're around that 10-point average, you are in the contest for that first place spot on the lobby. The plane path from Puerto Paraiso up towards El Pozo, a lot kinder than the first time around Miramar today. That was a heavy south plane cut, and this time around, it's going to be a little bit more relaxed for our teams to getting on their way. So potentially no hot drop, or at least no pursuit over towards the Falcons on this one for El Pozo.
Well, we'll find out, right? Falcons did have quite a few teams around them, and it was Horha and Falcons who ended up kind of, you know, tussling with each other, but we'll see if that ends up happening this time around. And let's not forget Shingon Galacticus also coming up behind them. It was kind of contested towards El Pozo. Might see the same thing here as, well, Smile tends to drop out, and I think he's going to take over that southern portion. It took a little bit of time before they finally ended up in contention with Horha as well as Falcons up there towards El Pozo. But it's the mad dash for the vehicles, and that's where you start seeing the heavy points of contention, especially between Horha and Falcons, who are very close to each other already as they glide through the air.
North side circle pops as the plane exits our screen, Tokyo Drift style, hitting the 45 degrees, as we are going to be heading up again to a more northern area. So this time it's going to be a little bit more west than we had last time around. La Cobreria, Crater Fields, that area around water treatment, all of those hills will be in play. Teams are going to have to figure out how to make their way north, not least of which is DRX, who are the most south team right now, over towards Puerto Paraiso. Hopefully, they can find another podium, because they've already got 4 of them. Why not get another?
Why not? Get another one. 4 out of the 6. That would be huge for them. And again, Smash Point, day 3. We look at DRX to potentially be the ones to close it out if they could be number 1 setting the point threshold. For DRX, this is going to be a tough going for them. They've got to go all the way up north, as you said. That means passing Team Secret, potentially Alter Egos. You got E Arena, maybe running into Thunder Talk, Fireflux. They might take a long rotate towards the shoreline and go all the way up towards north. That might be their best line of attack. For Horha, well, they go a bit more north this time around than they did last time, because you remember they were south of Falcons, ended up pursuing them into El Pozo. This time, Horha change up their landing spot, and they're going to be just above them, which is going to be great for them. So much real estate that they can utilize, and Horha need a good game here. They're, again, towards the bottom, but setting themselves up nicely for day 2 would be a tremendous win on game 6, and the possibility is here.
Shingon Galacticos gathering vehicles, getting a little bit of loot on board. They've still yet to fully go for this loot phase. They're going to head south down towards Valle de Mar and play this one in a little bit later on. They love seeing the blue zone, right? They absolutely love it for Shingon Galacticos. As soon as they see that blue zone coming, they're heading straight towards it. So they will be very chill about surviving out in this area. A likely west road rotate, so expect to see them heading up towards La Cobreria around minute 8. I think that's where we'll see them up towards that north side. So potential conflict with Horha and Falcons on the west edge.
That's right, and I think that's going to be a pretty big narrative throughout not only today in our game number 6, but going into day 2 and day 3 of our grand finals. I am excited to watch APG potentially clash with Regnum Caria. 2 aggressive rosters, and with the way APG was challenging fights in our previous game in Map 5 Miramar, got me excited for the prospect of what their aggression is going to hold in this final game, game number 6. They're going to have to go up north. Regnum Caria might choose to gatekeep them. And let's not forget 4 Thrives. I know I haven't seen too much from them today, but another roster that showed incredible aggression and good ability to hold and control fights during the group play stages. They're also going to be in that vicinity. So APG, Regnum Caria, 4 Thrives potentially clashing maybe a little bit later.
see what their path will hold for them. Looks like Regnum Karya on the road faster than APG, and it might be 4 Thrives that does in fact come into conflict with them. But as always, it's a question of which path they take towards this circle. Fighting this early, you don't really want to get stuck down in it, right? You don't want to get bogged down early. Going down within that first phase is really detrimental to your overall tournament performances, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see them wait their turn, right, in this scenario. Wait for teams to push it behind them and get a little bit more drawn back, I think it's safe to say, from those engagements. I'm looking around the map right now, I'm seeing DRX leaving Puerto Paraiso. They've headed up past Impala on the east side right now, and they are trying to slot themselves in over towards El Azahar, potentially all the way up towards Cruz del Valle, and we'll see if they can make their way on up to the podium once more. There's not too many teams that are going to contest them on that.
Yeah, no surprise, DRX, that was their safest rotation. That's exactly what they ended up doing, going across that shoreline and going up most likely towards the north above. Maybe Alter Egos, maybe even a little bit further on towards maybe the northern portion of where Weibo is currently at. For 4 Thrives, full send it straight in. They're going to be very close to Noxian Red Force is back. Benny already throwing out some nades, and Naki's taking damage.
Naki does answer though with a nade of his own. Unfortunately, it's in through the window and he's up on the high ground there. A nade up high, and they do think he's on the inside of this one. Benny could potentially catch them unawares. The Molotov, they think they're burning him out of position, but he's got IQ on lockdown right now. Steps up but misses. Now they'll know he's up on high. Noki now with a chance to turn things around, but more nades are cooking. This is the last one in the pocket from Beanie, and IQ has to dodge it. Will be able to survive. XNY on the off angle doesn't quite connect on it either. To Noxian Red Force, not really getting too much with the opening salvo. That one's good though, and a chance now for Noxian to take this thing to control.
T24 on the ground alongside that of Phallic. You've got to appreciate the high ground from Benny. He's not going to relinquish that. He's going to be truly the linchpin into success, at least I assume, in this fight, in this engagement. IQ's down and out. No way he's going to get back up, and in fact, he's going to be fully finished off. 4 Thrives, the one good thing they do have going for them is they have Wolfpack together. So any players from Noxian Red Force, if they push it as a solo, you'd have to assume you're going to be shot by 3 people at the same exact time. T24 Phallic gotta hold the low ground though. XCY pushing in. Tizzy starting to also get active. T24 takes some damage. In fact, outputs some damage off of Tizzy. Doc going in. T24 down. Benny drops out from his high ground. Takes a little bit of damage, but through the smoke, hits the shot needed to drop Naki. 4 Thrives are out.
Once more, 4 Thrives fall, and Noxian Red Force keeping all 4 of their players alive there. It got a little bit hairy with T24 doing so much work on the low ground, but they do manage to survive as 4, which is huge news for them. In the meantime, Alter Ego losing a player. Team Secret able to take control of the compound here to the west of Cruz del Valle on the north side of that circle. Potential conflict for them with DRX in the next few minutes, but for now, Alter Ego busted down to 3.
Alter Ego, a good day today so far.
Nice
Love to finish off with the 3 stack. Performing well, Wild hitting great shots. Fireflux, who had a tremendous game number 5. Looking to do a little bit of a better job here. Regnum Karya also up ahead. You notice every single team minus APG has just directly sent it straight into the center of the zone. They want those buildings. They want the hard cover. And that's why 4 Thrives was so antsy to get in and challenge Noxian Red Force. It doesn't pay off, but you get the idea. So Regnum Karya, Fireflux now, they want to take over this spot if they can get it, but it's not going to be easy.
Over in San Martin, they're going to have to fight for their way out here. Circle coming on in very, very soon. Alter Ego actually potentially under threat now for DRX. I said around minute 8 for Yangon Galacticos. That has now passed.
Look at that.
And a hard northeast shift. They're going to have to go a long, long way. I don't think they're going to see this circle until about minute 10. This could actually start to get a bit hairy on the west side for Yangon Galacticos. They might need to cut an earlier rotation, maybe potentially through Montenuevo, unless they want to get really, really down to the wire with this one. It's not looking super healthy. DRX, they suffer the most on the northeast side. They try pushing past Alter Ego. It's gone poorly.
Fireflux would take advantage of the zone shift and get ahead of Regnum Karya, who managed to get a knock onto one of the Fireflux members. Naturally, they're going to be back up. Regnum Karya, head on a swivel, decides to full send it in, staying ahead of Fireflux, making sure that if engagement does happen, they're going to be the tip of the spears in that fight. Thundertalk King's going to knock down one from Alter Egos. Moana is going to fall, leaving Alter Egos with just 1.
Both of those 2 teams on the northeast side have dropped players Two are remaining for DRX. They do manage to get through, but they're only playing as a duo. Alter Ego try and move in as well, but all under the watchful eyes of Thunder Talk, who have only been able to extract 2 points from it, but they've opened up the east side nicely for themselves to stay alive for a lot longer. E-Arena to their south shouldn't pose too much of a worry for them. The hillsides will keep them safe. Take a look at the replay. Okay, little spin out in the open, catches the rear tire, a nice little pickup out.
And Alba will be the last one alive for Alter Ego. So if he can pull off shots like that, even as a solo, he could be truly devastating to the complete rosters who are 3 and 4 stacks outside of DRX, right? Everybody else has 3 or 4 members. Falcons does have a down player, and I don't know if it was due to, well, actually it might be because of Horha, who was starting to move in. Horha and Falcons, even off the start of the last game, and then of course going into this game, you knew they were going to have a clash at some point. And at a certain moment, Falcons or Horha have to put their foot down and establish dominance over this engagement and rotation to force a change for the other roster. Team Secret also moving in.
Nade over the top, this could be good. Ralph does manage to blast him out of the buggy. Redox hopping in, repositioning it, getting a little bit more cover down the hill. They drop the smoke almost immediately, and the Falcons scrambling to pick this one back up. I don't think they're going to be able to commit to get Ralph back. There's too many off angles to contend with. Redox in the front of the buggy.
Nice cover.
His teammates keeping him safe though. An over-aggressive push from Team Secret drops them a player, but again, it's those off angles coming on in, and it's Sleepy to catch Redox sleeping.
Yeah, Sleepy has been a nuisance from a distance. Sierra's caught out in the open. Sky takes him out. Horha potentially profiting off of this third party in a big way. They're already at 2 eliminations. They continue to push up to pressure and potentially get the full finishes on Team Secret.
Where are Yangon Galacticos? They should be in this fight right now.
The blue zone.
We're going up and towards the 12th minute, and they have yet to enter this circle. It's going to get a little bit too hard to overheal this one, and again, they're on the far side of things. You can see them all the way out onto the west, and they could really have an impact here if they crash into the back.
Secret का एक बंदा knock पड़ा है उसको finish में
just trying to stay alive. Just a duo. They're out of there. Koa, Narvalo managed to find a little bit of respite in the hard cover, but meanwhile for Horha and Team Secret, Horha has done so much damage on the Team Secret roster that you have to favor them in this moment. And well, they continue to push up. They refuse to bow the knee. And for Trank, he's going to go ahead and join Frankie up ahead as Team Secret start to recover just a little bit, but only just.
Unwedging the vehicle there, it looks like.
NS वालों की 4 kills, nice.
Keep themselves nice and mobile. Team Secret on the northwest side. Horha going to try and push on through. Weibo, with all 4 players alive, playing on the southwest side right now. East edge of water treatment as well. A nice ridgeline under control. Power, they're a little bit more central. They are under the watchful eyes of Weibo, but they don't have to move. They will be able to chill out for the time being. We know how much they like to get stuck in though, so maybe things can get a little bit hot.
Well, I just love the fact that they're as central as they are. So the next stage most likely still going to favor that of Power, which is going to be interesting because Yangon Galacticos finally get out of the blue zone after, what, the 14th minute, start to move in towards water treatment. You got Fireflux, Weibo, who's still in the area. You've got plenty of teams. Power might potentially be able to gatekeep. This might be a tremendous game for Power depending on how they choose to play it.
My eyes are on E-Arena right now, and so is the camera, luckily, because they have severely underperformed expectations.
Without a doubt.
Coming through from the survival stages, they were looking good, they were looking powerful. I mean, obviously, you've got a couple of standout players. I think Mormon is probably a very notable player on the roster of E-Arena. They have been in disarray so far today. So to close out day 1 with a strong game, I think would be necessary for them to even be in the conversation for the front page, potentially.
I agree, yeah.
At this stage, though, they are going to have to hold their nerve against Ida, against APG, against Nongshan Red Force. I think they've got the chops, but the question is, can they deliver today when they've been so weak up until now?
APG's getting dangerously close to E-Arena. They're fully committing for this fight. They can back off if they want to, but you gotta fight this quickly. And E-Arena, as they reposition, go straight into a combo from Ida. Like you mentioned, Nongshan Red Force is going to be coming in from the south portion, still in blue, but eventually they will be up in this fight as well. So if you're APG, you don't want to get pincered between not only Nongshan Red Force, but also E-Arena. If you're E-Arena, you're still in a decent spot. Stay ahead of your competition so you can gatekeep them.
take a look at the circle yet again. It's going to come through very, very quickly. Last player for Alter Ego rotating out to the east, trying to move away as a solo. The circle comes on through, and it's very central. It's the teams on the outside that are going to get cut through here. Yangon Galacticos, I think, have one of the most difficult maneuvers to make. They are sitting currently around water treatment, trying to push past Weibo, who are giving ground. They're regrouping on the southwest, to be fair to them. So maybe a little opening for Yangon Galacticos to push on up. In the meantime, towards the arena, they are managing to do a little bit of damage.
APG starts to get active on Noxium Red Force, a team that was in blue for a long time. Not as long as Yangon Galacticos, but still a long time nonetheless. They finally get into the zone, straight into the damage of Reefus, who is mowing down players and can't get the full finishes, but at least taking those valuable hills away from the team of Noxium Red Force. I did notice Power started to fire some shots, I believe, on Weibo, just up ahead as well. So a lot of fights going down. APG, in my opinion, has the advantage of Noxium Red Force, who has to continually push up, and Reefus is unrelenting with the shots.
Yeah, they've got the high ground on them. It's going to be a rush of getting hits,
nice
but they're
rotation
just
back
not being
पीछे से
found.
TP वाले
And
ने
Noxium Red Force
FF
is
वाले ने
starting to fall. They're
spot
starting to
करके मार
wane
दिया
on the east side. Fireflux getting involved on this flank. It's mad dashes now. There's really nothing you can do. You just have to try and sneak your way through, find a little window of something that is so difficult to make it work. Dogs up into the building, but I don't think that's going to last too long. They have him on the ground floor. They've got him locked in. And APG can keep this one going. I think the biggest question mark in this spot is what are Fireflux going to do?
Yes, absolutely. Fireflux has already managed to get a couple of downs on Noxium Red Force, but E-Arena has also backed up. On board with Dog. Dog holds his ground from Noxium Red Force. Not done just yet. You still have, I believe, one more player remaining, but very low health. And in fact, he's going to be finished off. Terry, he's down. You mentioned, what would Fireflux do? Well, they choose to challenge the forward members of the arena who pushed out of their hard cover, mind you, getting overly aggressive and now getting potentially punished.
Fireflux, pretty nasty with the nades. The ordnance is on point on the south
kill
side.
उठाते हुए
They are opening the door to push on in.
अच्छा नहीं
Maybe even move through their reses as well. They've got Solus down. I think that's already getting picked
FF
back
वाले
on up.
change
And the arena, they're blasted down to 2. No elims on this fight. They had a hold onto a 3-way engagement, and they have not got any value for it. It's not looking good.
I just don't understand why they felt the need to send 2 players forward. Maybe they were expecting to have a bit more of an off angle with the third party, but Fireflux is ready for them and gunned them down. Good utility on the base as well. E-Arena, in my opinion, waste a tremendous opportunity. They had the setup. They're well within the zone. Fireflux, APG, once these fights conclude, are pushing directly into you. There was no reason to send 2 players up ahead, but they did it anyways. And now Joker and Mormon have to go at it alone.
After a big elim game last time around, Fireflux looking to try and convert. They've already posted 6. Sure, they've lost a player, but they will be able to march on forwards. You'd imagine that they're going to try and crash onto the E-Arena position, or maybe not crash, but walk up to at least. However, as 3 players, that's going to be a lot harder than it would have been as 4. APG do have the numbers, but they are trapped on the far side of the road. It's going to be a lot harder for them to get across unscathed.
And I do wonder about Order, who's kind of being a little bit weird, hanging out off in the distance. You know, a couple of shots could put a team in disarray. Challenging that at Team Secret. Horha and Team Secret have been opposite of each other for quite some time. They've managed to get a lot of damage and even at times a couple of knocks, but they both managed to get back up, and they're going to be both 4 stacks challenging each other straight ahead. For Yangon Galacticos, 2 members that might be able to fire onto Jaiki depending, but for Xeris, oh, he's going to be up ahead looking to take down Horha. Let's see who wins the engagement.
Team Secret committing up towards Horha as they rotate away from the outpost of Yangon Galacticos. 4 positions for Team Secret, not quite getting the angles just yet. Thundertalker over the distance as well. Could be a little bit of crunch on towards Horha. Romeo's been spotted, no fear, able to tap him away, back him off the angle. I think Thundertalk want to get involved here. They are starting to flex their muscles, and they do need to leave.
Still have Alva as a solo. Not going to have an effect as of yet, but Alva, he's been devastating. We witnessed him take down 2 members, I believe, of another roster just a little bit earlier, but now he's going to be going dead center. So he won't have an impact here, but you're right, for Thunder Talk. Now Horha is pincered.
Team Secret on one end, on the other is Thunder Talk. Horha in dire straits, and they have to make a choice. Who do they challenge? But whoever they end up going for, they've got to finish them quickly because they have to expect the team behind them to push up.
Horha sleepy ko
As the
piche
shots
pad.
coming through from the off angle, over the way, Team Secret
Horha
making
no
things
fair
hard,
and TS
but
wala
Tricky
knock
actually
de
gets
diye.
spotted and pinked
Finish.
out by No Fear.
No fair, no fair.
Take a little bit of
Ooh.
cover. Yangon Galacticos still have their duo from the distance, but that's going to slow Team Secret down.
That's right.
It's actually going to push them away
Why
from
this
this spot
smile
as
now
well.
dalte hue?
Well, in all honesty, it
Copy
helps Team
extra
Secret
damage.
because those shots that were coming out from Horha, I believe, was going to melt that buggy if it wasn't for Yangon Galacticos keeping that player down from Team Horha. So Team Secret forced to park the bus once again, and well, they're in a little bit of a tricky spot, aren't they? They've got No Fear gunning them down. Yangon Galacticos also
Team
looking
Secret
down into the
फंस गया,
ravine.
pinch हो
Team
गया.
Secret, I don't think they make it out.
Back on the southeast side, it looks like Arena
Okay,
going to get
EA
pushed.
Joker,
Gonna get
no
taken
finish.
low, and they may have got some nades on in. And
EA
Scott
वालों
is
का
actually getting
last
flushed, so
बंदा.
another point added at least for Arena. Fireflux in pretty dire
Okay,
straits.
Fireflux
Arena may be
finish.
winning this hold on the southeast
Fireflux
side as Fireflux
eliminated.
are eliminated. But with only one more player left standing, it is Mormon, but Arena can hold their heads high for the time being.
Yeah, and it's Order who's still from Weibo Gaming who's going to be hanging out on the outskirts, and I do wonder if he's going to get the final finish onto the solo Mormon. Souk starts to move in, so Mormon
DRX
is going to be
rest
at
कर रही है
1v2. Meanwhile, once again, Team Secret surprisingly and miraculously able to recover. I surely thought they were going to be finished off, but they're not. They managed to stand up, but they're still in dire straits in a very, very difficult spot between Horha and Yangon Galacticos. Once again, for Team Secret, I just don't know how they're going to get out of this situation.
Thunder Talk did not engage on Horha in that scenario. On the north side, Thunder Talk instead opting to push a little bit further south, potentially towards Alva, the solo for Alter Ego. But instead, they've just allowed Horha to move on up towards Yangon Galacticos and take a free aggression push for them. This Team Secret.
Okay, Horha का प्यारा.
On the other side of it, caught in the middle.
Knock,
Smile
why is
goes down
smiling
first, though,
off?
on the far side of this engagement.
Yeah, well done from Jiggle. Catches the head and takes him out through the window. You mentioned Thunder Talk not choosing to crash in. Well, they do so, and Horha reads it out, and you're going to have two players, Sky and No
Okay,
Fear,
Horha
who's
का
going to try and
प्यारा
hold
ने
Thunder
इधर
Talk at bay. AJ
fight लेते हुए.
down to a sliver of health, but managed to recover quite nicely. The only concern I have for Horha is they are split up 2-2. One focus on Team Secret,
प्यारा
as well
नेट
as
करते हुए Horha का.
the other purely focused on Thunder Talk, and Thunder Talk is going to manage to take them. No Fear Sleepy is going to get taken out by Team Secret,
Oh,
and an
nice.
aggressive push from Drang, who takes down the Shed players, and all of a sudden, the tides will turn, and Horha in dire
Horha
straits
के
is only
एक
one
knock
more
पड़ा
player
और
is
एक
alive.
बंदा रह गया.
Having a real tough time of it. They need to commit to this res. Thunder Talk have put pressure
Kitna
onto the
banda
east
utha
side
rahe?
beautifully. Like you mentioned, they rolled up nice and quickly. They finally took that opportunity to go on in. Sky launching those nade forwards. Actually, a lot of Thunder Talk are close by to one another. As APG finding Falcons as well in the middle. On the east side, rather, than the Falcons will fall. They will be eliminated down
Okay, Horha Sky
in
knock है.
12th place there. 11 of our teams remain. Yangon Galacticos, they've just been holding on that western side. They've been very, very chill, very relaxed on these engagements. They haven't managed to chime in. They got one elim, and they are forcing other teams to fight off against one another, allowing them to do the dirty work for them. But now,
Horha वाला को last बंदा और ये मोली लगी इसको ये मर जाएगा.
No Fear, can he stand up? He's on fire,
Okay,
and he will
No Fear
eventually be
eliminate.
dropped.
Horha
Horha is
eliminate.
gone. I got a question. If they don't go for the 2-2 split, do they survive? If they're not focused on three teams simultaneously, would they have better luck? Well, we'll never know, unfortunately. For Yangon Galacticos
Okay,
finally pushing
Regnum.
into the aggressive. Regnum
Okay, Regnum वालों पे
getting
push.
taken down, running on fumes. Two
Nice.
players down and out.
Nice,
Regnum Karya most likely going to be finished off in this
Nice
moment.
comeback.
Only one player remains, and I don't see him currently. Actually, it's going to be Wild
Okay,
way
एक बंदा रह
off in
गया.
the distance, so he's going to be a solo for the
power है
remainder
यहाँ
of this game.
Yangon Galacticos can keep up pace now. They have 2 elims on scorecard, and they will be 4 players alive after this res. Boxy will be flushed
Regnum
very
वालों को
soon,
एक
so a
बंदा छुपा
couple
हुआ है
more
यहाँ पर.
points to be added to their tally
Okay.
in just a moment. Close by to DRX's duo. On the north side of this one, on the south edge, it's still Power.
Power
With 4
will
players
choro
alive, they're
amazing
going to try and navigate their
man.
way on in around Weibo, who also have 4 players alive, but sending the buggy to the air, don't need that anymore.
Okay,
Throws it
Bebo will
aside,
enhance
but instead, they're going to take to the grab a soul of the boot and see if they can take the shots over towards Weibo.
You go back to the last game, Ragnar was trying to get these crazy off angles. He ends up getting punished this time around, not making that same mistake. He sticks with the full fortune of power. Great shots from Easy, but better shots from Order from a distance.
Able to shut down that hilltop, and this is Ghost. They're going to crash straight on into this. Nice and aggressive, decisive play from Weibo. They're trying to encircle now the rest of Power. They know their backline's going to be fumbling, going to be faltering a little bit. We'll see if they can take control of it. 33Z, maybe a little bit
third party Power.
Weibo trying to connect onto Power. Will finally
Power Weibo wale pe third party
karne lage. Continue to run this one through. Sook is down, but this should be resible. Fadan doesn't have the pace on this.
Fadan, he throws bounces off the wall, manages to get away without burning himself. Fadin pushing up onto he. Now he needs to get here quickly. If he can get the finish before the res is in, it's going to be a 1v1, but the res will come through. You'd have to assume very quickly he refuses to commit, playing it safe, but maybe playing it a bit too safe, and now Weibo able to recover.
Teams are starting to drop like flies. We're down to 8 now, and I'm sure there's a couple more ready and waiting to go. A lot of solos still playing on into this one. Weibo playing 2v1 on the inside. Fadan is the last player to stand here for Power Esports. They've got one Elim. And again, they are guaranteed a placement here with 8 teams remaining. But we'll see how much further they can go. The pump action.
Power wale finish.
Wins the day. And
Power
Weibo can stay
eliminate.
up as 4 players.
There's value in playing passive, and what
third party ke
did
बावजूद भी
wasn't
Power
necessarily
wale
wrong. However, you know you're last alive. Fully commit. There's it down in front of you. It's a 1v1. Swinging that choke point, swinging that angle is tough. I understand, but you just gotta go for it. And if he would have, of course, he doesn't have X-ray vision, but if he would have, he most likely would have got the cleanup and been successful in that fight. And I can even say the same thing going to Noxious Red Force side of things with Benny. A little bit earlier in the day, there was a moment where I felt he needed to get aggressive, but he was just too undecisive. And because of that undecisiveness, he gets taken down. So there is power in being aggressive and full sending it, but he made the play that he made. Again, it wasn't necessarily wrong, but if he would have been aggressive, he most likely would have been able to win that fight and potentially even get the last remaining member up.
Team Secret का भी आखिरी बंदा
go some distance in this match.
Weibo और Alpha Gaming और YG वाले चार के चार बने
a wild card on that east side flank. Weibo playing as 4, they're all the way on the other side on the southwest.
बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं.
They're behind
ID वालों
APG's
का एक
engagement
knock
on the
finish
north
डाल दिया.
side. So not really too many massive threats on the east edge.
Okay, Weibo knock.
Gonna get a supply crate looted up as
Shake
well.
Cloud बहुत प्यारा खेलते हुए.
No, spotted. Weibo
Okay, finish.
losing an off angle there, and very, very isolated from the rest of the roster. Gets caught unawares.
Still not a bad spot though for Weibo, keeping Yangon Galacticus in check.
Okay, APG पूरी टीम एक बार
Great
पकड़
spot
के बैठी है.
overlooking DRX and Team Secret, which
अच्छा
let's
खासा
highlight
cover है
them,
इनके
right?
पास.
Team Secret, even though they only have a solo last alive, they did such a great job dismantling Horda a
Okay,
little bit
से
earlier
Cloud ने
before
को knock दे
eliminations
दिया
going
Weibo
their
का.
way. And the solo of Trank staying up is just huge, in my opinion. They should not be alive in this moment. They should not be fighting for a potential top 3 finish. But APG forced to go forward, and now DRX, who were being hunted down from
APG versus
now
DRX.
potentially gatekeep them. If they play this
Okay.
right, they could win this fight. But it's not going to be easy because they don't have the
nice
net
nade.
advantage.
Kieran taking it very, very low with a nade, cooked nicely. Has to get the knock, but they'll know there's a player on the inside there now. An APG with 4 players are wary of their south edge, but I don't imagine they expect Alpha to be on this loot crate right now. Just trying to stay alive for Alter Ego. APG very reluctant actually to push all the way through this one.
It's tough.
APG का एक और nade.
It's tough for DRX. I mean, because you know DRX is right in front. And they've got a great spot.
TS वाला now.
Alva, what if he gets a bit mixy? He's stayed alive for the longest time. And he's going to be able to take a peek over and dock if he chooses to fire. But I think for him, he just wants to keep his head low and just go for top 3 if he possibly can. Aaron from Ida is going to be fully finished off.
IDA वाले eliminate.
In 6th place. We're now down to our top 5. Things are starting to get spicy. APG on the move. DRX need to be ready.
Okay.
Face to face, finally, Alva is dispatched, and that's going to open up the flank there. With top going down, looks like they want to commit for this res. Potentially very, very dangerous out in the open. I don't think they make this one work. So easy now with the SKS on the red dot. Okay, a little bit lackluster on the weaponry there potentially for So Easy. Only has his teammate Hyun been there.
Okay,
Crawling
PG
away.
all.
They could look for this res, but I think Yangon Galacticos aren't going to allow that one to happen.
Soez can truly help Yangon Galacticos in this moment, who are starting to come in. They're starting to close the vice grip, and if Soez can take any members from APG down, that's only going to help the win for the side of Yangon Galacticos. Soez will not be successful. Doc will win the fight, and it will be APG with a 4-man unit against the 4-man unit of Yangon Galacticos. Meanwhile, for Weibo, most likely getting finished off very, very shortly.
Okay.
One player who's going to be down. Yangon Galacticos going
Galacticos.
Two players fall at their feet. A smile just about threading the bullets either side of him. Major to dodge them, and Skull goes down next. A spray down overboard, Doc, and that is going to be it. It's curtains for Alpha Gaming.
पूरी APG की टीम मार गए हैं
Brutal fashion on the northeast side now. Two
आगे
players,
1v4 वाली situation है
Weibo to stand in the way of Yangon Galacticos.
के क्लाउड ने पुश मार दिया और
Over 60 points on the match. A beautiful result for them. Their day
final
has
win
been
by
DRX as
Galacticos.
Up and towards that
YT
podium
team
again.
win कर दी
Some really consistent
अभी पॉइंट
performances at the
देखते हैं
top.
पॉइंट कितने
They are
मिले
going
उनको
blow for blow.
Without a doubt, 4 out of their
बहुत
6
प्यारे खेलते हैं
games, they get top 3. A huge performance from DRX, who
Alpha Gaming
managed to
बहुत
take over
गलत
first
खेला
place, but only for a sliver of time. Yangon Galacticos most likely taking it over with that tremendous win. And, well, Yangon Galacticos, mind you, managed to get first place 2 times throughout our 6 games. Of course, game number 6 as well as game 2. We've been waiting for Yangon Galacticos to step it up, to finally wake up. I think they finally have.
This is brilliant stuff from Yangon Galacticos. They looked cool, calm, collected. Dropping the shoulder, dropping the elbow, sinking the fist into the rib cage. It is nasty to come up against these guys in an all-out brawl, and they are happy to take those swings. A really solid flush over those hillsides. They come through late. They're waiting. They let everyone else sort out who will be the ones to take them on, and then they'll sweep them aside either way.
And you know what? They had a chance potentially to dismantle themselves if they do challenge into Team Secret, who ended up staying alive, and that could have got dicey because it was Team Secret as well as 2 other rosters who were fighting within that area. But Yangon Galactica said, let's play this slow. Let's go for the placement points and get the eliminations when it makes sense. Well, there it is, man. Game number 6 is done. Time to break down today's studio. What ended up happening?
Alpha Gaming के पास इतना अच्छा मौका था
Yangon, who came in as 8th seed from
ये बहुत
survival
प्यारा नॉक
stage,
किया
have now been able to put themselves at number 1 in the grand finals for day number 1. They pulled the John Cena heel turn on everyone and taken that top spot. Unbelievable stuff coming in from them. Joining me, we have Maxman as well as Matura to talk about this one. It's Miramar Yangon domination here, Mr. Max.
There were so many weird fights happening up north. You had what? I think you had Team Secret fighting Thunder Talk, fighting Horror. Yangon just seen it from a distance. What the hell is that? We're just going to leapfrog it, hold them off, get a ton of eliminations, get an easy access into the last circle, and get the win. If I'm not mistaken, their second win today, right? They got another win on Potato Hill. So Yangon on fire, and this is a team that qualified barely through their survival stage here, making it into the finals. So we said they were surprised initially, but even more so now going into the finals.
Good control of the west side here, Neptura.
Excellent control of the west side. They were able to, again, do what they need to do in terms of that control. They were able to fend off certain teams. They were able to eliminate others to get a really, really dominant win. I mean, 12 elimination points. That is a big game for them.
Nice.
So a really good way to end the day, especially.
Go on Gladiator.
Actually, Alpha Gaming too. I was quite critical of Alpha Gaming this match because they had a massive split to the east.
Yeah.
And we saw at one point Niptura, actually it was Nongshim Red Force kind of collapsed upon their position. But actually, for once, Alpha Gaming regrouping really quickly, able to re-solidify their position on the eastern side of the road and then get a full reset after that fight. And because of that, they were able to get into the late game, get into the podium finish there, and get 11 eliminations to top off that podium finish. Actually, Alpha Gaming showing a little bit more team play than what I initially expected going into this event.
Yeah, for sure. They're really coming into their own. I think I want to make a prediction very early and say that Alpha Gaming are going to win a game tomorrow, at least one, because the way they were playing that game, it's looking like they're actually ready to take those wins, right? They are controlling, they're moving together, they're not split too far. They are split a lot, but they're not split too far. They're moving in tandem with each other, and so they're actually able to make those right decisions, make those plays, and do it effectively.
We saw 4 thrives, 0 points there. I'm very confused what the game plan has been today, because of course we saw the Sanok, the hot drop, didn't make a lot of sense.
Sure.
Here they sent it into, I think it was Nongshim Red Force's compound. No scouting ahead of time, just sending it, looking for a fight. I don't want to say they've given up because it's day one, there's no reason, but there was no real thought behind it. So 4 thrives, compared to their group stage where they played so well, here they're committing to plays that don't make too much sense sometimes, so they might want to rethink how to enter it tomorrow, because as of right now, if they don't change anything, they're just going to remain at the bottom of the rankings.
Yeah, I mean, in that fight in particular, even if they wanted to go ahead and do that fight that early on, which is not always the safest idea, but sure, go for it. They were just way too focused on that one solo player. They didn't use any off angles to try and counteract any response from Nongshim Red Force, and they went too far into the building and just ended up getting completely surrounded, which is not what you want to be seeing in PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, they're ending up in a weird position when it comes to the overalls. Let's take a look at those and see how it shakes up at the very top, of course, because Yangzhong have been able to find themselves a position at the top. As 67 points for number 1. What a glow up from them, stage on stage on stage, as they have positioned themselves even nicely against second place here, Neptune. Never mind anything else.
And so consistent as well. 30 placement points to 37
That's crazy.
elimination points. I mean, even down the board, you see some fairly sort of the same points as well, like DRX for instance, but most of them are so completely elimination heavy. For Yangon to be so consistent there is really nice to see.
Yeah, good surprise from Yangon, though. I'm going to be critical, which is weird because we're looking at the top teams here. They all did well, like, good job. Our circles have been so favorable to central teams in a strong compound doing very little
for today.
For today. For me,
Power
this
Esport
has
के
not
kills अच्छी
highlighted
हैं,
the
but उनके
championship
placement
caliber
point बहुत
team.
कम है.
Like, for me, it's just like still
Sure.
in the air as to who might be winning it, because I haven't seen like a big wow performance from anyone currently.
I get what you mean. Some compounds have been favoured, for sure. Some positions in centre positions have been favoured, for sure, as these circles have bared down. Tomorrow, if we get some kind of real curveballs, that will definitely test some of these teams. Let's take a look at our 9th through 16th as well, and see what's up there. Team Falcons find themselves in 9th place right now. The good thing about this is, aside from where I would say E-Arena technically could make a huge leap, we saw them get a back-to-back chicken dinner in the survival stage, but aside from that, there is still a significant amount to play for here, considering day one's closer than I thought it was going to be here, Neptura.
It is very, very close. You're right. We've had some, I want to say some odd games, but the actual point difference is not that much at all. Everybody's been very, very even across the board. So it's going to be interesting to see, considering we have 2 more days of this, how much of that gap is going to be.
I mean, it's very important actually that we highlight how small that gap is, because let's not forget, Smash rules are in play here at PMWC, meaning if you are still close to that first place team, if you're maybe 20, 30 points away going into your last day, chances are you can catch up, you get into the Smash zone, you wrap it up, you get the win, you become PMWC champion. So actually maintaining a small gap against the top squads is going to be very important. So even if you have a bad game, if you can get a few limbs, a few placement points, that can still keep you relevant in the conversation.
Agreed. Here are the results coming in from today. And as you mentioned, with the Smash Zone being potentially in reach, right? Plus 10 points on what we have at the top. It's really not that much to actually reach for. So you want to keep up as much as possible.
Exactly. Yeah, you want to try and stay as close as possible to that top team, because if they start to create a 20, a 30-point lead, entering tomorrow, that's going to be a lead that's going to be hard to just overtake, because if they 10 points, that's not even a win. You get in a Smash Zone, and you are going to be the team that could just end the tournament at game 2 or maybe game 3. We saw it happen in PMSL SEA. Chances are it could happen here again at PMWC.
We have 4 or 5 teams each game, maybe getting some eliminations here and there, some placement points, and all of those then being double digits. And that's how you get those 10 points off of that game, and then who knows what could occur from there on. So our last day will be extremely, extremely exciting, to say the least, considering what could become that threshold. But one thing's for sure, what a fantastic performance from Yangon here so far for today. Can they continue it into tomorrow, or do you think that these teams are going to come back hungry for more, considering the quality of the lobby here, Neptura?
I kind of think we haven't seen even the beginning from a lot of these teams.
Maybe, yeah.
For Yangon, this was a phenomenal day. They did a really, really good job. But the gap is not as significant as I'd like to see it going into day 2, because you do still have some major teams. We haven't seen the best from Alter Ego. We haven't seen the best from Alpha Gaming, for instance. Falcons still have a lot left a lot to be desired. If they come into the fold now, they could pose a threat. I mean, there's a lot of teams we're talking about here that could do so much better tomorrow.
I want to have a question for you specifically, Nipsera, right now. I know you're a big Korean teams fan. Okay, you love Korean teams, especially D+. They're not here, unfortunately. You're two major fans of...
I like South Korea.
You love South Korea. But with the way Nongshim Red Force and DRX have played today, right? And again, very favored by the circles. Do you think they can maintain that going into tomorrow? Because if they have a bad day and circles are just not coming their way, I think they can fall off. What do you think?
I think they have played a little too passively for me to be confident that if the circle does not go their way or if something happens, then they can still overcome that. I do think that there's a little bit more I'd like to see before I can confidently go, yeah, sure, they can do it, absolutely.
Well, Max, desk host, as I am going to distinguish... No, you don't want to do that? You hate being the desk host.
I don't like that.
I think DRX can deal with it a little better than Nongshim Red Force,
Agreed.
right? Like, if you look at Nongshim Red Force's positions in center spots, there were some flubs, right? Whereas DRX was able to hold down things a little better, and also I do favor them a little bit more, even if it is edge play. What do you think about that, Mr. Max Fan?
I agree. No, especially because of one play in particular. I think Hyunbin is a really good enabler in these fights.
Yeah.
It's actually... Little story point, I think some people might not know this. Hyunbin began his competitive career early last year. And he's played PMWC, PMGC, and now playing back here at PMWC. Like, he has had such a strong rise to fame in PUBG Mobile Esport as a whole, and he's been doing great stuff. I do want to see a little bit more. It's a very caster, analyst thing.
I get it.
I want to see a bit more.
Because the circles have been weird today.
Exactly.
A little weird.
So I want to see tough circles for the Korean teams and seeing them just actually go for great rotates, taking control of circles and getting impressive, not even wins, just podium finishes. And then I'll be like, you know what? Korea's here to play. Maybe another team outside of D+ can actually do something globally.
Well, let's see if they pop up here in the Gadia top players of the day and see what we have available to us. Because for the most part, yes, those central positions have been able to win outright. Doc starts things off, though, on Sandhawk, shooting everything, Neptura.
Yeah, I mean, it is something that we have expected to see from them for a while. We haven't really gotten a chance to see that just yet, but today was the start of hopefully something more from APG. For Thrives, again, some individual really good plays that we saw here, especially in the first couple of games, but I really like how they controlled this, but after that, they just did seem to kind of fall off.
I'm kind of disappointed in Thrives. I really like this team. They have so much potential, especially because Noki stepped up compared to PMSL CSA, but today the players are just not up to what was going on there? There was Frankie from Team Secret. We had some wild moments here today in these matches, but that was one of the games for Team Secret, where actually, just like Yangon, they were kind of a surprise team, but they've been eerily silent, if not mistaken, towards the very bottom of the leaderboards. Team Secret, one thing that was lacking in the group stage is the fragging potential. They qualified purely because they were just aiming center, trying to survive. Here, it's not going to be enough if you want to be called the absolute best team here at PMWC.
Yeah, it's something as well for Falcons, same sort of thing. It's kind of like those kinds of plays that we're seeing from them.
Yep.
Sometimes I see the vision, other times I really don't. In fact, most of the time I really don't. I'm so sorry, but that's just how it is. It is how it is, for day one at least.
Well, I mean, aside from the win that they got near Museum, there's not really been much. I think they were on more like 32 points, including a win with some eliminations off the back of it as well. So, tough stuff. All right, we have got our Sony MVP of the day. Or hero of the day, and I guess I'll ask you your predictions. We'll start with Max Man, so he can curse whoever he picks.
I can't really predict. Say Cloud from Yangon Galaxy.
Oh.
Okay.
Al-Haji.
Al-Haji.
What's that good one?
Power play.
Yes.
Survival time is going to be abysmal.
His mini plays? Yeah.
However, those eliminations.
Oh, yeah. Actually, very important now.
Power
in the new
वाला
formula, right? So maybe
बहुत survival point उनका बहुत
I was
खराब है
gonna
नहीं तो
just
skill
also
उन्होंने
go
बहुत
power
प्यारा
player and
निकाला
go
34
Ragnar.
skill
I really don't know who was
Solid.
actually
survival
standing
point
out
उनका
for
अच्छा वाला
power.
दूसरे तीसरे नंबर
But
पे थी वो
maybe a Yangon. We will see. All right, who's it gonna be? I asked the producer and he refused to tell me. It's yes!
no.
All right,
1000
recount.
damage.
No.
It can't be right. Max predicted it.
This never happens.
Elimination 13 elimination.
Oh my goodness.
He did something correct.
Actually, the thing is I do want to highlight for Yangon Galacticos, it's not just one player doing well. Smile is there. Oh, we just got told Al-Haji was second, by the way. He was just behind. Got you guys. And Ragnar is third. No, he's not third.
No, we didn't get that in our ears.
No, say Cloud. One thing that I want to highlight about his plays today in particular, Nifjara, his utility was actually comparable to phallic to Doc, which normally when it comes to nades, you're talking about those two players. His nades were pinpoint accurate. So really, that utility play from SayCloud was a big standout moment for me today.
Yeah, and when you talk about utility, right, that's such a controlling aspect. So those initial nades, those initial knocks are doing everything to clear the space, make way for his team. So he is the hero of the day, not only in his own eliminations, but also in what he can do for the team.
And it's so impressive when you look at this entire squad because every team made it through PMSL, like very, very competitive lobbies.
Yeah,
this is the only team that made it through PMCL, the Challenger Cup, which technically, if you compare to other events, way easier lobby. And yet, coming here into PMWC and eclipsing the lobby in your day one, getting 2 chicken dinners in the finals of one of the biggest events of the year, the biggest event of the year so far, is a massive statement. Again, circles were kind of weird. We'll see if they can maintain it tomorrow. But regardless, that is a big statement that they are here for that trophy.
Yeah, it's a great statement for considering the quality of the lobby. We have ourselves the Honored Dominations as well coming in. Narvalo.
Yes!
I love the French.
He loves the French.
I love the French too.
This is a weird segment. But he does take number 1 alongside this here. Kesh will take number 2 as well. SayCloud with only the 2. So actually, for Narvalo and Kesh to be able to get those triples here, not too bad overall.
Yeah, I will take it. Nice little win here from Turkey with Ketch. Al-Haji, of course, always going to be there for power. I'm still... Can I see another player of Alpha Gaming that's not Doc in these graphics? I'm sorry, but I want to see someone else. Top was MVP in CSA.
Yeah, I was going to say, where was Top today?
Yeah. He didn't do
kept
anything.
Getting eliminated like first. Kind of crazy. Not even, I think we saw like maybe 2 mini plays from him. Al-Haji had more mini plays than Top, which is insane to say. But he did, that's the truth. I mean...
I just thought you were confused about me
Like
saying normally you're like, what's going on? Are you telling a joke? What's happening?
Yeah, this is a rare moment.
It's a revelation.
I think I'm going to realize. I'm going to wake up at 2 a.m. and realize this happened. This has been an exceptional day. He said he loves the French.
Oh, has this been your dream for this long?
Yes.
All right, well.
I've known you for like, what, since 2019?
The answer is too long.
Yep.
All right, well. Let's round things up here at the desk and get on with our airdrop carnival. You guys can log in now and check it out because it is live. Of course, don't miss out on the final 3 days for this weekend. Log in, summon your surprise airdrop summons. Collect 2025 airdrop vouchers for your chance to win official merch, smartphones, BD partner rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every participant is guaranteed to win. Come and join the airdrop carnival. Stop looking at me like that. And unbox your surprise. And now, without further... Actually, I'm going to get your final thoughts and see how everything's going here in Neptura because it's been a great day. We've got Yangon up at number 1, but it could all change tomorrow.
I think it will all change tomorrow, and the way that the teams have been playing in finals is completely different to how they've been playing in league stage. So for me, day 2 is going to be very, very interesting.
I'd have to agree. Day 2 is going to be very... I mean, you're going to be setting kind of the threshold for your smash zone going into day 3 at the end of tomorrow. So we're going to know what the point threshold is going to be, adding +10. So tomorrow... because of the Smash Zone, it's going to be very important to see who's going to be at the top of these rankings.
Definitely so, definitely. Tomorrow you'll see who's going to be able to prevail, who's going to be able to push themselves into the very top spot, and also if I can continue to survive Maxman and Neptura here on the desk tomorrow.
No.
7's all right. All right, let's head over to the stage here as Bary is ready to go.
Welcome back to the Gadia Esports Arena. I am, of course, joined by Master Smile and Coach Marco from Yangon Galacticos. We're going to have a quick chat at the end of the day because you had a really impressive day. Let's first talk about, the survival stage. You only just made it through to the finals in 8th position, and now you're leading the charge going into day 2 of the Grand Finals. Tell us what you worked on between the survival stage and now, and how you implemented it for this stage now.
I'm gonna answer for it. I think the biggest mistake we found I think we are not capable of doing what we usually do, and then also we try to kind of get experience from a tournament, and then also the circle, of course, the gameplay, the mistakes, and then the communication is very much I think different in our team, and then playing back in the home and then playing here. Because this is a big stage, as you can see, that we have some pressure on it. So we try to fix our communication first, and then we look at it, where's the gap between the players, where we can be, improve. That's the biggest thing.
Now you've got to the top of the leaderboard, of course, Master Smile, man. Do you feel like you've got a target on your back going into day 2? Because, people will start to think we need to start eliminating them from the competition so that you can't run away with it,
Yeah. ว่าพวกน้องมาย่อมนี่เราบอลลูนนี่แล้วบอกบอลลูนเห็นแล้วบอกน้องมาย่อมเนี่ยใช่
I just been normal. Just normal. Pressure ရှိတာတော့လည်းမျိုး pressure ရင်းနေမရှိဘူးဒါပဲကျွန်တော်လုံးနေကြတိုင်းပဲကျွန်တော် consistent ဖြစ်အောင်သွားတယ်ဒီလောက်ပါပဲအဲ့တော့ဒီတော့မရှိပါဘူး
So I can translate for it. What we was saying is like we have a little bit pressure before, but now we are on top of the league, and then we have more confidence on it, and then we can be able to like try to be more consistent on it. And then we try to work hard, try to bring some like team play, and then also of course, you know, the mindset.
It's something to be aware of as well, you know, going into the day 2 and being in the lead. Kind of got to think a little bit that people are going to be hunting you down, but you know, you're only 8 maps away from potentially winning the PMWC. Are you feeling nervous? Like, how are you and the team feeling?
Look, Kanzale.
लोग खाना
चलो जी अब ये बातें करते रहेंगे अब हम अपनी स्ट्रीम बंद करते हैं
ဒါလည်းပါတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့အဲ့လောက်ထိကျွန်တော်စိတ်ထဲမှာဆိုကျွန်တော်လုံးဆက်ရှိရပဲလောက်ရမယ်လို့တွေးတာတယ်အဲ့လောက်ထိစိတ်လူစားတာဘာညာမရှိဘူးဘာလို့ဆိုအာဂျီတယောက်တည်းလို့စိတ်လူစားနေကိုတင်သားတယ်သိရမလားလို့ဖြစ်သွားနိုင်တယ်အားကြောင့်မလို့ပါပဲ
Okay. So what we're saying is like, if of course we're nervous, we are because are on top of the league, and then but we try to do as much as possible, and then also like we try to because as a leader, if you got nervous, the team will be shaken. So you try to be like be strong all the time.
Just be strong. Well, we really look forward to seeing you guys in day 2 tomorrow. Congratulations on a really impressive day 1, and we hope to see you still climb that lead or still stay at the top of the leaderboard, let's say. For now, day 1 is over for the grand finals. It's been an absolutely spectacular day. Tomorrow, the pressure gets dialed up that little bit more as people start to panic. People start to make plays that they may not normally would make. And things are going to start heating up here on the main stage. I bet you guys know it back at home. But thank you so much to everyone involved for putting this fantastic event on. And we'll see you tomorrow for day 2.
Okay, day 2. Okay boys, वो भी ख़त्म हो गया अब हम अपनी भी स्ट्रीम मुकम्मल करते हैं ख़त्म करते हैं अब हम इंशाल्लाह 10 बजे PUBG की स्ट्रीम करेंगे तो सारे आ जाना